Chapter 1. Yesterday, I was utterly captivated by the stunning visage of Tom Felton, the actor who portrays Draco Malfoy, losing track of time as I scrolled through short videos until the stroke of midnight. Upon awakening today, I found myself inexplicably transported to another realm. Could it truly be that one's thoughts by day manifest in dreams by night? Something felt amiss. Adhering to my habitual dependence on my phone, I attempted to rise, only to discover a hazy fog obscuring my vision, rendering everything indistinct. Luke, Aurora has awoken. A melodious and enchanting female voice reached my ears, capturing my full attention. I felt myself being gently cradled, and although my sight remained blurred, a delightful fragrance of flowers wafted towards me, compelling me to lean closer to the source of the sound. She must be hungry. It seems I must trouble you once more, Scorpius. A deep, resonant voice, akin to that of a cello, approached, and though the figure remained unclear, I discerned it was a long-haired man. He took me into his arms, his gray eyes intently gazing at me, as if I were the most precious gem in existence. I instinctively reached out, grasping his flowing, silken platinum hair. Luke, both Aurora and Draco favor you more. The woman, referred to as Scorpius, teased. In her words, I sensed a hint of jealousy. The man smiled indulgently. I am merely alleviating your burdens. Are you prepared, Scorpius? It dawned upon me that I had become a helpless infant in need of nourishment. As an ardent admirer of the Harry Potter series, the names Scorpius and Luke were all too familiar. Scorpius was Narcissa Malfoy, formerly known as Narcissa Black. Luke was Lucius Malfoy, the current head of the Malfoy family and father to Draco Malfoy. Piecing together the context and engaging in the most fundamental reading comprehension, I finally realized I had transmigrated into the role of the young lady of the Malfoy family. Having perused countless fanfictions, I had often yearned to be entwined with the Malfoys. After all, the beauty of the Platinum family depicted in the films was widely acknowledged. I had watched Harry Potter. I am Mrs. Malfoy no less than 1,000,000 times. As the woman held my hand, I felt a sensation I had never experienced before. It was as if, through some telepathic connection, the slumbering boy awakened, revealing a pair of gray eyes identical to Lucius. Our gazes locked. He did not wail, but instead bestowed upon me a sweet smile. Scorpius, it would be best for Draco to assume the role of older brother that way. He can protect her more effectively. But Aurora is clearly the elder. This matter is known only to us. As long as we keep his secret, all shall be well. Lucius gently coaxed. Truly, the cunning platinum aristocrat possessed formidable persuasive power. Before long, Narcissa acquiesced to her husband's decision. Indeed, that prophecy with that individual. Moreover, Aurora, like myself, is a creation of magic, destined to alter the course of fate and reverse the Malfoy family's decline. Should anyone discover Aurora has not received the family tree's recognition, Narcissa lamented, casting her gaze downcast. As an infant with keen foresight, I clearly observed that my name was absent from the family lineage. After all, Aurora was not born of the maternal womb, and neither you nor I share a blood relation, yet I shall regard Aurora as my own, just as I do with her father, Lucius declared, embracing the woman tenderly. Lucius turned towards the wall, seemingly whispering an incantation. It is a confounding charm, he announced as my name materialized upon the wall. From this moment forth, Aurora shall be regarded as the adopted daughter of the Malfoy family. I shall do everything in my power to protect you both, even at the cost of my very existence. Though I could not discern the man's expression, I could still sense the gravity of the atmosphere. Infants are particularly sensitive to their surroundings, and soon Draco let out a wail. The two novice parents, newly appointed to their roles, became flustered. At this moment, the magical world was far from the tranquil thought it presented. Before my transmigration, I had experienced 18 cycles of spring, summer, autumn, and winter in a reformed Huaguo. Yet now, I found myself thrust back to a time of liberation's dawn. Fortunately, my English listening skills had not faltered, otherwise I would have remained oblivious to numerous secrets. The Malfoys believed their child to be too young, speaking without restraint. Draco had not been born at full term. This was intertwined with a prophecy. Naturally, as a devoted fan of Harry Potter, I recognized that this prophecy had altered the fates of many. Born at the conclusion of July, the Dark Lord had marked him as a rival. Among them, one would surely perish at the hands of the other. Upon learning the first half of the prophecy, Lucius promptly employed a secret potion to advance his wife's due date. Fortunately, Narcissa had maintained her health, and Lucius, as her husband, had been exceedingly cautious, ensuring her well-being was not significantly compromised. However, the constitution of a preterm infant was evidently frail. Draco often cried inconsolably, causing Narcissa to wither rapidly. How could the Malfoy patriarch, devoted to his beloved wife, bear to witness such suffering? Truly, the Malfoy family was wealthier than nations. Under the influence of galleons, the St. Mungo's medical team provided round-the-clock care, and Draco gradually blossomed into a chubby, adorable cherub. Lucius even withdrew from all social engagements, dedicating himself to caring for his wife at home. My perception of the cunning, fox-like Malfoy patriarch shifted dramatically. He had been portrayed as an opportunist and coward, possessing great wealth, yet aligning himself with the wrong side from the very beginning. He had followed Voldemort blindly, only to botch every endeavor. Failing to safeguard his notebook, he was depicted in the original work as being pierced by Harry Potter's venomous fangs, destroying a Horcrux. The important prophecy orb shattered amidst a struggle with Harry, resulting in an incomplete execution of Voldemort's directives. During the final battle, he fled in cowardice. Yet, in this moment, he was a devoted husband, striving to shield his family from harm. I scrutinized Narcissa's arms, and, indeed, as described in the original text, she was not a member of the Death Eaters. Her husband had carved out a sanctuary for her, shielded from any external influence. She was tenderly cherished, cradled in his hands. Who could claim that a union between families of equal standing and pure blood could not be founded on love? I gazed enviously at their interactions. Perhaps my gaze was too overt, for Narcissa seemed to notice. "Luke, do not linger here, for Aurora has awakened." Draco and I had just finished our meals, and it appeared that Lucius too felt hunger pangs. "I have employed a charm to close my eyes and ears. You need not worry," Lucius reassured. His previously clear voice now resonated with a deep, magnetic timbre. He physically manifested his fervent desires, and I could only watch helplessly as he consumed the remnants of my and Draco's meals. "Luke, why does Aurora still gaze?" Narcissa murmured close to her husband's ear. Her arms encircled his shoulders, exuding an air of coyness. Could it be? Had I been discovered? Lucius cradled me in his arms, employing magic to probe my being. His expression grew serious. Closing one's eyes and ears proves ineffective against Aurora, to be precise. No magic holds sway over her. "Luke, do you recall the prophecy?" Narcissa's voice trembled as she leaned against him, appearing utterly disoriented, evoking sympathy. "That individual possesses a power unknown to the Dark Lord," Lucius added slowly, following closely behind Voldemort, yet managing to botch every endeavor. Failing to safeguard the notebook, which was subsequently pierced by Harry Potter's venomous fangs in the original narrative, resulting in the destruction of a Horcrux. The crucial prophecy ball was shattered during a scuffle with Harry, leaving the task assigned by the superior, Voldemort, unfulfilled. In the final battle, he fled at the critical moment. Yet, in this very instant, he stands as a devoted husband, cherishing his family and protecting them from harm. I observed Narcissa's arms closely, and indeed, as depicted in the original text, she is not a Death Eater. Her husband has created a sanctuary for her, free from the influence of any formidable forces. She is tenderly nurtured, cradled in his hands. Who asserts that marriage between families of equal standing and pure blood lineage cannot encompass love? I watched their interactions with envy, perhaps my gaze too overt, as Narcissa seemed to take notice. "Lucius, do not let Aurora awaken here," she whispered near her husband's ear. Draco and I had just satisfied our hunger, and it appeared Lucius was now feeling peckish as well. "I have employed the charm of closing my eyes and ears, rest assured," Lucius reassured. His previously clear voice took on a deeper, more resonant quality. He embodied his innermost desires through action. and I could only watch helplessly as he consumed the remnants of our meal. Lucius, why is Aurora still watching? Narcissa murmured to her husband. Her arms encircled the man's shoulders, exuding a sense of coy invitation. Could it be? Had I been discovered? Lucius enveloped me in his embrace, employing magic to assess my condition. His expression turned grave. The charm of closing eyes and ears is ineffective for Aurora, to be precise. No magic holds sway over her. Lucius, do you recall the prophecy? Narcissa's voice trembled as she leaned against her husband, appearing utterly bewildered, evoking sympathy. That individual possesses a power that the Dark Lord lacks. Lucius slowly supplemented. Sissy, fret not, everyone is aware that the heir of the Malfoy family was born in June. No one will connect our dear child with the prophecy, Lucius gently consoled, planting a soft kiss on Narcissa's forehead. Only then did I notice that Narcissa's hair color mirrored Lucius, a remarkably light shade of gold. Even their eye colors seemed to be cast from the same mold. As far as I know, the proportion of natural blondes among Westerners is exceedingly low. Yet, they harbor a profound fascination with blonde hair and blue eyes, making the dyeing of hair a common endeavor. How to discern a nature blonde? Typically, one observes the roots. If the color darkens, it is highly likely to have been dyed. However, Narcissa's golden tresses, from root to tip, bore no distinction from Lucius. Even their facial contours were strikingly similar. It seems that the concept of couples resembling one another exists in the West as well. How marvelous! Due to this significant revelation, the couple lost interest in continuing their conversation. Lucius employed the Patronus charm to send a message to Abraxas. In the original narrative, aside from Severus Snape, no other Death Eaters were permitted to possess a Patronus. Author J.K. Rowling believed that unwavering determination and love were qualities the Death Eaters lacked. However, it now appears she underestimated Lucius' resolve to safeguard his family. Everything for the sake of the family's welfare is not mere rhetoric. And Lucius Patronus turned out to be a nine-tailed fox. The myth of a nine-tailed fox originates from my homeland, Huaguo. Everything felt like an exquisite coincidence. Before long, a house elf arrived to announce that Abraxas, Lucius' father, had returned. Father. Narcissa attempted to rise to greet him, but was gently halted by her husband. Your health has yet to fully recover. Take care to rest. Abraxas appeared remarkably youthful, standing alongside Lucius as though they were brothers. They exchanged a knowing glance, and he reached out to take me, softening his demeanor. The Malfoy lineage had never birthed a daughter. Abraxas had once declared that I was a gift from Merlin to the Malfoy family. Lucius, come with me to the study. Clearly, the men of the Malfoy family wished to spare the women unnecessary worries. They exerted every effort to create an ideal realm, willing to sacrifice anything for the happiness of their family. In the distance, Draco's cries echoed, prompting Lucius to add, Father, Draco will wail if he cannot see Aurora. You were the same as a child. You would weep if you could not see Sissy. Abraxas' eyes twinkled with a mischievous glimmer, akin to that of a fox. Truly, the Malfoy father and son share an undeniable resemblance. Father. Lucius was momentarily taken aback, unprepared for his father to broach such a topic, revealing a look of resignation. Then, as if struck by a thought, he too began to chuckle. Aurora resembles Sissy quite closely in her childhood. He extended his slender fingers and gently tapped my forehead. That I wondered if this generation of Malfoys would internally digest Abraxas's increasingly subdued voice. It turned out that the Malfoy couple had been living together at our age. I had certainly unearthed many secrets of the Malfoy family. I perked up my ears, eager to continue listening to their gossip. But unexpectedly, they quickly got to the point. Your insistence on my immediate return implies that Aurora is behaving strangely. As an infant, she is rather too quiet. My heart leapt into my throat. Could it be? Abraxas's fingertips lightly brushed my brow, his gray eyes brimmed with heartache, that my heart twisted in sympathy. Aurora, I am sorry. I felt a tightening in my brow, as if a needle were piercing my forehead. What was this sensation? Could it be a form of mind invasion? There were no traces of dark magic, nor did it seem like possession. The physical pain and emotional grievance overwhelmed me, and I could not help but cry uncontrollably that I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Abraxas babbled apologies as I squirmed in his embrace. Aurora, are you angry with grandfather? Seeing me struggle vigorously, he assumed I wanted to escape his hold. His sorrowful expression seemed on the verge of tears. Gradually, I quieted down, pouting, and grasped his long hair that cascaded over his shoulders. Just like when I was little with Cece, I had a penchant for clutching onto things. Yes, holding on brings joy, Lucius chimed in. Cece? ISNT, that Narcissa's nickname. Could it be that Narcissa was raised in Malfoy manner since childhood? How astonishing. Lucius, you must pay more attention to the children. Look, Aurora enjoys being with me the most. Abraxas proudly boasted of my affection for him. Father, I will go see Cece. Lucius placed Draco beside Abraxas, as if he had finally shed a great burden and breathed a sigh of relief. Your father is quite the protective brother. Abraxas gritted his teeth, though he hardly appeared angry. It wasn't until many years later, when Draco recalled grandfather's teachings, that I understood the significance of being protective within the Malfoy family. Do you need my assistance? A melodious male voice suddenly rang in my ear. What are you doing here? Hurry back. There truly was someone. I broke out in a cold sweat. A shadow gradually solidified into form. It was an extraordinarily handsome young man with jet black hair, striking features, and an intense gaze filled with emotion. Tom. Abraxas raised his voice. Among the characters in Harry Potter, who else could possess such striking looks and be acquainted with Abraxas but Tom? The boy pouted, revealing a look of grievance. That am I so unpresentable? Clearly, Cece is still mine. Cece has nothing to do with you. Abraxas raised his voice, looking increasingly as though he were trying to cover something up. Before me stood Voldemort, or rather, the 16-year-old Tom Riddle. A fragment of his soul split within the diary. Young Tom's eyes turned red, seemingly filled with anger. He suddenly lunged at Abraxas, who instinctively shut his eyes. Stop deceiving yourself. You know you cannot escape. The boy whispered into the man's ear. The tightly shut eyes of the man missed the intense affection emanating from the boy. What a duplicitous bunch of Slytherins that I mean. Aurora seems to see me. Young Tom's crimson eyes gazing at me. How could this be? You better not have designs on her. Abraxas instinctively shielded me behind him. Tom Riddle, I command you, return to where you belong. Besides being near you, I shall go nowhere else. I cannot fathom what means Abraxas employed to allow the fragment of soul in the diary to temporarily detach from the object it clung to. Moreover, through their dialogue, it was evident that Abraxas held the upper hand in their relationship. The two faced off, and young Tom's eyes transformed into a vivid red. Ultimately, it was Abraxas who faltered first. He sternly reiterated, "Do not harbor any intentions towards Aurora. What can I do in my current state?" Young Tom smiled wryly, his well-defined eyebrows slightly furrowed. He was adept at leveraging his advantages to extract benefits. Abraxas, true to form, softened. Tom, that is not what I meant, that I know. You speak contrary to your heart. The corners of the young one's lips curled gently, his gaze affectionate, as if Abraxas were still that mischievous young Malfoy. Did you just say that Aurora can see you? It seemed that young Tom had long since acclimated to Abraxas's erratic thoughts. Her eyes, unlike Draco's, always follow me. Alas, I have truly been discovered since I've been uncovered. It would be more advantageous for me to observe openly. Otherwise, if they find out that I can comprehend their dialogue, it might incite further complications. Abraxas anxiously tightened his embrace around me. Draco, having been neglected for a while, began to whimper. They are so young, yet they have already learned to vie for attention. Young Tom knelt down, lightly poking Draco's soft cheek with his finger. Just now, I wonder who it was that claimed they would lend a hand. Abraxas muttered, seemingly indicating that Draco's roundabout manner of expression was inherited from his grandfather. Draco needs a diaper change. Young Tom adeptly attended to the infant's needs. These matters, I can simply call a house elf for next time. Abraxas had not anticipated that the boy could accomplish this. It's all right. You know that during every summer at the orphanage, this is a task I must undertake daily. Young Voldemort was truly adept at eliciting sympathy. Abraxas was entirely captivated by him. Tom stammered, seemingly at a loss for how to console the young boy before him. My time is limited. The energy I have painstakingly gathered has been depleted so swiftly. The figure of young Tom was gradually fading. Will my blood be of any assistance to you? Abraxas bit his lower lip, resolutely uttering this phrase. The bloodline of the Malfoy family is quite special. The boy shook his head, smiling yet delicately refusing any aid. His strength appeared to be on the brink of exhaustion. Unable to produce any further sound, it was uncertain how long it would be until he awakened once more. The shape of his lips indicated that he wished to convey, you know, I would never harm you. Not at all like you. How could a selfish and venomous little imp like you possess such a side? A tear trickled down Abraxas's fair cheek. It was only much later that I realized the fragmented 16-year-old version of Voldemort was his only remaining vestige of goodwill. This precious gift had but one recipient, Abraxas, and no one else. Aurora, are you comforting me? My fingers traced the path of the tears left by Abraxas. The man's eyes glistened red, his beautiful gray orbs shimmering like glass beads, as a mere infant. My mouth had not yet fully developed, rendering me incapable of conversing with him. I am fine. Abraxas attempted to lift the corners of his lips, seemingly wanting to offer me solace. Yet he appeared as fragile as fine china. The Malfoy family possessed striking beauty, and it was certainly not an issue of casting for Harry Potter. Once, there were those who questioned whether the portrayals of Draco and Lucius by actors Tom Felton and Jason Isaacs were inconsistent with the original text. How could the blonde-haired, gray-eyed bully have amassed a legion of devoted fans across the globe? Audiences were swayed by appearances, entirely because the actors themselves were so captivating. If one were to adhere to the descriptions provided by the author, J.K. Rowling, the Malfoy family's looks would be deemed average. I must assert that this is the gravest misconception. Rowling narrated through the lens of the protagonist, Harry Potter. The dark-haired, green-eyed savior has held prejudices against the Malfoy family from the outset. To claim that Narcissa is merely nice-looking, she is nothing short of breathtaking. Spending each day in her presence, I am constantly reminded of the creator's favoritism. Her skin, as smooth as cream and as white as snow, is absurdly likened to that of a drowned person. I cannot fathom how the savior could wear such a thick filter, or is he simply so nearsighted that he is practically blind? Abraxas and Lucius, the father-son duo of the Malfoy lineage, possess a beauty that rivals, if not surpasses, that of the Elven King and his son from the Lord of the Rings, as a newcomer and an observer. My perspective at this moment is relatively impartial. Indeed, it seems that Merlin has favored the Malfoy family, bestowing upon them both beauty and riches, albeit at the expense of their progeny. Thus, my presence here is a delightful surprise. My arrival has divided the affections that were solely Draco's. My uniqueness has put the entire family on high alert. Severus, the reason for your visit today is related to Aurora. Lucius has invited Snape to the Malfoy Manor. Snape, a character marked by tragedy within the Harry Potter saga, navigates the treacherous waters between righteousness and malevolence. When Lucius recognized Snape's remarkable aptitude for potions and introduced him to Voldemort, it was not without a mindset of mutual benefit. Yet, Lucius has consistently placed his trust in this Slytherin Jr. The sincere affection that the Malfoys seldom bestow has been so easily betrayed. Perhaps, from the moment I became Aurora, my stance was no longer neutral. Not to mention, once Snape learns the truth, Draco and I would have been born by the end of July. Lily Evans' son was not the only candidate for Voldemort's plans. Would he betray us? The weight of beloved kin against that of cherished friends. What truly matters? It is evident. Aurora, Lucius gently reassures. Snape extends his hand to receive me, enveloped in the refreshing aroma of herbs tea this moment. The potions master is still quite young, devoid of the persistent melancholy that will soon plague him. Perhaps he is entirely unaware that, in the near future, he will suffer the loss of his beloved. She is so soft. I sense Snape's body tense. He cradles me in his hands, hesitant to move. The infant's fragility is such that Lucius stands by, vigilantly watching over. Snape's flustered demeanor is quite amusing. Her child will soon be born. The identity of this need not be spoken aloud. Lucius has also witnessed the divergence of their paths. Ultimately, the pure Lily Evans, chose Potter, someone who had once bullied her friend. The infamous quartet of highwaymen. It is indeed difficult to fathom that Gryffindor, a house that prides itself on nobility, produced a group of bullies who would wish to see the snot-nosed brat's undergarments. This is not only Snape's eternal nightmare, but also the source of pain for all fans of Harry Potter. Lucius offers a comforting pat on Snape's shoulder. I would like to ask you to be the godfather of Aurora and Draco. Mr. Malfoy would not agree. Snape gently declines. His father raises no objections. Lucius blocks his retreat. Aurora likes you very much that I do not. I protest. I am merely attentively listening to their conversation. Nothing more. Typically, infants are not accustomed to the embrace of strangers and would have begun to wail by now. Lucius continues to stoke the flames. How infuriating to be sold so easily. Nevertheless, Snape does appear to be quite a valuable ally. In the original text, Voldemort, seeking to punish the Malfoy family, assigned Draco the task of assassinating Dumbledore. A deed that Snape undertook on his behalf. In his mind, the distinctions between justice and evil seem to hold little weight. He is indeed a Slytherin who values loyalty and promises. With this thought, I reach out to grasp the 2 strands of black hair that fall across his forehead. Severus, have you washed your hair? Lucius's expression twists in distaste, and I recall that this future potions master does not particularly prioritize personal hygiene. The man swiftly tears me away from Snape. Severus, since Aurora is willing, this matter is settled. He had originally asked Snape to keep an eye on me, but that seems to have been forgotten. It is indeed a challenge to maintain a friendship with Snape for so many years, given the Malfoy family's propensity for cleanliness. Severus, remember to wash your hair next time. I remark. Aurora is hungry. I shall not see you off. Lucius, are you trying to flaunt your newly acquired children to the eligible bachelor? Truly, rubbing salt in the wound. The camaraderie of Slytherins. Aurora, having an additional protector will surely make your future path a bit easier. Lucius speaks softly. Luke, you have been gone for quite some time. Narcissa whispers, extending her arms to take me. Is it a bit swollen? Lucius does not shy away from the inquiry. Narcissa's voice grows softer. Lucius has even taken the initiative to sample the nourishment meant for Draco and me. The woman gazes at the newcomer with glistening eyes, her gray irises shimmering with emotion. Cece, first come, first served. That is the rule. She appears helpless against her husband's indifference, embodying a mix of resistance and allure that is particularly endearing. Unable to wait any longer, Draco scuttles over, using hands and feet to reach me. Lucius reluctantly releases his wife to make room. How vexing. He has no sense of propriety. Indeed, he has spoken both the truth and the opposite. Poor Draco, he has been stifled since childhood. However, on another note, Narcissa's physique is truly remarkable, a blend of Eastern elegance and Western fullness. Perhaps due to her nursing phase, her bosom is full and heavy, utterly captivating. It is astonishing how, having just given birth to twins, she has so swiftly returned to such a desirable shape. And oh wonder Lucius is so eager to usher us away immediately after feeding. Cece needs to rest well. You must learn to be independent sooner. I gaze at the starry ceiling created by magic in the separate nursery, momentarily at a loss for words. This line of reasoning is hardly convincing. Dear Father, the majority of my time has been spent with Draco. The once idolized figure in my heart has transformed into a tiny baby, so plump and soft, devoid of the arrogance depicted in the original text. He is now a lovely little dumpling. Draco resembles Luke, while Aurora bears a closer resemblance to Cece. Abraxas remarks with a smile. He casually retrieves a treasured family portrait of the Malfoys, showing it to Draco and me. This is Luke and Cece as children. Each year, they would take a photo together to celebrate their birthdays, chronicling their journey from infancy to childhood, adolescence, and adulthood. The photographs in a magical world are akin to the trending short videos of the modern Muggle realm. They are animated. From a young age, Lucius has displayed an astonishing possessiveness over Narcissa. This what one might call childhood sweethearts, a love born of innocent companionship. The Black and Malfoy families have intertwined too closely. Celebrating birthdays together, perhaps my understanding of the magical world is still too rudimentary. Since my birth, I should not overly rely on the narrative of the original text. A single thread pulled could unravel the entire tapestry. After all, An unexpected arrival could drastically alter the course of the story, did I, indeed, have the potential to butterfly the entire plot. Draco gazes intently at a photograph of Lucius participating in a Quidditch match. The youthful Lucius, clutching the golden snitch, kneels before Narcissa, surrounded by teammates. It is said that presenting the golden snitch to one's beloved will earn the blessing of Merlin. The girl's cheeks flush with red. Shy and demure, her platinum waves are lifted by the breeze, glistening with a satin-like sheen. What a romantic confession. What I do not know is that at this moment, Draco is also firmly etching this memory into his heart. Time passes swiftly. It seems my presence has not disrupted the narrative in any significant way. Abraxas and Lucius are seen less frequently at Malfoy Manor. Draco, Aurora, are you thinking of your father and grandfather? Narcissa cradles us in her arms, offering gentle comfort. Where are they, Mama? Draco and I, with our limited vocabulary, manage to express our thoughts intermittently. Dio Daddy and Grandpa not want us. Draco's eyes glisten with unshed tears. It is precisely because they love you so dearly that they wish to protect you better. Narcissa explains in terms we can comprehend. Are Daddy and Grandpa fighting? Draco was filled with excitement. Indeed, the blood of boys retains a desire for rivalry and aggression. Yet, it is not without its complexities. The light in Narcissa's eyes dimmed, but she was compelled to wear a facade of cheerfulness. As the mother of 2 children, she had to exhibit strength. Least in our presence. She must not reveal her inner fragility. Yet, she is hardly older than I am from Huaguo. She worries for her husband's safety and is anxious about the family's honor and disgrace. Voldemort, who is perpetually in a state of soul fragmentation, has grown increasingly irritable. A moment's carelessness could lead to excruciating consequences. Although the Malfoy family, thanks to initial financial backing, holds significant power among the Death Eaters, they are still viewed with suspicion by those in higher positions, living each day in trepidation, as if treading on thin ice. Whenever her worries mount, she unconsciously caresses the L-shaped pendant around her neck. L must stand for Lucius, right? Mom, I climbed against her, wiping the moisture from the corners of her eyes. Dad said we mustn't cry. Are you keeping an eye on me? The Malfoy housekeeper, my apologies. Narcissa gently pinched my nose. Her expression shifting from sorrow to laughter. Don't cry. Dad says you'll turn into an ugly little fox. I echoed Lucius's words that Narcissa's face flushed like an apple. Aurora, why do you listen to everything he says? The woman muttered softly, her voice laced with a charming tone, sounding almost like a playful pout. Despite being an old married couple, their affection for one another resembled that of young lovers. Is Little Fox a nickname for Mom? I feigned ignorance, widening my eyes in a look of bewilderment that I knew this was the most deceptive approach. Her face reddened further. Mom, do you have a fever? Your face is so hot. Draco crawled over, placing his hand on her cheek. So warm. Thank you both for your concern. Just leave the care of Mom to me. Lucius had returned via apparition. I felt my body lighten as Draco and I were bundled out of the master bedroom. We were long accustomed to this. As long as Father was present, we would never be the top priority. Aurora, let's go, Draco urged beside me. Mom is so unfortunate. Just now she was crying, and soon she'll cry again. Why? Dad always makes Mom cry. Don't you know? He looked utterly baffled. Then, as if recalling something, right? You always sleep so soundly that for a day and night, Mom can't leave the room. Huh. You have memories from when you were little? I exclaimed in surprise. Of course. Don't you? He replied, as if it were the most natural thing. What? The Draco before me can't possibly be another time traveler. You don't want anyone to find out? He nodded. That's how it should be. Aurora, you're Malfoy too. Draco, thank you for recognizing me, I said, suppressing a laugh. Draco, still so young, was deliberately maintaining a stern expression, resembling a little adult. How adorable. Are you mimicking Dad? It seems the original narrative held some truth. Draco truly is a Lucius devotee. Growing up, he would be the one to constantly mention telling my father, in a way. The Malfoy family has a fair complexion, so when their faces turn red, it becomes quite apparent. Was I able to uncover Draco's secret? How endearing. I poked his puffed-up cheeks with my finger. So fragile, like a peeled egg. Aurora, I'm the older brother. He grasped my hand firmly. You were born just a few seconds before me. But that still makes you the older brother. He tightened his grip. That you're merely my nominal elder brother. The Malfoy family tree has never acknowledged me. It's all an illusion. Yet I couldn't voice that. Angered, Draco resembled a pufferfish ready to burst. Fine, I admit my mistake. Okay. Older brother, I quickly conceded. Dad is also an older brother. Draco suddenly lowered his voice. What do you mean? Privately, I heard Mom called Dad older brother. Draco explained somewhat incoherently. How perplexing. What was this about, Mom? Dad and older brothers? Draco must have misheard. Yet at that moment, I failed to comprehend his deeper meaning. Poor Draco, deceived by Lucius from a young age, began to bear the responsibilities of being an older brother. Draco, you're the older brother. You must be considerate towards Aurora. Draco, you're the older brother. You must set a good example. Draco, you are the elder brother. The turmoil within the British magical realm grows increasingly tumultuous. And our family's training has swiftly risen to the forefront of discussions. In Huaguo, the educational system emphasizes alleviating burdens. Yet unexpectedly, after my sudden transition, I find myself overwhelmed by the weight of assignments. Father, is it possible for Aurora to be exempt from participation? Draco seems to have discerned my reluctance. Lucius ponders for a moment, casting a gaze towards Narcissa, his eyes filled with reminiscence. The woman kneels down, saying, Aurora, we wish to provide you both with equal opportunities. Sometimes, even under the guise of protection, those being safeguarded yearn to wield weapons and grow strong. Cece, I am sorry, Lucius expresses with deep remorse, kissing his wife's brow. Narcissa leans against her husband's strong chest, their fingers interlaced, embodying an intimacy that is palpable. Had the former mother never had the chance to undergo the family trials? Yet, the Malfoy trials were never tied to the lineage of the Black family. What enigma are they unraveling? Narcissa's fleeting glances of envy reveal the challenges faced by women in participating in family trials, especially with the existence of a male heir like Draco. Aurora, I apologize. I did not intend to deprive you of your opportunity. Draco finds me after class. You were concerned that I might be too exhausted. I understand that I grasp his hand. Oh, my astonishment, Draco mimics Lucius, effortlessly pulling me into his embrace. I scarcely have time to protest before he pecks my cheek. You shouldn't mimic everything. Such actions are reserved for couples. Draco beams a radiant smile, declaring, I knew girls adored this. That is not the case. Only parents are permitted such liberties. We cannot, I hurriedly clarify, fearful of hurting his pride. Why not? Draco inquires, his expression a mix of confusion. My goodness, how can I elucidate such matters to a child? We simply cannot. A persistent worry lingers in my heart, that once I fulfill my mission, the Malfoy family may abandon me. Family is paramount. How can a magical creation be deemed family? Why is it not permissible? How can I explain? I am anxiously awaiting a response. Noticing my stammering, Draco's smile falters. Aurora, do you not like me? Of course not. I do like you. My favorite character in Harry Potter is you. Especially growing up together. Merlin knows how happy that makes me. That's all right. I will wait for you to say yes. The boy vows earnestly. I finally grasp why prominent Western authors devote considerable time to describing the protagonist's eye color, hidden beneath long, dense lashes. His gray eyes shimmer brilliantly. One could easily suspect this fellow is attempting to ensnare me with his looks. How did it seem to spiral further into complexity? Never mind. Someday, he will come to understand. In that moment, for the sake of family honor, he too shall make the right choice. Suddenly, Lucius's Patronus materializes in our home. A silver-white, nine-tailed fox, haughty emanates the voice of my father. Cece, the Dark Lord has vanished. Poor Draco, deceived by Lucius from childhood, now bears the burden of brotherly responsibility. Draco, you are the elder brother. You must yield to Aurora. Draco, you are the elder brother. You must set a good example. Draco, you are the elder brother. The turmoil within the British magical realm grows increasingly tumultuous, and our family's training has swiftly risen to the forefront of discussions. In Huaguo, the educational system emphasizes alleviating burdens. Yet unexpectedly, after my sudden transition, I find myself overwhelmed by the weight of assignments. Father, is it possible for Aurorala to be exempt from participation? Draco seems to have discerned my reluctance. Lucius ponders for a moment, casting a gaze towards Narcissa. His eyes filled with reminiscence. The woman kneels down, saying, Aurorala, we wish to provide you both with equal opportunities. Sometimes, even under the guise of protection, those being safeguarded yearn to wield weapons and grow strong. Cece, I am sorry, Lucius expresses with deep remorse, kissing his wife's brow. Narcissa leans against her husband's strong chest, their fingers interlaced, embodying an intimacy that is palpable. Had the former mother never had the chance to undergo the family trials? Yet the Malfoy trials were never tied to the lineage of the Black family. What enigma are they unraveling? Narcissa's fleeting glances of envy reveal the challenges faced by women in participating in family trials, especially with the existence of a male heir like Draco. Aurorala, I apologize. I do not intend to deprive you of your opportunity. Draco finds me after class. You are concerned that I might be too exhausted. I understand. I grasp his hand. Oh, my astonishment. Draco mimics Lucius, effortlessly pulling me into his embrace. I scarcely have time to protest before he pecks my cheek. You shouldn't mimic everything. Such actions are reserved for couples. Draco beams a radiant smile, declaring, I knew girls adored this. That is not the case. Only parents are permitted such liberties. We cannot. I hurriedly clarify, fearful of hurting his pride. Why not? Draco inquires, his expression a mix of confusion. My goodness, how can I elucidate such matters to a child? We simply cannot. A persistent worry lingers in my heart, that once I fulfill my mission, the Malfoy family may abandon me. Family is paramount. How can a magical creation be deemed family? Why is it not permissible? How can I explain? I am anxiously awaiting a response. Noticing my stammering, Draco's smile falters. Aurorala, do you not like me? Of course not. I do like you. My favorite character in Harry Potter is you, especially growing up together. Merlin knows how happy that makes me. That's all right. I will wait for you to say yes, the boy vows earnestly. I finally grasp why prominent Western authors devote considerable time to describing the protagonist's eye color. Hidden beneath long, dense lashes, his gray eyes shimmer brilliantly point. One could easily suspect this fellow is attempting to ensnare me with his looks. How did it seem to spiral further into complexity? Never mind. Someday, he will come to understand in that moment. For the sake of family honor, he too shall make the right choice. Suddenly, Lucius's Patronus materializes in our home, a silver-white nine-tailed fox. It emanates the voice of my father. Cece, the Dark Lord has vanished. Poor Draco, deceived by Lucius from childhood, now bears the burden of brotherly responsibility. Draco, you are the elder brother. You must yield to Aurorala. Draco, you are the elder brother. You must set a good example. Draco, you are the elder brother. The turmoil within the British magical realm grows increasingly tumultuous, and our family's training has swiftly risen to the forefront of discussions. In Huaguo, the educational system emphasizes alleviating burdens. Yet unexpectedly, after my sudden transition, I find myself overwhelmed by the weight of assignments. Father, is it possible for Aurorala to be exempt from participation? Draco seems to have discerned my reluctance. Lucius ponders for a moment, casting a gaze towards Narcissa, his eyes filled with reminiscence. The woman kneels down, saying, Aurorala, we wish to provide you both with equal opportunities. Sometimes, even under the guise of protection, those being safeguarded yearn to wield weapons and grow strong. Cece, I am sorry, Lucius expresses with deep remorse, kissing his wife's brow. Narcissa leans against her husband's strong chest, their fingers interlaced, embodying an intimacy that is palpable. Had the former mother never had the chance to undergo the family trials? Yet the Malfoy trials were never tied to the lineage of the Black family. What enigma are they unraveling? Narcissa's fleeting glances of envy reveal the challenges faced by women in participating in family trials, especially with the existence of a male heir like Draco. Aurorala, I apologize. I do not intend to deprive you of your opportunity. Draco finds me after class. You are concerned that I might be too exhausted. I understand. That I grasp his hand. Oh, my astonishment. Draco mimics Lucius, effortlessly pulling me into his embrace. I scarcely have time to protest before he pecks my cheek. You shouldn't mimic everything. Such actions are reserved for couples. Draco beams a radiant smile, declaring, I knew girls adored this. That's not the case. Only parents are permitted such liberties. We cannot. I hurriedly clarify, fearful of hurting his pride. Why not? Draco inquires, his expression a mix of confusion. My goodness, how can I elucidate such matters to a child? We simply cannot. A persistent worry lingers in my heart, that once I fulfill my mission, the Malfoy family may abandon me. Family is paramount. How can a magical creation be deemed family? Why is it not permissible? How can I explain? I am anxiously awaiting a response. Noticing my stammering, Draco's smile falters. Aurora, do you not like me? Of course not. I do like you. My favorite character in Harry Potter is you. Especially growing up together. Merlin knows how happy that makes me. That's all right. I will wait for you to say yes, the boy vows earnestly. I finally grasp why prominent Western authors devote considerable time to describing the protagonists I color. Hidden beneath long, dense lashes, his gray eyes shimmer brilliantly. One could easily suspect this fellow is attempting to ensnare me with his looks. How did it seem to spiral further into complexity? Never mind. Someday he will come to understand in that moment. For the sake of family honor, he too shall make the right choice. Suddenly, Lucius's Patronus materializes in our home. A silver-white nine-tailed fox. It emanates the voice of my father. CC, the Dark Lord has vanished. Poor Draco, deceived by Lucius from childhood, now bears the burden of brotherly responsibility. Draco, you are the elder brother. You must yield to Aurora. Draco, you are the elder brother. You must set a good example. Draco, you are the elder brother, he vowed loudly to Narcissa. My nose was tinged with a burning sensation, and my eyes felt swollen that I buried my head into Narcissa's bosom, unwilling to emerge, soaking her nightgown. She said nothing, gently running her slender fingers through my long hair, her fingertips tenderly caressing my scalp. In her embrace, I felt my body relax. When Lucius returned, this was the scene he beheld, two children nestled in their mother's arms. Mr. Malfoy, I implore you, open the defenses of Malfoy Manor. It is a summons from Wisingamot. The Ministry of Magic, witnessing the downfall of Voldemort, has begun to take action against his former followers. Those who once soared to great heights now find themselves plummeting to the depths. Fortunately, Abraxas and Lucius had prepared in advance, transferring the majority of their assets, leaving only an empty shell behind, for the Black family. There is no need to elaborate. They are fervent supporters of pure blood culture. The head of the Black family, Orion Black, was also one of Voldemort's adherents. His niece, Bellatrix, served as Voldemort's right hand, Narcissa's mother, Druella Rosier, hail from the Rosier family, one of the Sacred 28. The Malfoys and the Rosiers have maintained a close relationship due to their familial ties. This successful asset transfer was facilitated by the Rosier family. Wait, Rosier, such a familiar surname. It belongs to the family of the infamous dark wizard Gellert Grindelwald's assistant, Veda Rosier. The intricate web of familial connections in the magical world nearly leaves me dizzy. Lucius and Narcissa do not shy away from these matters. Draco and Aurora cannot forever reside in the ivory tower we have built. They must come to terms with the realities that await them. Narcissa's expression remained placid, yet her eyes betrayed a hint of compassion that, my dear, I am sorry. This is the best outcome. Our family is safe, Lucius murmured softly, holding his wife close. Severus has gone mad. The Dark Lord has broken his promise. Are you referring to Mrs. Potter? Lily Evans sacrificed herself to save Harry Potter. Yes, to protect her child. Narcissa drew us tighter into her embrace. In that moment, she must have felt an affinity with Lily Evans. Luke, were it my choice, I might have made the same sacrifice as Mrs. Potter. Narcissa, in the climax of the original story, deceived Voldemort, falsely claiming that Harry Potter was dead. She would also sacrifice herself for her children. Lucius Malfoy, will never allow you to face such a decision. The man's hand caressed the back of the woman's neck, gently stroking the L-shaped pendant. Sissy, we had long agreed not to leave me alone. I am sorry, Luke. The man swallowed the woman's murmurs into silence. Aurora, let us step outside. Draco resignedly closed the door to the master bedroom, retreating with me. Mother has angered father, Draco said with a worried expression. It is nothing. They merely need to communicate more deeply. Though it seems the conversation may take some time, perhaps I should remind the house elf not to prepare their dinner, despite the mess awaiting them. Lucius's long-suppressed emotions were finally released. The following morning, he appeared in the dining room, invigorated, as the aurors from the Ministry of Magic escorted him to the Wisengamot courtroom. Draco, Aurora, do not be afraid. Even when his freedom was restricted and his wand confiscated, he continued to softly reassure his family. Malfoy, you must pay for all that you have done. A young man with red hair pointed his wand at Lucius's back. Weasley, are you here to judge me? You are not even qualified. Lucius did not turn, his expression one of utter disdain. Arthur Weasley was instantly incensed, brandishing his wand, preparing to attack the defenseless Lucius. A saying circulates in the West that red-haired individuals are sensitive and quick to anger. It appears there may be some truth to it. You consorted with the devil and drove the Longbottoms mad. Malfoy, you should descend into hell with that man. Arthur, stop, cried Barty Crouch, who was accompanying him. He was the father of young Barty Crouch, the current head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, and due to his harsh methods, he was a leading candidate for the next Minister of Magic. Mr. Malfoy has not yet been convicted, he stated succinctly. Indeed, Barty has reminded me. Weasley, the accusations you just made could be ground for defamation, Lucius drawled lazily. That depends on whether you live long enough to find out. Bid your children farewell. I fear the next time they may see you in Azkaban. Arthur shot back with scorn. Someone like you can still have descendants. However, they will soon be orphans, unlike poor Harry, who could be taken in by a Muggle family. Lucius finally turned around. His family was his Achilles heel. His expression was no longer relaxed or casual. I was prepared to cooperate fully with you. He sighed softly. After all, coming here without a few coins in return means the ministry may soon find itself in disarray. However, I have changed my mind at Lucius's disdainful demeanor further enraged Barty Crouch. Yet he was far more composed than Arthur Weasley. Mr. Malfoy, I apologize. It is our staff's lack of professionalism that I hope you. Before he could finish, he was ejected by the Malfoy family's defensive system that I initially intended to approach this gently. Sissy, Lucius said, wrapping his arms around Narcissa's waist, a look of grievance upon his face. The magic suppressor that had bound him had already shattered into two pieces. They have gone too far. They actually cursed our child. In Narcissa's hands was the serpent-headed wand, a relic passed down through generations of the Malfoy family. It turned out that when Lucius activated the defensive system, his mother had retrieved the wand, that Lucius's wand was crafted from elm and dragon heartstring. Only by placing absolute trust in another could one wield his wand. Narcissa returned the wand to Lucius. But he refused it. Hold on to it for me. Very well. Narcissa did not protest. She stepped forward to assist Lucius in taming his slightly disheveled hair. Wisengamot, I will still pay a visit, but I shall not part with a single galleon. Then their plans will surely be thwarted? Narcissa smiled knowingly. They will soon realize whose loss is greater. The Ministry of Magic was actively engaged in post-war reconstruction, desperately in need of substantial funds. This summons to Lucius was little different from extortion. Under the guise of sponsorship, they sought to bleed the Malfoy family wide at AS for the outcome of the trial. It would depend on the sincerity of the Malfoy family. Father, Draco and I gathered around, the boy's eyes brimming with tears. Do not worry, Lucius said, wiping the moisture from my cheek. Could it be that the usually cold-hearted me is also shedding tears? Father promises to return safely. And we shall all celebrate Christmas together, shall we? Lucius crouched down, linking our pinkies. The gift should be doubled, Father. Very well. Sissy, that person has also contacted me, inquiring if I require assistance. Grandfather? Yes. Father, who is grandfather? Why have I never met him? He has already arrived. Lucius revealed a mysterious smile. There remained but one individual who had just accompanied the delegation from the Ministry of Magic to Malfoy Manor. He was utterly unremarkable, possessing an aura of invisibility. A surge of magical energy enveloped him, restoring his true form. But a middle-aged man with golden hair and blue eyes materialized before us. I finally comprehended that Lucius's allure stemmed from his lineage. His thick, golden short hair framed sculpted features of perfect symmetry, with sharp brows and piercing eyes. The striking heterochromia rendered him almost otherworldly in beauty. He looked down upon us with an air of condescension. Lucius Zishi, long time no see, I have brought gifts for the little ones. His heavy Eastern European accent and every gesture exuded aristocratic elegance. Allow me to introduce myself. He crouched to meet our gaze. I am Gellert Grindelwald. Gellert Grindelwald, the former companion of Albus Dumbledore, the leader of the Pure-Blood Party. Was he not imprisoned in Nurmengard? His keen perception caught the flicker of recognition on my face. You have heard my name? I responded, my mind racing, eventually articulating the expected reply. Is it truly so? Grindelwald's eyes narrowed slightly, Lucius's disdainful demeanor equally incensed Barty Crouch. Yet he was far more seasoned than Arthur Weasley. Mr. Malfoy, I apologize. It seems our staff lacked professionalism, and I hope you. Before he could finish, the Malfoy family's defensive enchantments expelled him. I had intended to approach the situation gently. Zishi, Lucius's arms wrapped protectively around Narcissa, wore a look of grievance. The magical restraining device that had bound him had long since snapped in two. They have gone too far, cursing our child. In Narcissa's hand was the serpent-headed wand passed down through generations of the Malfoy family. It turned out that when Father activated the defensive system, Mother retrieved the wand. Lucius's wand was crafted from elm and dragon heartstring. Only by bestowing absolute trust could one wield their own wand. Narcissa offered the wand back to Lucius, yet he declined. You hold on to it for me. Very well. Narcissa did not protest, stepping forward to help Lucius arrange his slightly disheveled hair. Wit beyond measure, I shall still pay a visit to Wisingamot. However, I shall not bestow upon them a single galleon. Then their plans may very well be in vain. Narcissa's lips curled into a smirk. They shall come to realize whose loss is greater. The Ministry of Magic was fervently engaged in post-war reconstruction, desperately requiring substantial financial investment. This communication with Lucius was no different from extortion, masquerading as sponsorship while demanding the Malfoy family to bleed profusely. As for the outcome of the trial, it hinged on the Malfoy family's sincerity. Father, Draco, and I clustered around, the boy already with tears welling in his eyes. Oh, not worry. Lucius reached out to dry the moisture from my cheek. Had I, the one known for my cold heart, truly shed tears, Father promises to return safely, and we shall celebrate Christmas together. All right? Lucius crouched down, entwining our pinkies. The gifts must be doubled, Father. Very well. Zishi, that individual has also contacted me, inquiring if I require assistance. Grandfather? Indeed. Father? Who is grandfather? Why have I never seen him? He has arrived. Lucius displayed a mysterious smile. Once again, one individual remained who had just followed the Ministry of Magic to Malfoy Manor. He was utterly unremarkable, possessing an aura of invisibility. A surge of magical energy enveloped him, restoring his true form. But a middle-aged man with golden hair and blue eyes materialized before us. I finally comprehended that Lucius's allure stemmed from his lineage. His thick, golden short hair framed sculpted features of perfect symmetry, with sharp brows and piercing eyes. The striking heterochromia rendered him almost otherworldly in beauty. He looked down upon us with an air of condescension. Lucius Zishi, long time no see, I have brought gifts for the little ones. His heavy Eastern European accent and every gesture exuded aristocratic elegance. Allow me to introduce myself. He crouched to meet our gaze. I am Gellert Grindelwald. Gellert Grindelwald, the former companion of Albus Dumbledore, the leader of the Pure-Blood Party. Was he not imprisoned in Nurmengard? His keen perception caught the flicker of recognition on my face. You have heard my name? I responded, my mind racing, eventually articulating the expected reply. Is it truly so? Grindelwald's eyes narrowed slightly. Gellert, Narcissa's voice was soft, yet she shielded me with her presence. She was draped in Lucius's coat, and with her sudden movement, a shoulder was exposed. Zishi, please take the children to rest. Lucius enveloped Narcissa securely once more, gentlemanly escorting us out. Grindelwald smiled silently, his gaze averted. He was well accustomed to Lucius's extreme possessiveness. If my memory serves me right, Grindelwald preferred his own gender. Lucius, you ought to be concerned for your own well-being. Had it not been for this blood relation, it would be you who attracts Grindelwald more. Evidently, my distant great-grandfather still harbored curiosity about me, His scrutinizing gaze felt like a prickling thorn upon my skin. "Aurora, do not fear." This phrase had almost become Narcissa's mantra. "Mother, why should I fear him? He is our kin." Narcissa, tousle my hair. "The closer the person, the more they can wound you. Aurora, you are braver than I." Her eyes sparkled with pride as she pressed a kiss upon my forehead. Draco, not to be outdone, tilted his face upward and kissed Narcissa's cheek. Thus, my kiss was conveyed to my sister. The heavy atmosphere shattered into laughter and mirth. Lucius forbade us from attending the public trial at Huaguo. As a shrewd politician, he understood well that the presence of his wife and children would garner immense sympathy. Logically and emotionally, it was the most advantageous choice for him and the Malfoy family. The portraits of the Malfoy lineage revealed the truth to me, that jealous Luke would never wish for Zishi to make an appearance before the public. Indeed, Narcissa's beauty warranted careful protection and cherishment. Moreover, there were those who, in times of crisis, would revel in casting stones into the well. Without the protection of the Dark Lord, the Malfoy family represented a delectable target who would not desire to partake in the spoils. The operations of the Order of the Phoenix and the Ministry of Magic also required extensive maintenance costs. Lucius never placed all his eggs in one basket. He always possessed a plan B. Grindelwald's foreign forces exerted pressure upon Huaguo. Furthermore, the Malfoy family served as the brains and coffers among the Death Eaters, operating with relative discretion. Unlike Bellatrix, the Carrows, and the Lestranges, who charged into battle, deriving enjoyment from tormenting muggles and slaughtering numerous members of the Order. Leaving ample evidence behind, Lucius was ultimately released in court on a warm afternoon. The Malfoy family gathered together to watch the replay of the trial. The broadcast concluded with a freeze frame of Arthur Weasley's furious visage. "Jealousy renders one ugly," Lucius mused, gently swirling his wine glass while observing the legs of the wine cling to the glass. I struggled to recall any past grievances with the Weasleys. The man feigned ignorance. Shaking his head dramatically. "Perhaps you once pursued Professor Pruitt?" Narcissa teased in response. "Pruitt, the surname of Molly Weasley before marriage. You're well aware of my tastes." Zishi, Lucius arched an eyebrow. "It may be due to the fact that during your tenure as head boy of Slytherin, you caught sight of the Weasley couple in a compromising situation." "Indeed, it is true, which is why these two staunch Gryffindors are more akin to vengeful Slytherins." Lucius shifted the conversation. "Cecilia, should we not also indulge ourselves like the Weasley couple of yesteryears? However, we only just this morning. No matter, this is Malfoy Manor. Cecilia, we may indulge ourselves." The Malfoys reveled in their freedoms, leaving the Malfoy siblings exchanging glances. Thankfully, we had long grown accustomed to this. It was merely another day in the Malfoy household. A few days later, Lucius returned from the Hog's Head, having retrieved a thoroughly intoxicated Severus Snape. His hair clung to his scalp in disarray, his robes devoid of discernible color, and he exuded an unbearable stench. The fastidious Lucius was willing to salvage him. A testament to true Slytherin camaraderie, he pinched his nose while instructing the house elf to cleanse the potion's master thoroughly. Severus had an expression of concern on his face as he regarded Narcissa. The death of Mrs. Potter had hit him hard. Lucius furrowed his brow. Potter Manor is currently under the control of the Ministry of Magic, another tale of the Ministry's insatiable greed. Unable to fleece the Malfoys, they set their sights on Potter Manor instead. The ancestral labor of a pure-blood family had become fodder for the Ministry. What of the Potter child? As a fellow mother, Narcissa felt a deeper empathy. "Highly confidential," Lucius remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Snape and exchanging a knowing look with Narcissa. Ever since the demise of Lily Evans, Snape had become a double agent, traversing between the ranks of the Order of the Phoenix and the Death Eaters. In the original narrative, he had deceived even the most vigilant Voldemort. Yet, Lucius' reaction suggested he was not entirely oblivious. Logically speaking, how could Voldemort expect loyalty from one who had slain his most beloved? "Father, may I visit Godfather?" I tugged at Lucius's robe. Anyone could embellish a situation, but it is in moments of vulnerability that true kindness is remembered. Lucius offered a knowing smile. "Thank you. Aurora, I want to go too." Draco volunteered. "Aurora, what scheme are you concocting?" Draco whispered conspiratorially. "What do you mean? Stop pretending, you opportunist." "Brother, you understand me best," I said, entwining my pinky with his. Godfather is a genius in potions and charms. If he can be of service to the Malfoy family, it would be a tremendous asset. This was why Father was willing to associate with a half-blood. Draco suddenly grasped the implication. Bloodline is not everything. Ability and opportunity are what truly matter. Aurora, how did you come to think of this? Draco mused, displaying a complex expression. By observation that I glanced at the embracing Malfoy couple, unable to suppress a smile. When Snape roused from his stupor, the first sight that met his eyes was Draco and me. Our weary faces at rest. Severus, did we awaken you? The little ones insisted on caring for you. Narcissa and Lucius, filled with apologies, gently lifted us. That child named Harry, so young, has lost his mother. Severus, Mrs. Potter's sacrifice was for the sake of those who survive. Perhaps you might consider focusing more on Harry. The man, once devoid of emotion, suddenly sparkled with a glimmer of hope. This would become his singular purpose for the remainder of his life. Harry's grandmother was also a Black. The Malfoys could offer sanctuary. Snape nodded. Thank you, Cecilia. However, Albus is unlikely to agree. Given the Malfoy family's close ties with Voldemort, how could they possibly be Dumbledore's first choice? Severus, you could always advocate for it. You mean to adopt the heir of the Potter family? Lucius, this suggestion hardly seems like you. Snape recoiled as if he had caught a whiff of something foul. It was Aurora's idea. Aurora, Snape turned towards the girl nestled against Narcissa's shoulder. You've given birth to a Gryffindor. That is hardly amusing, Severus. Aurora makes a valid point. You are the only one who would care for him. Lucius freed a hand to pat Snape's shoulder. That I shall consider it. Snape averted his gaze, and thank you. This marked the second time Snape had earnestly expressed gratitude. We endeavored to extend goodwill, hoping that in some distant future he would not betray the Malfoy family. His life, after all, had been one of perpetual exploitation. Voldemort had utilized his talents. While Dumbledore had exploited his guilt over Lily Evans, he had always been the most efficient dagger in the hands of these so-called leaders. He had never lived for himself. Yet, alas, I am not a savior. My presence here is not to rescue a long-lost soul. From the day Lily Evans perished, he had forfeited the capacity to love. The final word always drew tears from all, serving as his epitaph. Dumbledore politely declined Snape's wish to adopt Harry, assuring him that Harry would reside in the safest of places, living like a prince to live like a prince. How ironic. If abuse and subjugation were indeed the hallmarks of a princely existence, Snape's interactions with the Malfoy family remained close-knit. He frequently tutored Draco and me in our studies. That Draco's talent in potions was acknowledged by Snape. As in the original narrative, the boy held great admiration for the youngest head of Slytherin. Snape even imparted his self-invented spell, Sectum Sempra, and its counter-curse to the boy. Draco, that spell is quite dangerous, in the original narrative. During their 6th year at Hogwarts, Harry used Sectum Sempra, wounding Draco grievously. The boy collapsed in a pool of blood, his shirt stained crimson. Rest assured, I want to use it against you. Draco brandished his wand. Practicing indiscriminately, I had no desire to mar my appearance and quickly distanced myself from him. Found you, Draco exclaimed, flinging open a nearby cupboard. Godfather, Aurora hid herself to avoid practicing. The boy winked at me. Fortunately, Snape was not one to take the boy's word at face value. Your magic is still unstable. Do not practice offensive spells. Snape confiscated Draco's child-sized wand. Next, we shall proceed to potion making. Let me first assess your preparatory work. Godfather, do Muggle parents hit their children? We were already 5 years old, and surely Harry Potter had endured years of bleakness. Snape remained silent, my question evidently evoking memories of his own tragic childhood. Aurora, you've watched too much Muggle television to be this fearful, Draco interjected, pulling me from the cupboard. What kind of pampering have your parents given you that you harbor such worries? But I heard the portraits say the standards would only become more rigorous. Would it be like in Muggle television, where failing to meet expectations results in sleeping in a cupboard? My voice quivered, thick with nasality. Aurora, do you think you're a house elf, sleeping in cupboards? Draco ruffled my hair. How fortunate I am not to have been born into a Muggle family, I replied, my expression fraught with lingering apprehension. Before I could finish my thought, Snape's presence had vanished. Harry Potter, I can assist you only to this point. In the ensuing days, Snape did not appear at Malfoy Manor. Seizing the opportunity, Draco reported to Lucius, claiming my words must have perturbed Snape. Lucius pondered. Severus's father was a drunkard and a gambler, often venting his frustrations on Severus and his mother. He knelt, gently stroking my hair. Do not blame Aurora. My little princess is unaware. Father, you are truly biased. Draco pouted in anger and stormed out of the room. That I quickly pursued him, only to be halted by a man. Aurora, I hope everything unfolds as you anticipate. Lucius nodded, revealing a cryptic expression. How astute of him to notice. As for Draco, there was no need to chase after him. Boys should endure a few grievances. My brother, I shall indulge him with my bias. Lucius smiled gently, stepping aside to allow me passage. Behind me, I overheard his whispered conversation with Narcissa. Cece, Aurora bears a striking resemblance to you. Indeed, my heart has always favored you. My dear big cat, it wasn't until much later that I understood the significance of the big cat and the little fox, referring to their animagus forms, and why father was a snow leopard, while my mother was a nine-tailed fox. Their guardian spells corresponded perfectly, a pair of soulmates deeply attuned to each other. Draco, are you there? A large lump formed beneath the covers. I stealthily approached and suddenly lifted a corner, only to discover a dragon-shaped toy hidden inside. Deceived, immediately, the dark green blanket was thrown over my head. Ha! Childish tricks! Draco embraced me from behind. That I knew you would come looking for me. He retracted his prickly demeanor, and my heart softened. Naturally, having once shared a womb, no one in this world could be closer to me than he turned me around, as if something was brushing against my lips through the blanket. Don't move. This is how Daddy does it to Mommy. Draco, are you? My hands were pinned down by him, and I had no idea he possessed such strength. He delicately traced my face and fingertips. Little master, for the first time, I felt that the house elf Dobby's voice, which was usually shrill and jarring, sounded like celestial music. What is it, Dobby? I could discern the anger in Draco's tone. Little master, your master calls you to dine. With that, Dobby snapped his fingers, and I was once again greeted by light. That Draco's fair face was now flushed as if it were bleeding. Brother, please don't treat me like this. Aurora, do you not like it? Draco looked bewildered. Only couples can. Your future wife would be heartbroken to know your first kiss was given to me. We haven't kissed. Draco's furrowed brows relaxed. Through the blanket, it doesn't count. Besides, I promised Father that I wouldn't force myself on a girl unless I was certain of her feelings. I sighed in relief, yet still felt something was amiss. The future Mrs. Malfoy can only be you, Aurora. With that declaration, Draco took my hand and led me to the dining room. What? Am I being confessed to by a mere child? The mature part of me dismissed any childish declarations from a 5-year-old. There's a saying in my country. A man's words are but the whispers of a ghost. I in the magical world of Harry Potter. Aside from Lucius and Narcissa, most pure-blood family marriages were mere facades, devoid of true connection. Take Bellatrix Lestrange, who was married off by Voldemort, or Severus Snape's mother, Eileen Prince, who had an alcoholic and abusive man. Voldemort's mother, Mara P. Gaunt, even resorted to love potions to ensnare Tom Riddle. Genuine romance was nearly non-existent. Draco's official match was Astoria Greengrass. Even Pansy Parkinson, his girlfriend during their 7 years at school, could not secure a lasting bond with him. What confidence did I possess to disrupt an official pairing? As it stood, the trajectory of the story had not significantly altered due to my presence. Why true influence remained a subject of speculation. Aurora, why are you in a daze? My plate was piled high with food. Draco attentively cut up the parts one loved into bite-sized pieces. Thank you, brother. I smiled at him, only to remember that at 5 years old, I was beginning to lose my baby teeth. That I quickly covered my mouth. How embarrassing. Lucius and Narcissa exchanged knowing glances across the table. How infuriating. They were enjoying my embarrassment. Aurora, it's all right. This is perfectly normal. Narcissa said softly. Indeed, even with a missing front tooth, you remain the most adorable girl that, oh heavens, I wish to disappear in the ground. Really, no need to remind me, Draco. Lucius cleared his throat softly to mask his amused smile. Severus had a fierce argument with Dumbledore. He skillfully shifted the topic. I nodded faintly in gratitude, picking up on his conversational cue. Is it because of the Savior? Lucius nodded. The Dursleys have not treated Harry Potter well. The poor boy lives in a cupboard. He glanced at me, his eyes filled with curiosity. It really is, as Aurora said. Draco proclaimed loudly. Did you inherit your great-grandfather's prophetic abilities? Thank goodness, Draco, who often loved to undermine me, had inadvertently provided the perfect excuse. Gellert Grindelwald, our great-grandfather, was renowned for the accuracy of his prophecies, a well-known fact. Inheritance across generations? Lucius raised an eyebrow. I knew he had long suspected my identity and did not believe a word of it. Aurora, we shall keep this secret together. Narcissa's calm tone gradually soothed my racing heart. My daughter, nothing is more important than your safety. She crossed the dining table, kneeling before me to grasp my hand and place it against her chest. This was her promise to me. Mother, my eyes grew misty, and I turned away. She enveloped me in her embrace, her melodious voice soothing to hear. She was never the cold, aloof woman depicted in the original story. She tenderly cared for each family member. Her seemingly distant aura was merely a means to avoid unnecessary trouble that a beauty like hers, if she were to show kindness, would undoubtedly attract a swarm of admirers. Lucius only cares for you, she whispered in my ear. Aurora Malfoy, you are not anyone else. You are simply you. There's really no need to remind me. Draco, Lucius coughed slightly, attempting to mask the upward curve of his lips. Severus had just had a fierce argument with Dumbledore. He deftly shifted the topic that I barely audible nodded in gratitude and picked up the thread he had cast. Is it because of the Savior? Lucius nodded. The Dursleys have not treated Harry Potter well. The poor boy lives in a cupboard. He cast a glance at me, his eyes brimming with curiosity. Just as Aurora said, Draco declared loudly, have you inherited our great-grandfather's prophetic abilities? Thank goodness, the ever-contrarian Draco had unwittingly provided me with the best excuse. Gellert Grindelwald, our great-grandfather, was renowned for the accuracy of his prophecies. Generational inheritance? Lucius raised an eyebrow. I knew he had long harbored doubts about my identity, and he didn't believe a word of it. Aurora, we shall keep this secret together. Narcissa's calm tone gradually soothed my racing heart. My daughter, nothing is more important than your safety. She crossed the dining table and approached me, squatting down to take my hand and press it against her chest. This was her promise to me that my eyes stung, and I turned my head away. She enveloped me in her embrace, her clear voice melodious. She was never the cold, haughty woman depicted in the original text. She tenderly nurtured each family member. Her aloof demeanor was merely a means to avoid unnecessary trouble that a beauty like her, once she slightly exuded kindness, would attract a swarm of admirers. Luke only cares about you, she whispered in my ear. Aurora Malfoy, you are no one but yourself. Once my emotions calmed somewhat, Lucius resumed the previous topic. Severus is fighting for the custody of Potter. Hoping we can lend him our support, that he glanced at Mother, further hinting Harry Potter's grandmother hails from the Black family. So technically, he is your cousin, Sissy. Father, are you planning to bring him back to live with us? Draco frowned, disbelief etched on his face. Harry Potter is the only one who has defeated the Dark Lord. Dumbledore holds him as a trump card, which is advantageous for us, Lucius coaxed gently. Everything for the sake of the family's interests. The education received by every pure-blood heir since childhood emphasized this. Yet it contradicted the very nature of childhood. Which child wants to share their parents' love with a stranger? Draco reluctantly replied. Understood. Father, no longer was he the affectionate daddy. I sensed a palpable distance and quickly intertwined my fingers with his. Brother, we are family, and that will never change. He immediately understood, his lovely face flushing a soft pink. Of course, that's common sense, Aurora. Little brat. Stubborn as a mule. Father, Mother, may we leave the table early after our meal? Draco employed formal speech. Lucius tapped his lips with his finger. Draco, belatedly realizing, picked up the napkin smeared with remnants of food, instantly shedding his earlier adult facade. The mischievous Malfoy patriarch only picks on his one and only son. I noticed Narcissa gently pinch Lucius's arm. From a young age, one must always be mindful of one's demeanor. I'm setting an example, Sissy. Without further ado, Draco took my hand and led me out of the Grand Malfoy dining room. The tips of his ears were perpetually flushed, betraying his earlier embarrassment. I lightly scratched his palm. Aurora, I understand what you mean. It's just about strangers invading one's personal space. Draco, I'm not particularly happy either. It's like sharing an apartment with a stranger. There are always differing habits that need reconciling. Draco's gray eyes brightened. Then we must persuade Father not to let Potter move in. Once Father makes a decision, I fear no one can change it. Not even Mother. Draco remained hopeful. Have you noticed? Every significant decision is the result of their discussions. Oh, you mean? Mother also agrees to Potter moving in. Draco's expression turned genuinely sorrowful. He had thought at least Mother would stand by us. Potter will always just be Potter. Only we share the bloodline and the Malfoy name. I embraced him tightly, that he reciprocated, as if in this world, only we two were bound by fate that a child's world is small, allowing space only for parents and family. Yet a child's world is vast, and the voids and shadows of childhood require a lifetime to heal. I only have you. Aurora, I could not bring myself to utter words of optimism. At that moment, Draco's feelings were genuine, and no pale words could soothe his fragility. Years later, in the original text, Lucius was imprisoned in Azkaban, while Narcissa valiantly held the Malfoy family together, without a great tree to shield him from the storm. He was alone once more. The severing of the umbilical cord does not equate to truly leaving the womb. One must recognize their independence in both body and spirit. From the moment I became Aurora Malfoy, we became a community of shared fortunes and misfortunes. Draco, I will not force you, but I will grow alongside you. The glory of the Malfoy family shall continue in our hands. They are sleeping together again. I vaguely heard Lucius complain. Back then, I was also tricked into sleeping together with you, which little fox cried with swollen eyes because he had to sleep in a separate bed. You were too strict with Draco. Narcissa quickly redirected the topic upon realizing she was losing the argument. Who could blame him for having a pair of adoring mother and daughter? Are you feeling jealous, big kitty? Narcissa's voice was like a soft hook, enchanting and melodic. Before long, I could hear her stifled breaths. I was wrong. Look, don't tickle me. Aurora and Draco are still asleep. They're sleeping soundly. It's fine. Draco is a boy. He needs to develop resilience from a young age. Not every Malfoy is as thick-skinned as you. Narcissa let out a short gasp, followed by the sound of rustling clothing. Sissy, the night is still long. You can slowly recount my transgressions. Soon after, Narcissa, as Harry's cousin and the only capable relative, went to the Ministry of Magic to complete the adoption procedures. Originally, little Potter had a nominal godfather, but unfortunately, that foolish dog would rather rot in Azkaban than face the reality of becoming a war orphan's guardian. Lucius smirked in mockery. Serious, he just needs time to process. Narcissa gently stroked Harry Potter's hair, her heart aching at the sight of the boy. He was far more pitiable than she had imagined. Severely malnourished, he was half a head shorter than his peers, Aurora and Draco. His skin was sallow and thin, with hardly any flesh on his bones, and his striking green eyes were wide with timidity as he stood there. Lucius summoned a healer from St. Mungo's to conduct a full examination on Harry Potter, uncovering multiple soft tissue bruises, with the scars on his back being particularly shocking. The Dursleys must pay for their actions. Narcissa proposed. Harry, would that be acceptable? Lucius crouched down to meet the ebony-haired boy's gaze. He needed the boy's consent. I apologize for the trouble, Mr. Malfoy. Harry pressed his lips together, displaying a maturity beyond his years. Lucius and Narcissa exchanged a knowing glance. Then they both activated their apparition. Welcome, Mr. Potter. Draco and I have been waiting for you in the parlor. Our house elf Dobby is even more enthusiastic than we are. Harry Potter, he bellowed at the top of his lungs, his ears fluttering like a fan, his eyes wide as saucers. Dobby, please don't frighten the guests. It's truly embarrassing. Having grown up in the Muggle world, Harry Potter had never encountered magical creatures, and he instinctively took a step back in terror, only to immediately regain his composure. Dobby, wishing to express his apologies, clumsily banged his head against the wall, producing a loud thud. Lucius waved his wand gently, concealing Dobby from view. Mr. Potter, do not fret. We shall gradually introduce you to all the wonders of the magical world. I have a pair of children, Draco and Aurora, who are of similar age to you. Hello, Mr. Potter. I am Malfoy. Draco Malfoy. Draco extended his hand. Harry, dressed in ill-fitting clothes with cuffs and hems faded, hesitantly reached out. "Hello, Draco. You can call me Harry, for some reason." I felt a pang in my nose. Draco and Harry were finally able to stand together in tranquility. In the original text, their numerous conflicts were closely tied to their initial poor impressions of one another. Moreover, with Ron Weasley fanning the flames nearby, mocking our surname Malfoy, which connotes disloyalty and deceit, how could the sensitive Draco endure such treatment? The boy, overwhelmed by stress, lashed out at the Weasley family. Harry, in defense of his friend, rejected Draco's offer of friendship, thereby embarrassing the boy in front of the crowd. This time, without the prying eyes of others, the two could interact calmly. "Harry, allow me to show you around your new residence." Harry followed Draco, appearing somewhat awkward that I walked beside him, searching for common topics of conversation among children of their age. "This is your room. The guest quarters have already been arranged by Narcissa. It embodies the quintessential Slytherin style, with emerald green and silver harmoniously intertwined, and a brand new set of loungewear lay atop the bed, accompanied by a note penned in Narcissa's elegant handwriting. For Harry. Mother has a knack for selecting clothing. Do try it on and see if it fits." I gently pushed him into the washroom and closed the door. The moment Harry turned around, I caught sight of his face, glistening with a tear. "Harry Potter lives like a prince? Dumbledore is nothing but an old fraud." Draco pulled me aside, his expression one of disdain. This how the greatest white wizard deceives the masses. It's all just a fade. I shook my head lightly. "Keep your voice down. Harry is still in the dark. He deserves to know the truth." I covered his mouth. The truth must be discovered on one's own. Revealing it to him may have an adverse effect. A voice broke the tension between us. The clothing fit well, yet it accentuated the boy's gaunt frame. His exposed arms bore no unblemished skin. It was the height of summer, and Narcissa's short sleeves were insufficient to conceal his scars. "Wait!" I retrieved a healing potion, essential for participating in the family trials. Draco volunteered to assist. "Harry, those who bully you are mere beasts." The blond boy seethed with anger. "Why do they hit you?" "Because I was slow with chores," Harry replied, his sensitivity to emotional shifts evident. The prolonged experience of living under someone else's roof had honed his ability to read situations. "Did you not seek help from the neighbors?" I conversed with him while diverting his attention. The healing potion acted swiftly, accelerating his recovery, though the process was far from pleasant. "Ugh," he groaned softly, quickly swallowing back a whimper. "Bear with it. It will be over soon." Draco hastened his movements. Seeking help is futile. They will only retaliate. Indeed, that is the only outcome. Who would genuinely take the words of a 5-year-old to heart? The Dursleys merely needed to bribe the inquiring police, placate the curious neighbors, and manipulate public perception, sculpting the boy into a chronic social misfit. Their physical punishment of Harry was, in their eyes, a misguided act of good intentions. All of this could have been avoided. It was Dumbledore who wished to mold a savior from a loveless home, hoping that his small acts of kindness would inspire the boy to risk everything. Harry Potter, how utterly innocent. His fate had never been in his own hands. Many old wounds could not be healed with a single treatment. "Mrs. Malfoy has already tended to his injuries." He explained. He was painfully precocious. I had never liked the original Harry, that reckless, impulsive Gryffindor. It was only thanks to Hermione Granger's brilliance that she managed to guide Harry and Ron, two bumbling fools, through their trials. This moment, Harry Potter was no longer the protagonist of story, no longer merely ink on a page, but a living, breathing individual. The sorrows and joys of humanity are not universally shared. It is only when one feels a profound connection to another that empathy begins to blossom. "Aura?" Draco's fingers brushed against my cheek. "Crybaby," he muttered softly. "I apologize. My tear ducts are rather sensitive. The warm atmosphere of the Malfoy household had rendered me vulnerable. Stripping away the hard shell I had once donned." "No." Draco whispered in a tone only I could hear. "Do not shed tears for another man. His fate has never been within his own grasp. Many old wounds cannot be healed in a single treatment. Mrs. Malfoy has already applied the medicine for me," he explained. His precocity is painfully striking. I do not admire the original Harry, that reckless, impulsive Gryffindor. It is solely thanks to Hermione Granger, a veritable strategist, that Harry and Ron, two incompetent souls, managed to navigate through numerous challenges to at this moment. Harry Potter is no longer merely the protagonist of tale. He is not just cold text, but a living, breathing individual. The sorrows and joys of humanity do not resonate universally. It is only when one becomes profoundly connected to another that empathy truly begins. Aurora, Draco gently touched my face. Crying again, he murmured, "Apologies, my tear ducts are rather sensitive. The warmth of the Malfoy household has rendered me vulnerable, and no longer do I arm myself with a hard shell." "You must not," Draco whispered in a voice only I could hear, "be sad for another man." "Draco, Harry is watching." I reminded him of our audience. "You've never cried for me." He insisted. "I refuse to cry for you." "You must be well." I raised my voice that of course I wouldn't hurt myself just to elicit sympathy from a woman, he said, lowering his tone to stifle any further inappropriate remarks. I hastily covered his mouth with my hand. Draco's lips were soft against my palm, a slight tickle. "You siblings have a remarkable bond," Harry remarked, likely recalling his own cousin Dudley, who bullied him mercilessly. Dudley Dursley, the pampered darling of Aunt Petunia, who took advantage of his size to pummel Harry. "We are twins," Draco proclaimed with pride. "Fraternal twins? That's why you don't resemble each other much." "What does fraternal mean?" This pertains to Muggle medical knowledge, a topic not yet broached in Malfoy's education. Though the Malfoy family holds a deep-seated disdain for Muggles, they are not entirely disconnected from the Muggle world. Lucius's business interests span the globe, encompassing a myriad of fields, inevitably including the lucrative Muggle sector. Especially within the upper echelons of Muggle society, the Malfoy family has historically profited from significant upheavals. That it is said that Lucius Malfoy, I once courted Queen Elizabeth I, though to no avail. Each generation of Malfoy heads seems to inherit a flair for business, relentlessly striving to expand their influence. By Lucius's time, their wealth had nearly reached rivaling nations. However, prosperity can swiftly turn to decline. In the near future, the Dark Lord will return, choosing Malfoy Manor as a stronghold, ravaging and plundering this millennium-old estate, leaving it nearly in ruins. That it is akin to watching Titanic, where elderly Rose gazes upon the weathered remnants of the ship, piecing together memories of its former grandeur. This time, I shall do everything within my power to protect the land I have known. Or, are you daydreaming again? Draco waved his hand before my eyes. What were you discussing? The concept of fraternal twins is not entirely foreign to me, and my mind began to wander, fixating on trivial thoughts. Harry says I resemble Dad, while you bear more resemblance to Mom. Draco declared with evident pride. Being compared to Lucius brings him immense joy. The fatherly admiration is palpable. In the original text, the boy who often spoke of wanting to tell his father something, resembling him, is the highest form of homage to one's parent. I do not know whom I resemble more. Harry's gaze dimmed. Aunt Petunia's family has obliterated all traces of Lily Evans. Poor Harry, who does not even possess a single photograph of his parents. Draco and I exchanged a knowing glance, and we silently resolved to act. We would invoke the Malfoy family's privileges at Hogwarts. The following day, an album appeared at Harry's bedside, filled with memories of Lily Evans and James Potter, Harry's parents, during their time at Hogwarts. Lucius even managed to procure photographs from the time of Lily and James's wedding through private connections. The woman, with her long red hair styled in an intricate updo, was surrounded by a sea of lilies at the wedding venue. Beside her stood a tall, slender young man wearing glasses, handsome and debonair. Their happiness was encapsulated in that summer of their 20th year. "Your eyes are very much like hers." The woman in the photograph smiled brightly, her emerald green eyes shimmering. Severus Snape's beloved. This was a grand celebration held at Potter Manor, attended by countless wizards who came to offer their congratulations. The head of the Potter family had old ties with Abraxas, and in the photograph, Lucius and Narcissa also made an appearance. Yet conspicuously absent was the youngest potions master in history, purportedly preoccupied with perfecting a vial of Felix Felicis that was never sent out. Harry's features are almost a mirror image of James's. Yet the essence they convey is starkly different. The confidence and exuberance etched upon James's brow are qualities Harry, weathered by life, lacks and may never attain, that a tragic childhood requires a lifetime to heal. Harry even hesitates to confirm if he can use the personal items prepared by the house elf, despite Lucius having entrusted him with the key to the Potter family vault at Gringotts. The Potter family's wealth is equally astonishing, with mountains of galleons that nearly blinded Draco and me. Harry, this money could buy Malfoy Manor, I exclaimed dramatically. The shadows of Harry's childhood have instilled a certain sense of inferiority within him when he stands before us. I hope that wealth can provide him with safety and confidence. Aurora, may I ask Uncle Lucius to help me manage this? He shyly inquired, scratching his head, that aren't you concerned about the Malfoy family misappropriating the Potter estate? I cautiously probed. If Uncle Lucius truly had such intentions, he wouldn't have given me the key, Harry replied earnestly. Yet I felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. Businessmen prioritize profit. This act might well be Lucius's own test. The head of the Malfoy family is quite pleased with the boy's sincerity. Thank you for your trust, Harry. This will be a mutually beneficial decision. Aurora, you must have faith in your father's character, Lucius remarked, casting a knowing glance my way. Narcissa stifled a laugh. Lucius, even your own daughter questions your integrity. Indeed, at such a young age, she is already turning her elbows outward. Lucius chuckled, tapping my forehead. I believe Aurora's concerns are valid. Draco added, rubbing the top of my head and embellishing the remark. The group could no longer contain themselves, bursting into laughter. A.S. promised. Lucius helped revive the Potter family's ventures, acquiring the rights to the hair conditioner invented by old Potter, packaging it, and distributing the product worldwide. Aurora, you must understand that 112, the man raised an eyebrow, revealing a mysterious expression. He is clearly just a vengeful fellow, seeking to prove himself. Aurora, thank you for your consideration. Harry approached me privately, his emerald eyes sparkling, and no longer was he the timid fawn, glancing about nervously. It's nothing. I averted my gaze, unaccustomed to receiving gratitude that I find it hard to believe. Harry interjected, the happiness I feel now seems unreal. I worry that all that has transpired at Malfoy Manor is but a dream, and once I awaken, it will all end. How could that be? I grasped his hand. I am real, and so are you. Immediately, I pinched him hard. Does it hurt? It does. Yet he responded with a joyful laugh. I recall a saying that after Harry vanquished Voldemort, he discovered that the so-called magical world was merely a dream. In that dream, he was the heroic savior of the world. Upon awakening, everything returned to zero, and he found himself back at the starting point. Outside, Aunt Petunia's vigorous knocking on the door urged him to hurry and crawl out of the cupboard to continue with the day's chores. It felt like A.M. by a strip, endlessly repeating that M.Y. presence served to reassure Harry that those worries were entirely unnecessary. Naturally, Malfoy would not deprive Harry of his meals. A few weeks later, the once gaunt little face had become plump and even sported a hint of baby fat. It had been ages since his godfather had visited Malfoy Manor. Draco, gazing at the long-neglected potion ingredients, quietly complained to me, lamenting how the son of his late friend had seemingly arranged everything well. Yet he was now hiding away from view. Perhaps he preferred to be a behind-the-scenes hero. I casually offered a reason. The true cause, of course, had long been elucidated in the original text. Harry's face bore a striking resemblance to James. The once notorious group of highwaymen had bullied Severus during their school years, and they had never truly faced repercussions for their misdeeds. Theo Severus. James not only bullied him, but also ruthlessly stole his love, marrying his childhood sweetheart. Every time he saw Harry, he was plunged into painful recollections, yet he was compelled to protect him. That it was indeed a tangled situation, that I couldn't help but shed a tear of sympathy for Professor Snape. However, I was not prepared to let him off so easily. I promptly dispatched a letter to Spinner's End. Before long, I received a reply. Aurora, what did you say in your letter? Severus was surprisingly willing to part with his cauldron for a brief moment. Even Lucius was quite curious that I kept him in suspense, smiling silently. The next morning, Dobby announced Snape's arrival. With his hands clasped behind his back, he wore an inscrutable expression. Lucius scrutinized the man for a long while, seemingly checking whether he had indeed followed through with his scalp treatment. I rushed forward, just in time to wrap my arms around Snape's leg. He effortlessly lifted me up, and I whispered our shared secret into his ear. Godfather, you must see Harry. You have helped him escape from his predicament, yet you have not shown your face. He believes he has done something wrong. His spirits have been low lately, and he has hardly eaten. Snape's brow furrowed tightly. What concern is Potter's mood to me? A stubborn fellow indeed. You are his guide in the magical world. Without Snape, Harry would still be huddled in that cramped cupboard. His entire understanding of the magical realm comes from you, just as it did when he first met Lily Evans. That it was he who told that red-haired, green-eyed girl that she was a witch. Lily was the first of his kind he had encountered. His dark eyes flickered with emotion. Lucius, your daughter is not at all a Malfoy, such a disingenuous Slytherin. Clearly, he had absorbed my words, yet insisted on being obstinate. Severus, my friend, quite the contrary. Every decision Aurora makes is for the good of the family. Lucius interjected. As Harry's guarantor, you ought to take more interest in him. So, it turned out that Harry's guardianship was hard won. Without Snape's endorsement, how could Dumbledore easily relinquish him? Perhaps in the mind of that wise white wizard, the Malfoys would never treat Harry sincerely. Just as in the hearts of Gryffindors, there seemed to be no good in Slytherins. They always preached against bias towards any house. Me. The greatest prejudice stemmed from the subtle influence of Hogwarts headmaster. Hagrid, a staunch supporter of Dumbledore, had labeled Slytherins as bad wizards when Harry was still oblivious to the magical world. Whether or not this was at Dumbledore's behest was uncertain. In this life, Harry grew up in a Slytherin environment, with the Slytherin head as his guarantor, but I refused to believe he could be easily brainwashed to switch allegiances. Unlike a certain pure-blood patriarch who enjoyed the protection of his ancestors, I had a pile of students' assignments awaiting my review. Where was the troll from the Potter household? That was an agreement. Having long grown accustomed to Snape's roundabout way of speaking, I leaned closer to Lucius and whispered, "Father, while the Godfather has changed his mind, hurry and call Harry over." "Aurora, I can hear you," Snape said, his face as dark as the bottom of a cauldron. "Humph, that was meant for you to hear. Who told you to be so obstinate? Would it be fatal to be more candid?" Lucius smiled indulgently, ruffling my hair. I had inherited Narcissa's naturally wavy locks, which she styled into various beautiful shapes every day. Dobby, before I could finish, the house elf appeared before us, trembling. Harry Master is playing Quidditch with Draco Master. Upon hearing Dobby's reference to Harry, Snape's lips curled slightly. Harry Master, it was undeniable that Harry was treated well by the Malfoy family. "Shall we go and see?" Lucius proposed. "Father, I'm 5 now. I can walk by myself." I protested, attempting to squirm free, yet he held me tighter. "When you're small, it's different. When you grow up, I want to be able to carry you." "How can that be? I saw you carry Mama with ease." Lucius cleared his throat. "That's not the same." "Why not? Mama is an adult, and I heard her sometimes call you Daddy too. Is that for you to carry her, Aurora?" Narcissa was behind me. Goodness, what have I done? I merely wanted to tease Lucius a bit, and here I was falling into his trap. No wonder his animagus is a fox. How sly. Narcissa's face turned a deep shade of red. "I'm sorry. Mama, I didn't mean to embarrass you." "Severus, children say the most innocent things. Don't take it to heart," Lucius defended calmly. "As long as one isn't embarrassed, it's the others who will be." "I learned that lesson well." Snape snorted softly, seemingly accustomed to the Malfoy couple's affectionate banter. "Aurora, transcribe Platinum Glory and submit it to me by tomorrow." Lucius paused before adding, "If you don't finish it, you won't be allowed to sleep tonight." Punishing my daughter for standing up for her future mother-in-law. "Look at you, so capable." Narcissa shot Lucius a reproachful glance, squatting down to take my hand and seriously saying, "Aurora, some things are best not discussed in front of outsiders." "I'm sorry, Mama," I pouted, my voice quivering. All right, Lucius was just trying to scare you." She effortlessly rescinded my punishment. I and the Malfoy family. Narcissa was the true matriarch. Malfoy Manor was nestled in the vast Wiltshire, where the endless plains were perfectly suited for constructing a Quidditch pitch. Generations of Malfoys seemed to have inherited their ancestors' flying talents. Before our eyes were Draco and Harry, soaring through the air, riding on children's broomsticks, chasing each other, and having the time of their lives. "Brother is amazing. Harry is amazing." I clapped and cheered from the sidelines. Draco had once instructed me on using a broom, yet I could not maneuver it as effortlessly as the two boys did. Harry, after just one lesson from Draco, had mastered the skill. The disparity in talent was staggering. James Potter had once been a chaser for Gryffindor's Quidditch team, and in the original text, Harry was chosen for the team during his first year at Hogwarts. Becoming the most notable seeker, I observed Snape's expression furtively. It remained as calm as still water, hiding whatever thoughts lay beneath. In the Harry Potter film series, Snape's portrayal by Alan Rickman was the only actor who had been privy to the subsequent plot details revealed by J.K. Rowling. The Snape he portrayed displayed a slight smile during Harry's first Quidditch match, which I initially mistook for a sardonic grin. Upon uncovering the entirety of the truth, the audience comes to realize the genuine happiness felt for Harry. Under the watchful eye of Snape, Harry evolves from an innocent child into a self-reliant young man. The responsibilities shouldered by Snape far exceed those of a typical parent. It would not be an exaggeration to declare that Snape is, in essence, a father figure to Harry. Despite their lack of blood relation to that moment, he must have felt a profound sense of pride and joy for the B.O.Y.A.S. The two boys noticed our arrival. They hurried to the stands. Draco's eyes lit up upon seeing Snape. Godfather, he leaped from his broom and into Snape's embrace. It's been ages since you last came. Both Aurora and I have missed you dearly. Snape affectionately ruffled Draco's platinum hair, his demeanor softening. Harry, dismounting his broom beside them, found himself somewhat intimidated by Snape's imposing presence, clad in his black robes, exuding an aura that seemed to warn others away. Harry, I quietly approached him. Thank you, Mr. Snape. I haven't had the chance to thank you in person. Snape towered over Harry, who craned his neck in hopes of catching even the slightest shift in his expression. How could the future double agent be easily discerned? No need, Snape replied curtly. Harry's rosy cheeks drained of color, and he awkwardly opened his mouth at a loss for words. Godfather means he sees you are well now. And that is enough. I quickly interjected. Harry, the Godfather is a man of few words. His actions speak far louder than his speech. Harry, Aurora, is Severus's translator. Narcissa gently patted my shoulder, praising my efforts. Indeed, Severus, your manner of expression often leads to misunderstandings. Lucius added, embellishing the sentiment. In a moment of fury, Snape had once publicly referred to Lily Evans as a mudblood, severing a friendship that had endured for years. Yet, humans are perpetually doomed to repeat their past mistakes. Caught in an endless cycle, Snape's expression was inscrutable, but he appeared to acknowledge my translation. Harry flies remarkably well, Draco announced with glee. Oh dear brother, could you refrain from bringing up such topics? Harry had inherited the flying talent of the Potter family. Narcissa tousled Harry's dark hair affectionately. Harry responded with a shy smile. Mr. Snape, I've heard that you and my parents entered Hogwarts in the same year. Could you share their stories with me? Sometimes, knowing less can be a blessing, for it spares one from anxiety. Your mother was exceptionally intelligent and possessed a great aptitude for potions. You have her eyes, Snape remarked. Harry's eyes sparkled. What about my father? After a brief pause, Snape replied, in their 7th year, he and your mother served as heads of the student council. Just as Harry was about to inquire further, Lucius interjected, evidently aware of the historical tensions between Snape and the notorious Group of Four. It was a rare occasion for Snape to calmly introduce James Potter. Harry, your parents were both Gryffindors. Perhaps you will be sorted there as well. On the Quidditch field, we were foes, Draco expressed with a hint of regret. Having seen photographs of Harry's parents during their school days, their iconic gold and crimson ties leaving a lasting impression on him. Lucius had long cherished his and Narcissa's school uniforms. Both had graduated from Slytherin. At times, he would ask Narcissa to don her uniform again, reliving the beauty of their student days. Narcissa, well-preserved, showed no signs of discord. Mother, you must have been the belle of Hogwarts back in the day. She blushed slightly, smiling without a word. Indeed, Sissy was the most beautiful, Lucius declared with pride. I've had enough of the Malfoy couple's incessant displays of affection. Upon hearing Draco's assumption, Harry displayed a perplexed expression. Uncle Lucius, do children always enter the same house as their parents? Not necessarily just that the vast majority of Malfoys have graduated from Slytherin, that a savior hailing from Slytherin. Would Dumbledore allow that? The head of Gryffindor, Professor McGonagall, was the one who raised him. Only by placing him in Gryffindor could they ensure continuous oversight of Harry's growth. It was also uncertain whether Gryffindor had already arranged accommodations for Harry. I have always believed that the sorting hat is merely a formality, as the headmaster of Hogwarts. How could he not wield the privilege to manipulate such matters? Aurora, do not worry, as long as you silently wish for Slytherin in your heart. You shall surely be admitted, Draco whispered in my ear. Why is that? This is the first I've heard of IT. IT is a family secret. I shall tell you in private later. He cast a glance at Harry, who stood nearby. All right, curiosity killed the cat. After dinner, I pulled Draco back to our room. Quickly tell me, it's your fault that I've completely lost my appetite. Or, is this how you ask for favors? Draco wore a haughty expression. I had mentally prepared myself. Brother, I beg you, I murmured. What are you saying? I didn't catch that, he said with a mischievous grin. How infuriating, I exclaimed, reaching out to tickle him. We tumbled together on the king-size bed. Ha, stop fooling around. In turn, Draco seized the advantage, leaving me at a disadvantage. Will you surrender? The boy held my wrist firmly, showing no signs of relenting that I concede. I beg you. Brother, I truly wish to know. Aurora, fret not. As long as you silently utter Slytherin in your heart, you shall certainly be able to, Draco murmured softly in my ear. Why, this is the first I've heard of such a thing. It is a secret of our family. I shall tell you in private later. He cast a sidelong glance at Harry, who stood nearby. All right, curiosity kills the cat. After we had just finished dinner, I tugged Draco back to our room. Hurry and tell me. It's all your fault. You've completely ruined my appetite. Aurora, is this how you plead? Draco replied, his expression brimming with arrogance. I steel myself mentally. Brother, I beg you, I murmured softly. What are you saying? I can't hear you, he teased with a wicked grin. How infuriating, I retorted, reaching out to tickle him. We tumbled together on the king-size bed. Ha, stop it. In an unexpected turn, Draco seized the initiative, leaving me at a disadvantage. Will you surrender? The boy held my wrist firmly, showing no signs of relenting that I concede. I beg you, brother. I truly wish to know. Draco looked down at me with a condescending gaze. Only at this moment do you become so compliant. His shirt was crumpled from our vigorous play, and his tousled platinum hair stood on end, lending him an amusing appearance. I was already breathless from his relentless onslaught. Listen, Malfoy, I speak of our ancestors, who once had a deep connection with Salazar Slytherin, the founder of Slytherin House. How do you know this? He inquired, incredulity etched on his face. This was never mentioned in the original text. The first-generation Malfoy told me, Armand Malfoy. In the portrait, he appears as a remarkably handsome youth, with platinum hair and gray eyes, traits passed down through the generations. He seldom voiced opinions, even ignoring inquiries from the current head of the family. Lucius, he was particularly special to Draco, almost unreserved in his knowledge. Armand had also received Slytherin's favor and was one of Slytherin's most cherished students. Have you noticed? The Malfoy crest closely resembles the Slytherin emblem. I know this, my father mentioned. It was a tribute to Slytherin. I quickly interjected. Draco revealed a mysterious smile. Not at all. Armand said it was Slytherin's emblem that drew inspiration from the Malfoy crest. Slytherin pays homage to his father. Armand's father? I pondered, realizing that as the first-generation Malfoy, he wasn't simply conjured from thin air. He had parents too. That Armand's father was an elf, which explains why the Malfoys could inherit their platinum hair and gray eyes through the ages. Draco gently caressed my wavy platinum locks. Regrettably, none of the descendants have awakened our elven bloodline. It has grown increasingly diluted. He displayed an expression of profound regret. A wizard's magic derives from bloodline, which is why blood purity theories emerged. The rise of Voldemort was also due to his Slytherin heritage, coupled with unparalleled talent, further validating bloodline superiority. The elven bloodline, in comparison to Slytherin, is even more remarkable. It offers near immortality, eternal beauty, and immense power, a temptation far greater than Voldemort's pursuit of everlasting life. Draco, some things are serendipitous and cannot be sought after. How would you know without trying? Aurora, you truly are a downer. Draco rolled off the bed, sulking as he sat on the edge, the chair clattering against the floor. A series of urgent knocks echoed from outside. Draco, Aurora, are you all right? It was Harry. Had he been waiting outside all this time? How much of our conversation had he overheard? Draco and I exchanged glances that it's nothing. Draco just fell off the bed and bumped his head. I proclaimed loudly, feigning nonchalance. The boy clamped a hand over my mouth, preventing me from digging him deeper into trouble. "Just be careful," came the distant sound of footsteps retreating. Having an outsider present is quite inconvenient. Draco murmured under his breath, and I noticed him subtly observing my micro-expressions, his eyes sparkling with a desire for my affirmation and response. "Next time we whisper, we can't do it at home. We should go to our secret hideout." "Are you referring to that place?" I queried. "Similar to the Room of Requirement at Hogwarts, the ancient Malfoy Manor also possesses such a room, which only appears when we need it. Only those of Malfoy blood may enter." Lucius claimed it was a contingency prepared by our ancestors, a treasure trove of priceless jewels. Secrets and the unspoken past of generations of Malfoys, meticulously preserved through the pensieve and memory orbs. Lucius forbade Draco and me from touching those highly confidential materials. Only the head of the Malfoy family could indulge in those revelations. However, access to this space was unrestricted. Draco took my hand, leading me through the corridors of Malfoy Manor. "Aurora, focus! We need synchronized thought to unlock the door to the secret base." Draco closed his eyes and searched. Here, with a click, a doorknob materialized out of thin air, but we pushed the door open. It feels so comfortable here. The layout was identical to our bedroom. Against the backdrop of deep green, my platinum hair appeared even more radiant. This is why the Malfoys have been fond of deep green throughout generations. "Come up, Aurora." Draco patted the other side of the bed, and I crawled over and rested my head on his arm. "Aurora, have you noticed? The Godfather's attitude towards Harry is quite strange." To my surprise, Draco was remarkably perceptive. "What is strange about it?" I prodded, eager for him to elaborate. "The Godfather goes to great lengths to accommodate Harry, yet seems reluctant to see him. That's because Harry resembles his rival far too closely. But I couldn't divulge any of this. Perhaps there are unspeakable secrets, or maybe Harry's mother was the Godfather's former girlfriend. Very close." "Draco, excellent deduction," I echoed enthusiastically. "It is quite possible. Lily Evans entrusted the care of Harry to the Godfather on her deathbed. But Aurora, I don't know how to articulate this feeling," he confessed, his beautiful gray eyes dimming. He resembled a unicorn, alone and licking its wounds, beautiful yet fragile. Though the Godfather appears to maintain distance from Harry, I can sense he is deeply concerned for him, and why Mother specifically bought him fitting clothes. And my father is helping Harry manage the Potter family's estate. "I only have you, Aurora. You stand with me, don't you?" I wrapped my arms around his waist. Beneath his snug loungewear lay a somewhat fragile physique. Though his face was round and carried a hint of baby fat, he was still so young, fearing the loss of familial affection. How oblivious I had been, failing to recognize his feelings, Draco, since the moment we were born. "We have never been apart. And no matter what happens or whatever you do, I will always believe in you and stand by your side. Aurora, that's what you said, that I shall forever cherish this memory." In the dim light, the boy's gray eyes reflected my image, as though I were his entire world. "Draco, trust me. Everything our parents have done is for us, to ensure the Malfoy legacy endures. I won't advise you against jealousy. Feeling such emotions is entirely natural." Even I, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, lowered my head. In the original narrative, Dumbledore displayed a clear favoritism towards Gryffindor and Harry, allowing the trio to accumulate points at the graduation ceremony, despite their frequent violations of school rules. Gryffindor, languishing at the bottom of the scoreboard, easily surpassed the other diligent houses striving for points. Were the school rules merely established to be broken? A headmaster encouraging students to flout regulations? What a disgrace. No wonder the overshadowed Slytherin house was reluctant to applaud Gryffindor. Was this not a recipe for escalating conflict? In the face of such circumstances, it would be strange for Draco to remain unperturbed. Yet, years later, as this buried memory resurfaced, I found myself thoroughly slapped in the face. I, after all, was a deceitful traitor to my own words. "You do not harbor any fondness for Harry either." Draco's eyes lit up, his hand tightening around my waist. He was merely a guest in our home. I held no excessive emotions towards him, only an awareness of his significance to the future of the Malfoy family, and nothing more. After a moment of contemplation, I shared my understanding. Draco appeared even more pleased. So, you do not mind that he is not as close to me? He interpreted my words, all the while studying my expression. Of course, we are bonded by blood. How could he possibly compare to you? What a capricious fellow he was. I nestled against his chest, my heart pounding like a drum. From the very beginning, my heart had been biased. While everyone else ached for the tragic fate of the Savior, I alone felt sorrow for the pale young man in white, wounded by the unseen blade, lying amidst a pool of blood. We can rely on one another, Draco. I sensed him gradually relinquishing his strength. We curled up together, drifting in a slumber in our secret hideaway. In a half-dream state, I seemed to hear Lucius and Narcissa teasing. Those two little ones love to hide here, just like we did when we were young. Every time you felt wronged, you would come here. Lucius softened his tone. Back then, Father always locked me in the attic. My lineage was the greatest taboo. Narcissa sighed. Father and I shared the same sentiment. We were merely too afraid of losing. Luke, do not linger here. Not in front of the children. All right. They are sleeping soundly, Narcissa reassured, her voice soothing. You will feel more if you let go. One TU? What absurd words. Surely, I must be dreaming. The following morning, Draco and I awakened in the bedroom. Was it our parents who brought us back last night? Draco's ears flushed crimson as he fidgeted with the hem of his nightgown, murmuring, only the Malfoy couple can access the secret hideaway. It must be so. They had always been the ones to retrieve us. I wondered when they had come. Draco wrapped himself in the blanket, leaving only a small tuft of platinum hair visible. He must not have overheard our whispered conversation, so I too slipped under the covers. In the darkness, the only source of light was Draco's beautiful gray eyes. His pupils flickered, his gaze wandering. Suddenly, my lips felt warm and moist. Draco, what are you doing? My hands pressed against his shoulders. We were still so young. Father kisses mother like this. He leaned closer. That is different. I turned my head away, feeling his lips brush against my cheek. Oh, you not like me kissing you? He looked hurt. Of course not. It's just, my lips flushed again. You ambushed me. I hurriedly covered my mouth. Certainly different from kissing a cheek, Draco whispered, pouting. Where is it different? You'll find out if you try. Draco wore a triumphant grin. Absolutely not. I refuse to kiss a little brat. No worries, I'll take the initiative. Father says boys should be proactive, that he launched an attack under my arms, that I was extremely ticklish. I arched my back, taking a defensive stance, only to have my chin adjusted. This is my first kiss. After 18 years in Huaguo and over 20 years preserved, to be playfully stolen by a prepubescent child. Furthermore, in the original story, he had an official partner, whether it was his school girlfriend, Pansy Parkinson, or later, his wife, Astoria Greengrass. Draco was perpetually in a state of being claimed. How infuriating. How could this be? You did not seek my consent. I pushed him away, leaping from the bed and darting out of the room. He called my name from behind. Aurora, why are your eyes so red? It was Mother. She looked extremely anxious, her frail arms enveloping me as she exclaimed loudly, Luke, Narcissa, what happened? Lucius apparat before Narcissa. Aurora, her eyes. Lucius scrutinized closely. Narcissa, it's nothing. Look, she merely has slightly red rims. It might be an allergy. Lucius gently stroked the woman's back, soothing her. Thank goodness. Narcissa revealed a look of lingering worry. You must trust in the efficacy of the potion. Aurora did not inherit your red eyes. His voice was very low. Was Narcissa's eye color red? It was completely unnoticeable. Could she be wearing contact lenses? I scrutinized every detail, but there were no signs of contact lenses whatsoever. Just like us, she possessed the signature gray eyes. Those gray eyes were filled with profound concern. Mother, I'm fine. Feeling Narcissa's attentive care warmed my heart. She used her fingertips to smooth my slightly disheveled bangs. You can tell me, why are you sad? Did you have a quarrel with Draco? I hesitated, not wanting to place Draco in jeopardy, stammering as I searched for a way to deflect. Father, Mother, may I take Aurora? It was Draco. He had come after me. Have you bullied your sister? Lucius asked sternly. The boy's gaze flitted away from mine. I did not bully her. I only did this because I like her. What did you do? Lucius frowned. I did with her what you and Mother do. Draco stated matter-of-factly. You. Lucius seized Draco by the collar, lifting him up. How dare you? The man was left speechless in his fury. Why can't I? I saw the memory in the pensive. When you were my age, you kissed Mother. You kissed Aurora. Was it just that? Lucius relaxed his grip. Draco finally escaped the man's hold. Stepping back a few paces, looking apprehensive. Yes, I'm still this small, but if Aurora does not like it, you cannot do that. Narcissa shot Lucius a reproachful glance, clearly displeased with his overly forceful behavior. Mother, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Aurora, do you really not like it? His eyes were glistening, resembling an injured unicorn. I don't dislike it. It's just that we cannot kiss on the lips. He joyfully interrupted my words. That's good. He took my hand, declaring loudly, Father and Mother, we want to disturb you, what? I told you, Father and Mother would not oppose us. As he walked, he made this proclamation that Draco's gaze was fervent, his hand entwined with mine. Forget it, there's no reasoning with him. Am I to tell him that the future Mrs. Malfoy will be Astoria, a year younger than us? The head of the Gringotts family once brought her and her sister Daphne to visit Malfoy Manor. Astoria was a fair-haired, blue-eyed girl who appeared to be in poor health. Even a slight exertion left her breathless, and she often preferred to hide behind her sister. Draco held no particular regard for her. Ever since Harry took residence at Malfoy Manor, the influx of visitors had increased significantly. Once, many pureblood families had avoided the Malfoy family due to Voldemort's downfall, yet after Lucius secured Harry's guardianship, their attitudes underwent a complete transformation. The world is bustling, all for profit. Lucius welcomed all visitors without exception, and soon the enterprises under the Malfoy banner regained their former vitality. The family's assets now surpassed their previous worth. Alas, our trio of mascots suffered in silence. Amidst the clinking of glasses and the exchange of pleasantries, we represented not merely ourselves, but the dignity of the entire Malfoy lineage. Draco's hair was slicked back with gel, giving him an exceptionally handsome appearance in his white suit and matching bow tie. Harry, clad in black, with striking emerald green eyes, drew attention effortlessly. In contrast to Draco's confident demeanor, he seemed somewhat shy, which only prompted the adults to tease him further. Aurora, he approached me. Weariness etched across his face. Clearly, he had exerted considerable effort in fending off prying inquiries. Why are you sitting here alone? He asked, taking a seat beside me. I gestured subtly towards the corridor. Draco had once again become ensnared by the charms of Pansy Parkinson, the darling of the Parkinson family. Contrary to the unflattering portrayal by Rowling in the original text, Pansy boasted a stunning mane of glossy black hair and captivating green eyes, making her quite the beauty. Even her expression bore a striking resemblance to that of a Persian cat. The original narrative also described a scene where a sixth-year Draco rested his head upon Pansy's lap. The mere thought of that image filled my heart with bitterness, akin to watching one's cherished possession being claimed by another. Miss Parkinson was rather too enthusiastic. Harry offered me his arm. Shall we go see? Had he discerned my lingering resentment? Such perceptive insight! I smiled gratefully and linked my arm with his. With my other hand, I took a drink from a waiter's tray. Draco immediately noticed my arrival. He first exhaled in relief, but his brow furrowed slightly upon seeing me linked with Harry. Aurora, Miss Parkinson has been looking for you. The girl performed a perfectly executed curtsy and smiled at me. It has been a while, Miss Malfoy. May I have the honor of touring your family's garden? Her manners were remarkably refined. What? She truly came to seek me out? Aurora, shall I accompany you? Harry inquired, his scrutinizing gaze appraising Pansy. The girl smiled knowingly. Rest assured, Mr. Potter. This is Malfoy Manor. Security is assured. I nodded to both and followed Pansy towards the garden. The garden was a lush expanse, meticulously arranged by Narcissa, each corner more exquisite than the last. Suddenly, she caught me off guard and cornered me. Who exactly are you? What do you mean? I retorted, disliking the sensation of being touched. I pushed her hand away. You have never appeared before my heart. Could Pansy also be a time traveler? The Malfoy line had always been singular in its lineage. Her tone was decidedly assertive. Miss Parkinson, I wonder when your family descended to such a state? Did your governess not instruct you in the most basic of manners? Stop pretending. There is no one else here, she scoffed. You are utterly nonsensical. I lifted my skirt, preparing to turn away. Suddenly, she seized my arm. Hey, I'm getting angry. She truly is troublesome. Apologies, Miss Malfoy. My reaction was somewhat excessive. Her demeanor shifted dramatically. I shot her a glare, wondering if I'd passed her test. If you wish to continue talking to yourself, we have nothing more to discuss. This time, she did not attempt to stop me. Only behind me did she murmur. This time, I will not repeat my mistakes. In the original text, Pansy Parkinson parted ways with Draco after the Wizarding War. I suspect a significant reason for her departure was the diminished standing of the Malfoy family, a neutral party. The Parkinson family did not side with either the Death Eaters or the Order of the Phoenix. Although the Malfoy family did not participate in the final battle and thus avoided punishment in Azkaban, they were already branded with disgrace, leaving little room for recovery. While Rowling did not delve into this aspect, it must have been a challenging time, fraught with hardship. How could the discerning Slytherin family allow their treasured gem to leap into the flames? Ultimately, Draco's union with Astoria was largely a consequence of Pansy's withdrawal. Could it be that she regretted her decision? Was she seizing the opportunity to start anew? She had lived through the original narrative, and I was conspicuously absent from her story. To her, I might very well be an unforeseen variable, prompting her eagerness to seek clarification from me. Her mindset had matured. Her words and actions reflected a marked difference. It was as if she had been ready to pen her own tale, only to be confronted by a supervisor, rendering her constrained. Suddenly, I felt a sharp pain in my nose, having collided with a solid mass. Ouch! I clutched my nose and looked up to find it was Draco. "Why don't you watch where you're going?" I chastised him, but a sheen of sweat glistened on his forehead and nose, his face slightly flushed. "Were you looking for me?" Of course, a question asked with full knowledge of the answer. He gently pinched my nose. "Am I truly such a source of concern for you?" I leaped into his embrace for the first time. "Did Pansy bully you?" His voice was as soothing as a cool breeze. "No, I didn't want him to verify with Pansy that I was simply delighted that he had come to find me." "Fool," he said, his words harsh, yet his eyes twinkling with mirth. "Where's the foolishness in that? The eldest daughter of the Malfoy family, so easily pleased, must indeed be foolish. What should I do then? My Aurora should be exceedingly hard to please, picky, willful, and do as she pleases. What would that make of me? How could I ever make friends?" I playfully retorted, yet my heart felt as sweet as honey. "Having me is enough for you," he said. Twirling a strand of my hair, he removed his jacket and draped it over my shoulders. Not far off, Pansy's dress hem revealed her whereabouts. "What do you mean?" "I don't like being touched by others," I reiterated, pushing her hand away once more. "You have never appeared before my heart." Could Pansy also be a time traveler? The Malfoy line had always been singular in its lineage. "Miss Parkinson, I wonder when your family descended to such a state. Did your governess not instruct you in the most basic of manners?" "Stop pretending. There's no one else here," she scoffed. "You are utterly nonsensical." I lifted my skirt, preparing to turn away. Suddenly, she seized my arm. "Hey, I'm getting angry. She truly is troublesome." "Apologies, Miss Malfoy." My reaction was somewhat excessive. Her demeanor shifted dramatically. I shot her a glare, wondering if I had passed her test. "If you wish to continue talking to yourself, we have nothing more to discuss." This time, she did not attempt to stop me. Only behind me did she murmur. "This time, I will not repeat my mistakes." In the original narrative, Pansy Parkinson diverges from Draco following the conflict of the Wizarding War. I surmise that a significant portion of this decision stems from the diminished stature of the Malfoy family. As a neutral party, the Parkinson family refrained from aligning themselves with either the Death Eaters or the Order of the Phoenix. Although the Malfoy family did not partake in the final battle, thereby escaping the penalties of Azkaban, they have been subjected to the disgrace of the humiliation pillar, leaving them with little chance for redemption. While Rowling did not delve into this aspect, it is likely that they faced considerable challenges and sustained severe blows. How could a prudent Slytherin family permit their cherished offspring to leap into the inferno? Ultimately, Draco's partnership with Astoria is largely attributed to Pansy's withdrawal. Could it be that she has experienced regret? Perhaps she seeks to seize the opportunity for a fresh start. She traverses the original text, naturally devoid of my presence. I could very well represent an unpredictable variable. Hence, her eagerness to seek my confirmation. Her mindset has matured into that of an adult, which accounts for the stark differences in her demeanor and speech. It is as though she had intended to freely inscribe her own tale. only to be interrupted by an overseer, rendering her constrained. Suddenly, I felt a sharp pain in my nose as I collided with a solid mass. I covered my nose and turned to see the intruder. It was Draco. Why does he not watch where he is going? He barreled straight into me. A faint sheen of sweat glistened on his forehead and the tip of his nose, and his complexion had taken on a rosy hue. "Are you here to seek me?" I asked, fully aware of the answer. He gently pinched the tip of my nose, a testament to how much he cares for me. I found myself leaping into his embrace for the first time. "Did Pansy bully you?" His voice was as chilling as ice. I had no desire for him to confront Pansy, but I was genuinely delighted that he came to find me. "Fool," he uttered, though his eyes and the corners of his mouth betrayed a smile. "Where's the foolishness in that? The lady of the Malfoy family is so easily pleased, of course. It seems foolish." "Then how should I be?" I countered. "My Aurora should be exceedingly hard to please. Picky, willful, and unrestrained. What would that amount to? How could I ever make friends?" I feigned annoyance, yet my heart felt as though it were coated in honey, sweet and warm. "Having me is sufficient for you," he remarked, entwining a strand of my long hair in his fingers that he removed his coat and draped it over my shoulders. Not far off, Pansy's dress hem revealed her presence. "Let us depart. I have no wish to provoke her." Draco tightened his embrace, his heated chest pressed firmly against my back. I had long since grown accustomed to his affectionate manner. Surely, won't he truly become what he claims? I pondered. Could it be that Pansy's arrogance in the original narrative was a result of Draco's indulgence? I could not dwell on it any longer. He is, after all, my blood relative, my brother. We're destined not to be together. What then was the source of my dissatisfaction? "Draco, the guests are still here," Lucius gently hinted as he observed our return to the hall. "I apologize. Father, I want to find Aurora." Lucius plucked a leaf from my hair. "Off to the garden, are we?" "Yes. I was just with Miss Parkinson." "And then you ran into the rose wall?" "Aurora, my daughter, this is your home. Do not tell me that the place where you have played since childhood can still cause you harm, that I was injured." I finally noticed the mottled bruises on my arms, the sharp thorns of the roses having left several bloodied marks. Against my pale skin, they appeared particularly jarring. I had not even realized. "Forgive me." "Aurora," Draco said, pulling me up, intent on taking me to tend to my wounds. "Father, could we perhaps omit Miss Parkinson from the guest list?" "Of course, the decision rests with you," Lucius nodded. Was Father unafraid of offending the Parkinson family? In the original narrative, Draco and Pansy's potential romantic involvement was certainly supported by Lucius. "She harmed you, whether intentionally or not." In the original tale, Draco's provocation of Buckbeak, the hippogriff, led to his arm being scratched, prompting Lucius to leverage his connections in an attempt to have it executed. In the Malfoy household, family comes first. "At this rate, I will truly become spoiled," I lamented. "How can one be so careless?" Draco feigned disdain, yet his touch remained extraordinarily gentle. The potent healing remedy accelerated my recovery, yet it also doubled the pain. "Bear with it," he urged, his brow furrowing even deeper. "I'm fine. It's not too serious. Remember how many old scars Harry had when he first arrived? They were far more terrifying than mine." "Humph, you don't act like a girl at all. Only the scars on a man's body are worthy of being called badges of honor." His words were harsh, yet his expression revealed deep concern at a contradictory fellow indeed. "Thank you, brother." I wrapped my arms around his neck and placed a gentle kiss on his cheek. He could not suppress the upward curve of his lips. "Is that all?" He raised an eyebrow, his eyes sparkling with mirth, yet he struggled to contain it. "What else do you desire?" I inquired, feigning ignorance. "I knew you were playing dumb." Draco sighed, resigned, and playfully tapped the other side of his cheek. Yet this time, I had no intention of acquiescing to his wishes. "Brother, close your eyes. What trickery are you up to now?" Nevertheless, he obediently shut his eyes. His thick, curled platinum lashes fluttered like tiny fans. Beneath his prominent nose lay his elegantly shaped lips, still moving, uttering those irksome words that I drew closer. He appeared surprised, but soon relaxed. His lips were so soft. Previously, we had been far too anxious, merely brushing against one another, only to withdraw immediately. "Aurora, let us depart," I reiterated, wishing to avoid provoking her further. Draco tightened his embrace once more, his fervent chest pressed against my back, a warmth I had long anticipated. I mused, would I genuinely transform into what he had described? Could it be that Pansy-esque haughtiness in the original narrative was a result of Draco-esque indulgence? I resolved to cease my thoughts. He was undoubtedly my brother, bound by blood, that we were fated never to converge. Yet why did my heart feel this lingering discontent? Draco, the guest remained, Lucius subtly reminded us as we returned to the hall. Forgive me, father, I sought out Aurora. Lucius removed a leaf from my hair. Off to the garden are we? Indeed, I was just in the company of Miss Parkinson. And then you collided with the rose wall? Aurora, my daughter, this is your home. Do not suggest that the very place where you have played since childhood can still cause you harm. Did I sustain an injury? I finally noticed the mottled bruises on my arms, the sharp thorns of the roses having left several bloodied marks, stark against my pale skin that I had failed to realize. I apologize, Aurora, Draco said, lifting me as he prepared to tend to my wounds. Father, might we exclude Miss Parkinson from the guest list? Certainly. The choice is yours, Lucius affirmed with a nod. Was father unconcerned about offending the Parkinson family? In the original narrative, Draco and Pansy-esque potential romance was likely bolstered by Lucius's support. She caused you harm, whether intentionally or inadvertently. In the original tale, Draco's provocation of Buckbeak led to his arm being scratched, prompting Lucius to use his influence to attempt to have the creature executed. In the Malfoy family, loyalty to kin is paramount. At this rate, I will truly be spoiled, I protested. How can one be so careless? Draco feigned annoyance, yet his touch remained remarkably gentle. The potent medicine accelerated my healing, yet it also intensified the pain. Bear with it, he urged, his brow furrowing deeper. I am fine. It is not severe. Do you remember how many old scars Harry had when he first arrived? They were far more terrifying than mine. Humph. You do not exhibit any semblance of femininity. Only the scars on a man bear the mark of valor. His words were harsh, yet his expression betrayed a profound sorrow. A hypocrite, indeed. Thank you, brother. I wrapped my arms around his neck and placed a gentle peck on his cheek. He could not suppress the upward curve of his lips. I asked this all. He arched an eyebrow, his eyes brimming with mirth, though he endeavored to stifle it. What else do you desire? I feigned ignorance that I knew you were acting coy. Draco sighed, resignedly tapping the other side of his cheek. However, this time, I was not inclined to acquiesce to his wishes. Brother, close your eyes. What trickery are you up to now? He obediently closed his eyes. His thick, curled platinum lashes fluttered like delicate fans. Beneath a proud nose lay a pair of exquisitely sculpted lips. Still uttering those vexatious words that I leaned closer, he was taken aback, only to relax moments later. His lips were so soft. Previously, we had been too tense, merely grazing each other before retreating. Aurora, do you like it? I encircled his waist, resting my head against his chest, the thundering of his heartbeat betraying his unease. Your face, Draco, is flushed crimson, I interjected, leaving him somewhat unwilling. Do you like it or not? He huffed through his nose, and I decided to relent. The little dragon would soon be in a frenzy if pressed too hard. Aurora, are you in there? I heard Uncle Lucius mention your injury. A knock resonated at the door. Belonging to Harry. Damn it, Draco muttered. I called out of the door. I'm fine. Brother has already applied the medicine. All right. There was a brief silence outside. Suddenly, the door swung open. Aurora, young Master Harry has also prepared some medicine. It was Dobby. He had opened the door without our permission. As a house elf of the Malfoy family, even if currently assigned to care for Harry, his authority should not extend this far. This cannot be allowed to continue. Yet in front of Harry, I could not discipline him directly, as it would be tantamount to slapping Harry's face. Draco, however, had no such reservations. Dobby, do you know what you're doing? I'm sorry, young Master Draco. I was wrong. He desperately banged his head against the wall. Dobby, stop it. Harry attempted to intervene. Leave him be. He simply lacks discipline. Draco observed coldly. I never imagined that the rift between Harry and Draco's friendship would stem from the misdeed of a house elf. Aurora, Harry looked at me for help. Brother, let's just let it go this time. I don't want to escalate things that you're also pleading for him. Draco retorted with irritation. Harry was concerned because of my injury. He and Dobby were both flustered by worry that I took his hand, gently shaking his arm. Please, I coquettishly pleaded with Draco in front of Harry, feeling a shyness I could hardly articulate that Draco's lips almost curled into a smile, barely concealing the amusement in his eyes. This time, we'll let it slide, but if there's a next time, I shall have my father dismiss you. Dobby repeatedly expressed his gratitude. It seemed that as long as he could remain by Harry's side, he would endure anything that Harry's gaze fell, obscuring his expression, yet the weight of his suppressed emotions was palpable. Dobby, as a servant of the Malfoy family, receiving punishment for wrongdoing was entirely normal, but I did not wish for Harry to misunderstand Draco. So I hastily clarified. Even if it was under my directive, his emerald eyes flickered with a flame of indignation. Harry, Dobby belongs to the Malfoy family. He is obliged to heed your commands, which is a sign of disrespect towards both Draco and me. I had to state it plainly. Harry, Draco punishing Dobby is not aimed at you. I don't want you to misinterpret my brother, I continued. Hoping to avoid exacerbating the situation, I understand he smiled gently, the earlier tension dissipating into thin air. You truly aren't angry? I cautiously scrutinized his expression. That of course not. I'm merely a bit worried about you, he replied, his gaze towards me soft and subtle. Yet, the fleeting trace of irritation still sent a chill through me. Let us go outside. The banquet has yet to conclude that I wish to escape this place of turmoil swiftly. Dobby, you are grounded for tonight, Draco added. As we turned, the smile in Harry's eyes vanished entirely. Draco added, in the fleeting moment we turned back, the smile in Harry's eyes vanished entirely. Aurora, there is no need to explain so much to him next time. After concluding the day's activities, we collapsed onto our beds. Utterly exhausted, at last, it was just Draco and me, as he whispered to me, casting a spell to block out the world. Children raised by Muggles simply do not comprehend such a rudimentary truth. The Muggle world espouses equality among all beings, yet they have never encountered a house elf, a wondrous creature, which makes them revere it so. Thus, he feels compelled to protect his followers. Humph, that Dobby, with his elbows sticking out. Brother, do not be angry. There will always be oddities and anomalies that I entwine my fingers with his. Aurora, I intend to gift Dobby to Harry completely. An unfaithful house elf is of no use to us. House elves are assets of wizarding families. Only ancient families possess them. Moreover, Dobby knows far too much. Draco's expression was icy. Indeed, Dobby is a ticking time bomb. It would be far simpler to erase his memory entirely and send him a Harry. Aurora, only the dead can keep secrets, he quickly added. This is what my father told me, as he secretly observed the changes in my expression. I think the same. Brother, there's no need to be so cautious in expressing opinions. I am merely worried you might think me a villain, he said, a look of grievance on his face. How could that be? We are Malfoys. Everything is for the family's benefit. Besides, there is no absolute distinction between good and evil in this world. A different perspective yields an entirely different conclusion. It is best that you can think this way. The boy, though evidently pleased, was still sardonic, unwilling to express himself plainly. This was one of Draco's ways of communicating. Oh, you contradictory fellow! If I did not know you so well, you would drive me mad. The next day, Lucius, upon hearing Draco's suggestion, pondered for a moment before patting Draco on the shoulder. Draco, it is commendable that you have thought this deeply. When Dobby reappeared before us, he had already become a house elf of Potter Manor. In the original story, Harry stuffed a sock into the damaged Horcrux diary, prompting Lucius, in a fit of rage, to throw it away. The sock was picked up by Dobby, subsequently terminating the employment relationship. This time, Harry was destined to receive Dobby. But was it truly so? The cunning head of the Malfoy family had not genuinely severed the employment bond. Rather, he cleverly manipulated people's cognitive biases. Yet at that moment, we were all in the dark. What he sought in return, of course, was Harry's heartfelt gratitude. Time passed swiftly. The gates of the magical world swung wide open for us. An owl from Hogwarts rapped on the windows of Malfoy Manor. The proud golden eagle disdainfully observed these distant messengers as they voraciously snatched their food with a flap of its wings. It retreated to a corner, leisurely preening its feathers. Abraxas glanced at the contents of the letter and teased. After all these years, the template has not changed at all. Back in the day, you and Sissy were just like this. eagerly awaiting this letter, too nervous to eat breakfast. Father, Lucius, bore a look of embarrassment. Sissy was concerned she would be rejected by Hogwarts as a mute. Lucius added in agreement, there is absolutely no need for concern. The other half of your bloodline is remarkably strong. Narcissa's other half of the bloodline truly that strong. Though the Black and Rosier families were both renowned pure blood families, in my mind, they were on par with the Malfoy family. Not to mention, my proud and arrogant grandfather had never expressed any admiration or envy for other families in words. The only one to earn the Malfoy family's respect and cause them to stumble was none other than Voldemort, the last heir of Slytherin. Mother once worried that my eyes might turn red, for the only human in existence with red eyes was Voldemort himself. Everything ultimately pointed towards that noseless abomination. He forsook unparalleled beauty in pursuit of immortality and power. What an audacious conjecture! In the official Harry Potter fanfiction, Voldemort had a fleeting romance with Bellatrix, Narcissa's elder sister, and fathered their beloved daughter, Delphi, at Malfoy Manor. The girl inherited the cold, calculating traits of both her parents, while Narcissa radiated maternal warmth, brimming with care for her family, devoid of malice in her demeanor. I felt ashamed of my unrealistic associations. How could Mother possibly be connected to Voldemort? Aurora, are you worried about which house to join? Narcissa pulled me close, noticing my prolonged silence. She was tall and slender, with an exquisite figure. Time had left no mark on her or Lucius. Everyone says I resemble her greatly. Would I possess such beauty as hers upon reaching adulthood? I stared at her, lost in thought, eliciting laughter from her. Mother must have captivated many at Hogwarts with her beauty when she attended. The 16-year-old Voldemort, as depicted in the Horcrux diary I had seen, possessed similarly breathtaking beauty. Aurora, Sissy is asking you something. My jealous father would never allow Mother to focus her attention on anyone for too long, including his own children. I wish to join Slytherin. I believe I belong there. I quickly replied, Slytherin is not a place one can simply wander into. With your demeanor, you would be better suited for Hufflepuff. How dare you curse your own daughter? Father, such jokes are unacceptable, Draco retorted. I made a pact with Aurora. We will not go anywhere but Slytherin. We also want to reside in your old dormitory. Then I wish you both the best of luck, Lucius said, wrapping his arms around Narcissa. Humph, the sweetly affectionate Malfoy couple. Harry, which house do you wish to join? Narcissa, eager to divert attention from herself, quickly changed the subject. Do I have the right to choose? Harry's expression was one of confusion. Indeed, embarking on the journey to Hogwarts means Harry will be under Dumbledore's watchful eye at all times. Harry, do not be so pessimistic. Hogwarts will assign you to a house based on your traits, Lucius consoled, a rare moment of comfort from him. Every generation of graduates keeps the sorting hat secret. Leaving a mystery is one of Hogwarts' traditions. If given the chance, I would also like to join Slytherin. Harry seemed to muster his courage, looking at me with his emerald green eyes. Narcissa's other half of the bloodline truly that strong? Though the Black and Rosier families were both renowned pure blood families, in my mind, they were on par with the Malfoy family. Not to mention, my proud and arrogant grandfather had never expressed any admiration or envy for other families in words. The only one to earn the Malfoy family's respect and cause them to stumble was none other than Voldemort, the last heir of Slytherin. Mother once worried that my eyes might turn red, for the only human in existence with red eyes was Voldemort himself. Everything ultimately pointed towards that noseless abomination. He forsook unparalleled beauty in pursuit of immortality and power. What an audacious conjecture! In the official Harry Potter fanfiction, Voldemort had a fleeting romance with Bellatrix, Narcissa's elder sister, and fathered their beloved daughter, Delphi, at Malfoy Manor. The girl inherited the cold, calculating traits of both her parents, while Narcissa radiated maternal warmth. Brimming with care for her family, devoid of malice in her demeanor, I felt ashamed of my unrealistic associations. How could Mother possibly be connected to Voldemort? Aurora, are you worried about which house to join? Narcissa observed my prolonged silence and gently pulled me close. Her limbs were long, her figure statuesque, and her curves exquisite. Time had left no mark upon her or Lucius. Everyone remarked on the striking resemblance between us. As I stood there, Lost in admiration of her dazed expression, I elicited a laugh from her. Surely, during her time at Hogwarts, many must have been as captivated by her beauty as I was. The 16-year-old Voldemort, as noted in the Horcrux notebook I had once seen, possessed a similarly breathtaking allure. Aurora, Cecily is asking about you, and why jealous father would never allow Narcissa to focus her attention on anyone but him for long, including, but not limited to, his children, that I wish to join Slytherin. I believe I am meant to be a Slytherin, I replied hastily. Slytherin is not a house one can simply drift into. With your demeanor, Hufflepuff would suit you best, he retorted. How dare you curse your own daughter like that? Father, such jesting is inappropriate. Draco interjected. I have made a pact with Aurora. I shall not go anywhere but Slytherin. I intend to reside in your old dormitory. Then I wish you both the best of luck, Lucius said, enveloping Narcissa in his embrace. Oh, the clingy Malfoy couple. Harry, which house do you wish to join? Narcissa sought to divert the attention away from herself. I have a choice in the matter, Harry replied, a look of confusion crossing his face. Indeed, embarking on the journey to Hogwarts meant that Harry would always be under Dumbledore's watchful eye. Oh, there's no need for such pessimism. Hogwarts will allocate houses based on your traits, Lucius consoled, a rare moment of comfort from him. Every graduating class keeps the secrets of the Sorting Hat, leaving an air of mystery. This, too, is a tradition of Hogwarts. If given the chance, I would also like to join Slytherin, Harry said, as if summoning all his courage, his emerald eyes fixed upon me. If you join Slytherin, Dumbledore will be furious enough to set his beard ablaze, Lucius remarked with a mischievous grin. However, since Harry has been taken in by the Malfoys, Dumbledore must have been prepared for this. Narcissa added, spicing up the conversation. This could be beneficial. Geller can offer him comfort in person. Lucius continued his playful banter. Lucius's mother, the wife of Abraxas, was the daughter of Gellert Grindelwald. Yet those familiar with the original text know that Gellert Grindelwald and Albus Dumbledore met during the summer of their 16th year. Two prodigious youths destined to lead opposing factions. Their 3 months of passionate fervor left them with lifelong regret and sorrow. After a night of drunken revelry, Grindelwald left behind his only descendant, Lucius's mother. A child born against the will of both parties ultimately became a mere pawn in the game of pure-blood alliances. Tragically, the woman succumbed to amniotic fluid embolism on the very day of her delivery. Despite the efforts of all St. Mungo's healers, they could not save her from death's grasp. Abraxas was heartbroken. Years passed, and until Lucius came of age, no other woman held the title of Mrs. Malfoy. Thus, Lucius became the only living descendant of Grindelwald. This explains why the Malfoy family could swiftly regain their strength, unaffected by Voldemort's downfall, that I once inquired Narcissa why she, unlike other pureblood girls, did not become a mere tool for alliances, but was fortunate enough to marry for love. Because I was lucky enough to meet your father early on, she mused, her gaze drifting as if lost in memories of their shared past. How early? My curiosity about their romance piqued, particularly since the original text scarcely touched upon this topic. Aurora, allow me to share a secret, Narcissa said with a mysterious smile, from the moment I was born. I was born at Malfoy Manor, growing up alongside Lucius. She added, "Oh, you were childhood sweethearts?" One might say that, she replied, brushing my long hair as she spoke. Was your mother truly so trusting as to leave you here? The burdens and rigorous studies of pure-blood families seem to have never encumbered Narcissa's life. And why, dear Aurora, one must not judge solely by appearances. There is another secret I shall hint at, but it is for you to uncover. She kissed my brow through my bangs, a calming presence enveloping me that I wish to embody her essence. Cecily, we must take our leave. Lucius entered, interrupting our moment. Really, must you deprive us of more time together as mother and daughter? We have a tight schedule today, textbooks to purchase, uniforms to order, and wands to select. Narcissa must have sensed my reluctance to part, for she gently cupped my cheek. Narcissa's wand was quite unique, the handle adorned with several silver studs, exuding an aura of vintage elegance when held. Lucius currently wielded a wand passed down through generations of the Malfoy family. The previous owner being Abraxas, IT was securely housed within a serpent-headed cane, a symbol of status, Draco and I had never seen the true form of Lucius's wand that a flicker of curiosity surged within me. "Father, may I see your wand?" Why did Lucius appear so flustered? His grip tightened around the serpent-headed cane, his face shifting from pale to flushed, casting a pleading glance at Narcissa. She was in fits of laughter. "Aurora," she said, embracing my bewildered self, "wands carry a deeper significance. You'll understand when you're older that in any case, do not ask a gentleman to show you his wand." Lucius chuckled helplessly, allowing his wife to tease him, but still reminding me with a hint of seriousness. Oh dear, could it be that I truly am oblivious? We had visited Diagon Alley before, yet this was my first time entering Ollivander's wand shop. Dear children, it is not you who choose the wand. Rather, it is the wand that chooses its master. Ollivander, engrossed in wand-making, was quite disheveled. His silver-white eyes appeared eerily devoid of pupils from a distance. "I remember every wand I have sold, Mrs. Malfoy, if I recall correctly. You and Mr. Malfoy possess twin wands." He suddenly turned to Narcissa for confirmation. "Indeed," she replied, caressing her wand as if reminiscing about the day she selected it. "Lucius was to venture to Nocturne Alley. Parting ways with us. You were sent in by Abraxas. Yet circumstances have changed," Ollivander commented. "We are pressed for time. Perhaps we should allow the children to begin selecting." Narcissa awkwardly redirected the conversation. "Ladies first." "My young lady, step forward," Ollivander instructed. He first measured my arm length and, upon learning I was right-handed, began handing me wands in rapid succession. Sparks ignited as incompatible wands met my grasp, truly capable of wreaking havoc. Narcissa shielded Harry and Draco behind her, offering me a reassuring glance. "Aurora, do not fret. How could I forget you are a Malfoy? Perhaps you have inherited your parents' traits." His rambling introduction, while comprehensible word by word, became a muddled haze when strung together. He retrieved a wand from the shelf, made of neither wood nor metal, lightweight in my hand, that I felt a surge of warmth within me, transcending the mere flow of magic. Something was about to emerge. Facing the unknown, I felt a wave of fear. I wanted to scream, yet worried it might summon unnecessary trouble. Sensing my turmoil, Narcissa broke through the barrier and rushed to my side. "Aurora, are you all right? Your daughter has found her suitable wand," Ollivander proclaimed proudly. To my astonishment, my wand emitted a dazzling array of colors, illuminating the entire shop. Aurora, the goddess of dawn and daylight in Roman mythology, inspired the name given to the aurora by the esteemed Italian scientist Galileo. "Aurora, how lovely!" Draco approached, extending his hand to take my wand. Ollivander was utterly unprepared to intervene. To my astonishment, a magnificent silver dragon erupted from the tip of my wand, roaring as it soared majestically above. It was truly miraculous. The two young children were able to share a single wand. But then, who truly held the wand's ultimate ownership? Lucius clutched his serpent-headed staff, instinctively tightening his grip. His face fluctuated between shades of blue and white as he cast a pleading glance towards his wife. Narcissa was positively quaking with laughter. "Aurora," she chuckled, enveloping me in her embrace, gently explaining, "the wand carries a deeper meaning. You will understand when you are older. In any case, do not request to see another's wand." Lucius managed a resigned smile, allowing his wife to tease him while still reminding me. Goodness, could it be that I truly am unaware? Although we had visited Diagon Alley before, this was our first foray into Ollivander's wand shop. Dear children, it is not you who choose the wand, but rather the wand that chooses its master. Ollivander, a man scruffy in appearance yet focused on his craft, possessed a pair of striking silver eyes that, from a distance, appeared to be devoid of pupils, which was rather unsettling. "I remember every wand I have sold," he stated, turning suddenly to Narcissa for confirmation. "If I recall correctly, you and Mr. Malfoy possess a pair of twin wands." "Indeed," Narcissa replied, stroking the wand in her hand as if reminiscing about the moment of its selection. Lucius excused himself to take care of some business in Nocturne Alley, parting ways with us. "You were brought here by Abraxas, but it seems there has been a complication," Ollivander noted. "We are pressed for time. Perhaps we should let the children commence their selection." Narcissa awkwardly shifted the topic. Ladies first, my dear girl. Step forward, Ollivander instructed, measuring my arm length before learning I was right-handed and began presenting wands to me in quick succession. Sparks flew in every direction that a mismatched wand in one's grasp could indeed unleash chaos. Narcissa shielded Harry and Draco behind her, casting me an assuring glance. Rora, do not fret. Oh, how could I forget that you are a Malfoy? Perhaps you have inherited your parents' traits, he rambled on, his words coherent yet incomprehensible when strung together. He retrieved a wand from the shelf, its material neither purely wooden nor metal, feeling remarkably light in my grasp. A surge of warmth coursed through me, transcending the mere flow of magic. Something was on the verge of awakening within me. Fear gripped my heart as I faced the unknown. I yearned to scream, yet feared the trouble it might stir. Seemingly attuned to my distress, Narcissa broke through the barrier and came to my side. Rora, are you well? Your daughter has found the perfect wand, Ollivander proclaimed with pride. My wand radiated a dazzling array of colors, illuminating the entire shop. This was Aurora, the goddess who governs dawn, named by Galileo. Draco approached, taking my wand from me. Ollivander had no time to object. To the tip of my wand, a silver dragon burst forth, roaring and spiraling in the air. Astonishing, utterly astonishing. Two young friends can indeed share a wand. So, who is the rightful owner of this wand? Draco remarked, though his eyes betrayed an unmistakable reluctance to part with it. Any wizard who has experienced the harmony of a compatible wand would find it difficult to relinquish it. The wand hummed in his hand, as if whispering a reluctant farewell. Ollivander, do not test humanity in this manner. Narcissa frowned. What of Aurora's twin wand? Let Draco try it. Ollivander slapped his forehead, exclaiming, how could I have overlooked that? Quickly, give this one a try. It was the very wand mentioned in the original story. 10 inches. Made of hawthorn, with a core of unicorn hair. If Ollivander had not mentioned it, one would never have guessed they shared any intrinsic connection. It is my wand, Draco exclaimed, finally discovering his own amidst the thousands. Our wands are also a pair. He came to my side, his eyes shimmering like stars. Here, you return my wand. Rora, I will never take what is yours. It is all right. If you take mine, I shall use yours. I seized Draco's wand, the familiar sensation resonating with my being. Good. Draco gazed at me with fondness. Not far away, Narcissa's eyes followed our interaction, as if reminiscing about something dear. Even among siblings sharing blood, the chance of selecting twin wands is exceedingly rare, let alone wielding each other's wands. Ollivander mused, your bond must be truly special. Indeed, Aurora is the most important person in my life, Draco admitted, a faint blush gracing his fair cheeks. I squeezed his fingertips in silent acknowledgement. Mr. Ollivander, Harry, who had remained silent for some time, finally spoke. Apologies. This young guest came with Malfoy. You must be the legendary Harry Potter, Ollivander remarked, scrutinizing the scar on Harry's forehead while gesturing animatedly. Yes, Harry replied with a shy smile, that Harry's wand selection did not go as smoothly as Draco's. True to the original text, it was not until he chose Voldemort's twin wand, 11 inches, made of you, with a phoenix feather, that his quest was complete. Harry examined his wand, his expression grave. From that moment onward, he would be entwined in a tragic fate with Voldemort, haunting him for the rest of his life. Mother, is a wand made of phoenix feather more powerful, or one made of unicorn hair? Draco inquired hopefully, having felt a tinge of inadequacy from Ollivander's earlier words. Draco, a wand is merely an amplifier of a wizard's magic. Selecting a compatible wand that resonates with one's own magic is essential to achieving a synergistic effect. Narcissa deftly sidestepped the material comparison, steering Draco's focus toward enhancing his own abilities. Wands made of unicorn hair are not suited for the casting of dark magic. Ironically, both Draco and I were born into families of Death Eaters. Draco, may I see your wand? Harry asked. Lucius had just warned me not to look at the wand of the opposite sex. Perhaps there is no such taboo with the same sex? No, the HXD pairing is equally popular. Draco, however, thought little of it, and the two exchanged wands. Draco, I can use your wand as well. Look, as Harry cast his magic. It flowed effortlessly, As if the wand had been tailor-made for him, it became evident that those capable of wielding twin wands were not limited to Draco alone. That he approached me, speaking in a voice only we could hear. This wand was first taken by Aurora. I cannot claim it as my own. Though Draco spoke these words, his eyes revealed a clear reluctance to let go. Any wizard who has felt the ease of a compatible wand would be loath to part with it. The wand hummed in his grasp, as if whispering a reluctant farewell. Ollivander, do not test humanity in this manner. Narcissa frowned. What of Aurora's twin wand? Let Draco try it. Ollivander smacked his forehead, exclaiming, How could I have forgotten? Quickly, try this one. It was the wand mentioned in the original text, 10 inches, made of hawthorn, with a core of unicorn hair. If Ollivander had not mentioned it, one would never have guessed they shared any intrinsic connection. It is my wand, Draco exclaimed, having finally discovered the one that belonged to him amidst thousands of others. Our wands are a pair. He approached me, his eyes seemingly filled with stars. Here, I return your wand. Aurora, I shall never take your belongings. It's all right. You took mine, so I shall use yours, I replied, seizing Draco's wand, the familiar sensation resonating with my body. Good. Draco looked at me indulgently. Not far away, Narcissa's gaze followed the two of us, as if reminiscing about something. Even siblings connected by blood have a slim chance of selecting twin wands, let alone wielding each other's, Ollivander remarked. Your bond must be extraordinary. Indeed, Aurora is the most important person to me, Draco said, a faint blush gracing his fair cheeks. I gently squeezed his fingertips in acknowledgement that Mr. Ollivander, who had been silent for a while, finally spoke. Forgive me, this young guest has come with Malfoy. You must be the renowned Harry Potter. He scrutinized Harry's scar, gesturing animatedly. Yes, Harry replied with a shy smile that Harry's wand selection process was not as seamless as Draco's. As in the original story, it concluded only when he chose Voldemort's twin wand, 11 inches. Made of holly, with a phoenix feather. Harry examined his wand, his expression stern. From that moment on, his fated connection with Voldemort would entwine him for the rest of his life. Mom, is a wand made of phoenix feather more powerful? Or one made of unicorn hair? Draco inquired hopefully, the earlier words of Ollivander making him feel somewhat inferior. Draco, a wand merely amplifies a wizard's magic. Choosing the right wand that resonates with one's own power is what truly allows for an effect of 1-1-2. Narcissa replied, steering Draco's focus towards enhancing his own abilities rather than comparing materials. Wands made of unicorn hair are not suited for the casting of dark magic. Ironically, both Draco and I were born into families of Death Eaters. Draco, may I see your wand? Harry asked. Lucius just warned me not to look at the wands of the opposite sex. Perhaps there's no such taboo with the same sex. No, the Herrix-Draco pairing is quite popular. Draco, however, did not dwell on such thoughts as they exchanged wands. Draco, I can also use your wand. Look. As Harry unleashed his magic, it flowed effortlessly, as if the wand were tailor-made for him. Those who could wield twin wands were not limited to Draco alone. He stepped before me, murmuring in a voice only we could hear, I remember, in the original story, when Harry took Draco's wand, it obeyed him. He can naturally use Draco's wand. Could it be that he, like Pansy Parkinson, possessed the memories of the past and had been granted a second chance? My heart was filled with uncertainty, unsure of how to respond to his words. Aurora, would you like to try my wand? Harry tentatively asked, why face flushed crimson. Ever since I learned the deeper significance of wands, I found it difficult to meet their gaze. Did Harry and Draco truly understand? Why utter such ambiguous words? Perhaps not. Father said one should not use another's wand. I discreetly gestured to Narcissa for confirmation. Aurora, this wand is not that wand. Since Harry is willing to let you try his, you should go ahead. It is perfectly fine, she said with a sly expression. Smiling like a cunning fox, I was indeed curious about the wand that had defeated Voldemort in the final battle. It was as elastic as Draco's wand. Harry handed it over, and I gently grasped its handle. You see my wand. You can use it to, as he spoke, his hand enveloped mine, and I became the conduit for the interaction of his magic with the wand. Harry's magical flow established a connection with me. This sensation was indescribable. My back pressed against his chest. His warm breath lingered on my neck. This was crossing a boundary. I hurriedly returned the wand to him, my fingertips tingling. Even after our connection severed, I could still feel Harry's magic lingering within me. What an odd experience. Unaware of the intricacies, Draco held my hand tightly. He placed our wands into my palm. In our intertwined hands, the two twin wands unexpectedly slipped from my grasp, frolicking and chasing each other in midair. "Mom, do your and Dad's twin wands behave like this?" Draco exclaimed proudly, casting a glance at Harry. "The wonders of twin wands are abundant. You and Aurora can explore them at your leisure," Lucius declared, arriving late, his hand resting on Narcissa's waist, drawing her close. "Wizards with paired twin wands all reside in the Malfoy household," Draco joyfully proclaimed. "Draco Malfoy, do not spread this matter indiscriminately," Lucius warned sternly. Draco jumped in surprise, instinctively fearing his father's severity. "Father, why?" I voiced his silent question. Lucius did not respond immediately, but instead cast an unbreakable curse upon everyone present. Chains formed from the spell entwined around each of you. In the brief silence that followed, Lucius began to explain the reason for secrecy. Twin wands cannot harm each other. Merlin will secretly mark their owners. Their fates are inextricably intertwined, unendingly. To be bound to Aurora's fate is a wish I cannot fulfill. Draco looked at me, his voice gentle. His sincere gaze bore into me that I felt as if I might melt under the weight of such meaning. "Not only that, Aurora will become your lifelong Achilles heel. As your bond deepens, her joys and sorrows will mirror your own. You will share every sentiment, leaving no room for privacy between you. Will Aurora know my every thought?" Draco gasped in shock. "That is indeed the case." Lucius raised an eyebrow. "Then, does Mom also know your innermost thoughts? Is there nothing you keep from her?" Draco seemed intent on dragging Lucius into this conversation. Of course, Lucius replied without a second thought, playing with Narcissa's slender waist. "Draco, is there anything I should not know?" I asked curiously. "Men and women are different. Sometimes my body craves you, and if you knew, it would be rather embarrassing." He whispered in my ear, "Goodness, Draco, you're still so young, and already thinking about such things." My face flushed as I quickly covered his mouth, silencing him. "All right, I'm merely giving you a reminder." Draco seemed to fear my anger, his submissive demeanor appearing somewhat pitiful. "Understood." My palm pressed against his soft lips. I covered the lower half of his face with my hand, and my gaze fell upon his profound gray eyes. The Malfoys have undeniably inherited the admirable genes of the previous generation. Draco, in his maturity, is bound to be as handsome as Lucius. The 11-year-old boy already possesses the upright stature of a young man. Tall and graceful, it may be somewhat inconvenient, but Harry deftly redirected the conversation, especially considering how Aurora and Draco would each establish their own families in the future. Narcissa and Lucius exchanged a glance, interrupting Draco just as he was about to retort. The road ahead is long, and anything could happen. The brief interlude was soon forgotten by all. Each person now possessed their own wand. While I, still sharing the twin wand with my most cherished character, Draco Malfoy, felt an overwhelming excitement coursing through me. "Aurora, I too am elated." Our fingers intertwined beneath the wizarding robes. I sensed your joy as well. Holding the twin wand, we shared a profound connection. It was no wonder that my happiness, due to Draco, was magnified. Narcissa and Lucius observed us discreetly, while we were immersed in our own world, as if we were the only two souls in all of Diagon Alley. We were completely oblivious to the fact that Harry's arm had begun to bulge with veins, his slender fingers nearly snapping that holly wand. The Weasley family had also arrived at Diagon Alley for their shopping needs. Their bustling appearance resembled that of a market day. "Father, in the future, can we send our purchases by outpost?" I tilted my head up, proposing to Lucius. This was a nascent form of online shopping. No one had yet ventured into this endeavor. We could monopolize this business. Understanding one another instinctively, Draco concurred. Indeed, the Malfoys have a keen business acumen embedded in their lineage. "Quite right," Lucius nodded. It appeared he primarily disliked sharing the same space with the Weasley family. "Look, it's the Malfoy family's white hair." The Weasley twins exchanged knowing glances. The Malfoy family's characteristic platinum hair, under the sunlight, appeared almost silvery. However, being teased as white hair was hardly a pleasant experience that I heard Father say that Muggles refer to such a condition as albinism. Arthur Weasley, now working in the Ministry of Magic's Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, surely had some understanding of Muggle ailments. They intentionally mocked a condition that Muggles suffer from to humiliate a pure-blood family. Targeting others' appearances, Weasley, you truly excel at that. Their voices were not loud, just at a volume that allowed us to hear their remarks. Under the guise of enjoying pranks, they sought to belittle others that I discreetly shook my head. Restraining Draco, who wished to draw his wand. The Weasley family, a large and boisterous group, would pose a significant disadvantage to us if they employed their sheer numbers. Since they enjoyed veiled insults, we too would ensure they received their just deserts in silence. I gripped my wand firmly, refraining from casting any spells. Just as when selecting a wand, I could cause it to emit a dazzling light. But what if that light had a directional intent? One of the Weasley twins suddenly covered his eyes, emitting a cry, "Mum, my eyes hurt." He began to weep uncontrollably, while the Weasley parents desperately sought a remedy, but to no avail. Trouble comes from the mouth. "Well done, Aurora," Draco whispered to me. "Hey, was it you?" A red-haired boy, his face freckled, approached us. "What do you mean?" I widened my eyes, feigning innocence. "Who are you?" Draco frowned, having never encountered someone who failed to introduce themselves upon first meeting. We understood the implications of our inquiry towards the red-haired boy, but self-preservation is instinctual. It was they who instigated the conflict, and we had no obligation to acknowledge it. "Are you bold enough to let my father inspect your wand?" The boy blocked our path, pressing further. The injured boy was in agony, wailing continuously, and the Weasleys were eager to seize any clue. "Weasley, it has been a while. Has your position in the ministry risen so high that you can allow your children to flaunt their arrogance?" Lucius interjected, raising his wand to block the red-haired boy's path. Arthur Weasley's face flushed with embarrassment. After all these years of mediocrity, he remained a mere low-level employee. High position, that was nothing more than a dream. He had paid a hefty price for his impulsive raid on Malfoy Manor. His failure to seize any incriminating evidence against Lucius, who had once participated in Death Eater activities, only served to underscore his incompetence. The master of the Malfoy estate slipped away unscathed, not spending a single galleon on punishment. The post-war reconstruction demanded substantial financial investment. Without the Malfoy family as a lucrative target, he could only continue to serve as a lackey for Madame Longbottom. Madame Longbottom, having suffered the torment of the Cruciatus curse inflicted by Bellatrix Lestrange upon her son and daughter-in-law, had ended up in St. Mungo's. She donated the majority of her wealth to the Ministry of Magic and the Order of the Phoenix, leaving only the Longbottom ancestral home behind. Her contributions were still a drop in the bucket. Naturally, they had begun to set their sights on Potter, the owner of Black Manor. Harry, having been adopted by the Malfoys, and Narcissa being the only free member of the Black family, the formidable legal team of the Malfoys ensured that both assets remained firmly in their grasp. The Ministry's plans continued to falter, until the Minister of Magic deigned to visit Malfoy Manor multiple times to discuss collaboration. The balance of power had shifted. During negotiations, the Ministry suffered defeat after defeat, while the Malfoy family deepened their influence in every aspect of life. Lucius played his cards beautifully. Arthur Weasley had faced humiliation before Lucius more than once that he no longer possessed the arrogance of his youth. His stagnant career had reduced him to an inconsequential middle-aged worker. Enamored with Muggle items, he filled his time. Did he regret the words he had spoken in Malfoy Manor? That remained unknown. Yet, when his twin sons berated the Malfoys, he did not intervene. Once the Malfoys retaliated, he could hide behind the guise of not wanting to stoop to the level of the young. The master of the Malfoys showed no mercy, standing on the moral high ground. Alas, his schemes had all come to naught. I cast a glance in Harry's direction. The savior from the original narrative stood firmly alongside the Weasleys. Now he stood between me and the red-haired boy. Without authorization from the Ministry, it was illegal to inspect the spells cast from another's wand. "Move aside, Malfoy-'s lackey," the red-haired boy blurted out, witnessing his brother writhing in pain on the ground. Ron Weasley, splendid. What a lasting first impression for Harry. Harry, having lived a life of privilege with the Malfoys, no longer felt the inferiority he once had while living in someone else's shadow. When had he ever been so belittled? He and Draco, standing on either side, were ready to confront Ron, that I quickly intervened, saying, "Let it be. Harry doesn't want to watch. Let them that don't blame him." He asked, just concerned and confused that I noticed he too was carrying first-year textbooks. Perhaps he would be a classmate at Hogwarts in the future. "Aurora, you are simply too kind," which invites bullying. Harry disapproved. "I am a Malfoy. Being misunderstood is to be expected," that I clasped hands with Draco, in no need for false accusations. "You were born a malevolent breed, and your surname is the finest proof." Suddenly, a girl with fiery red hair darted out. "It seems that Mr. Weasley has been introducing the Malfoys quite frequently at home. Under the guidance of his teachings, our reputation has firmly taken root in the hearts of many. The surname Malfoy carries an unpleasant connotation, associated with evil and treachery. How absurd it is that just because your brother spoke ill of us, his ailment must be attributed to us. Will you curse Merlin for your own misfortune of being caught in the rain without an umbrella? Weasley has indeed met his match. Some bystanders are gradually uncovering the truth, including those who have been victims of the Weasley twin spontaneous pranks that do not hold grudges against children has almost become Molly Weasley's catchphrase. Yet society will teach you a lesson. Not a single soul thought to contact St. Mungo's for assistance. After all, once St. Mungo's sends a healer, the Weasleys would be unable to afford the medical fees and might even be taken advantage of. Ending up in dire straits, I decided to withdraw and dim the glaring light. This was not any kind of spell. Even using a time reversal charm to trace the order of my spells left no trace. "Arthur, what has happened?" An elderly man with white hair stepped forward, clad in flamboyant pajamas and wearing crescent-shaped spectacles, appearing somewhat comical. Professor Dumbledore, Lucius and Narcissa approached to pay their respects. Harry looked on in shock at the newcomer, his childhood nightmare. The behind-the-scenes hero who entrusted him to the Dursleys, the greatest wizard, Albus Dumbledore. His demeanor was so warm and friendly that the earlier hostility vanished into thin air, yet his cerulean eyes fixated on the wand in my hand. "Miss Malfoy, may I examine your wand?" His gaze was piercing, almost penetrating, that I glanced at the Malfoys, who nodded encouragingly. Lucius explained, "Professor Dumbledore is the chief warlock of the Wisenamoth." "Hello," I offered, presenting my wand with both hands. He seemed taken aback by my gesture. Perhaps expecting to witness my struggle, he recreated the spells my wand had previously cast through the time reversal charm. He ensure fairness. He made everything tangible for all present. He furrowed his brow. "Arthur, you may have made an error. Miss Malfoy's wand has not been used." "Impossible!" Arthur Weasley protested, his eyes reddening, refusing to accept this conclusion. "This is a brand new wand, just purchased from Ollivanders." Lucius stepped forward, patting my shoulder, pulling me into his sphere of influence. "Professor Dumbledore, may I have my wand back now?" I looked up, slightly awkward, making my request. Dumbledore's expression conveyed a hint of regret. "Thank you for your cooperation." "Miss Malfoy, Professor Dumbledore, do you need to check the wands of the rest of us?" A clear voice broke the silence. That it was Harry. "I don't think that's necessary, my child," Dumbledore replied, his smile becoming more genuine upon recognizing Harry as the one posing the question. "Why did you initially suspect Aurora?" "We all share the same motive." Harry handed his wand to the self-proclaimed righteous elder. This was a blatant bias in favor of the members of the Order of the Phoenix. The onlookers, who had been passively observing, began to whisper among themselves. Clad in a thin dress, I initially displayed a bewildered expression of being wronged. "Mother, why could this happen?" I pouted, then buried my head in my mother's embrace. My shoulders trembling slightly, I portrayed the image of an innocent victim caught in the crossfire masterfully. The Weasley family, in collusion with Dumbledore, was bullying the young girl from the Malfoy family. Hadn't the Malfoys already been vindicated? Was the upper echelon of the ministry still targeting him? I heard that the Weasleys and Malfoys are even distant relatives. Perhaps they were here to extort us? As the situation escalated, Dumbledore's gaze became sharp, locking onto Arthur Weasley, compelling him to apologize to us. After making eye contact with Ron and Ginny, they all lowered their heads. That on the surface, the Malfoy family had won both face and substance. Yet I did not believe we could afford to be complacent. The Weasleys, as long as they were humiliated, would adopt the stance of "I may be poor, but I am justified," even if they were in the wrong. Whoever entangles with them is bound to suffer misfortune. Aurora, are you all right? Draco asked, his heart aching as he took me into his arms. I silently shook my head, refraining from speaking, leaving only a desolate silhouette behind. When not standing atop the pinnacle of power, yielding with gentleness is the most effortless approach. The Weasleys have departed. We needn't put on an act any longer, Lucius reminded. Father, his revelation caused me to falter slightly. Ha! Little deceiver, you almost had me fooled. Draco ruffled my hair playfully. Harry, thank you for standing up for me earlier. I apologize for not meaning to keep you in the dark. I stepped forward to meet his gaze. Just as the Weasleys described, I am indeed that despicable girl, devoid of loyalty, who distorts right and wrong. That I apologize for disappointing you. Anyone who slanders the Malfoy family must pay the corresponding price. Harry and I spoke in unison, astonished at how this fellow seemed to read my thoughts, because, indeed, I thought the same. If he even echoed my sentiments. Had I not known he wasn't using legilimency, I would have suspected him of being a parasite in my mind. Thank you for your understanding, Harry. I stepped forward to embrace him. Aurora, your performance was commendable, Lucius complimented. Cece is far too naive and would never deceive anyone to— Oh, please. In the original story, your wife dared to deceive Voldemort by concealing Harry's death during the final battle. Father was exceedingly indulgent towards Mother, cradling her delicately, shielding her from the storms of life, while preventing her from facing any risks. This truly acceptable. If this person were not Narcissa, she would surely be spoiled rotten. Aurora is wonderful. Narcissa accepted her father's praise with delight. The pampered lady of the Malfoy family, who is utterly sheltered from hardship, seems quite content. Might my other half also become my refuge, just like Lucius? Harry, catch! Lucius handed Harry an oddly shaped key, which required some exploration to unlock. That it was the key to Potter Manor. Uncle Lucius, Harry's eyes glistened with tears, originally intended as a birthday gift for his 11th year. It had been delayed due to unforeseen circumstances, which Lucius had not explicitly stated. After years of close companionship, the only things that could trouble Lucius were the Order of the Phoenix, represented by Dumbledore, and the Ministry of Magic under its protection, thwarting his desires. Fudge's appetite had grown. He had long coveted the ancestral homes of the Blacks and Potters, and how could he easily relinquish such a juicy morsel that was almost within reach? How did you manage this? Narcissa bombarded him with questions, her face etched with concern. Rest assured, Cece, I have returned in one piece. Father's care for Mother was quite evident. It's just that every time Fudge looks at you, it makes me uncomfortable, Mother said, her complexion flushed as if intoxicated. Cece, you don't think I need to barter my body for this, do you? Lucius turned shade of green with anger. And no, it's just that the progress seemed a bit rapid. I couldn't help but wonder if some special means were employed, Mother stammered, her voice growing softer, even preparing to hide behind me. Narcissa Malfoy, Lucius's tone became dangerously low as he glanced at the rest of us. Father, Mother, Godfather has left homework unfinished. We should step out for a moment, Draco suggested tactfully. He exchanged glances with Harry and me, and we quickly made our exit from the main stage. Luke, I was wrong. I heard Narcissa's pleading voice from within. Her tone was melodious and enchanting. It seemed that Narcissa and Lucius spoke to each other in such a manner when alone. Brace yourself, not. Cece, do not make me repeat myself. Lucius remained utterly unmoved that a rustling sound echoed, leaving me to ponder what cruel torture awaited her. My heart raced, lodged in my throat. Aurora, let us depart. What lies behind us is beyond our ears. Draco's gaze flickered uncertainly as he grasped my hand, urging me to run swiftly. Will Mother be all right? I am uncertain of her well-being, and if we linger any longer, we may be caught in the act. Is my cousin truly unscathed? Harry, following closely behind us, wore a face etched with concern. According to the Black family tree, Harry is a distant cousin of Narcissa. His grandfather married into the Black lineage. Should we not return to check? I suggested. Absolutely not. Draco firmly rejected. He closed his eyes, revealing a look of suppressed anguish. Father will only intensify his cruelty. Then we must rescue Mother. I broke free from his grasp and dashed back. Narcissa, hold on. I had never imagined that the facade of harmony within the Malfoy family was sustained solely by Narcissa's silent endurance. Lucius, I misjudged you. Alohomora. Just as I was about to speak, Draco covered my eyes and hoisted me onto his shoulder. My apologies for the interruption. Please, continue. Though I only glimpsed a fraction, it was enough to make me squirm. Her seaweed-like, cascading waves of hair lay upon the deep green sheets. Her delicate moans were enchanting, akin to a siren's song. Lucius rose swiftly, deftly draping a blanket over Narcissa. And oh wonder they appeared so content. Had I unwittingly disrupted their moment, I fervently hoped my father would not retaliate after the fact. Aurora, Draco displayed a look of utter exasperation that I was wrong. Brother, you are as reckless as a Gryffindor. He continued to admonish, threatening that should you err again, I shall punish you as father would. Please, Draco is still so young. Surely he is overwhelmed? I involuntarily stole a glance at him. Then behave, he retorted harshly. The previous awkwardness dissipated with his words. Let us return. We must rise early tomorrow. Indeed, the impact of the day's events weighed heavily upon me. Narcissa's disoriented demeanor beneath Lucius replaying in my mind like a film that I tossed and turned in bed, unable to find rest. Draco was equally restless, making multiple trips to the lavatory, each time lingering for an extended period. The following morning, we exchanged glances, silently acknowledging the dark circles under our eyes, resignedly requesting a swap of milk for black coffee. Where is Mother? I surveyed the room, only to find no sign of Narcissa. She must be resting after yesterday's exhaustion. Lucius's gaze remained fixed on the Daily Prophet, seemingly unaffected by the events of the previous night. However, when Narcissa's name was mentioned, his expression noticeably softened, revealing a tenderness that spoke volumes of his love for her. It was not until we prepared to depart for Platform 9 that Narcissa arrived, slightly late. Her eyes were slightly reddened, her lips swollen, and the high-necked dress concealed her graceful swan-like neck. She bore an expression of embarrassment. Deliberately avoiding our gazes, I couldn't bear for her to feel too awkward about yesterday, so I shifted the topic. Mother, do not cry. I will miss you dearly. Upon arriving at Hogwarts, I shall write to you. She promptly lifted me into her arms, kissing my cheek. Children, let us be off. Cece, be mindful of your back. Allow me to carry her. Lucius took me into his embrace. Surely, it was he who was the cause of her discomfort. I wrapped my arms around his neck, devising a plan. Father, do not bully Mother in my absence. Otherwise, I shall inform Grandfather. I threatened without hesitation. Are you certain Grandfather will intervene? The current head of the Malfoy family is me. Lucius raised an eyebrow, smirking. That expression, how it irked me. Aurora, rather than seeking justice, you should review the first year's potions in advance. I have heard that Severus enjoys assessing each student's preparation during class. Indeed, in the original text, Harry faced a stern introduction from Snape on the very first day of the new term. However, Harry is now shielded by the protective nature of Severus. Naturally, he will not be among the targets of classroom assessments. Furthermore, with Draco and my connections, we should not be singled out, right? It seems Snape's demeanor is generally favorable towards students of Slytherin House, adhering to the principle of joining forces when unable to fight back. I fervently hope to become a Slytherin, which would prove more advantageous. Aurora, mind your expressions. Lucius pinched my cheek, offering a gentle reminder, as I often furrowed my brow when lost in thought. How exaggerated. Clearly, it was merely a disturbance to their privacy last night. And now I was here to make amends. Selfish father. I muttered under my breath. Shall I set you down then? He pretended to lower me to the ground. Oh yes, I know you wish to embrace Mother. I quickly extricated myself from his hold. Aurora, a playful reprimand for Narcissa reached my ears. Oh no, she heard that. Harry looked at us with a hint of envy, observing our playful banter. Had the Potters been alive, it would have been much the same. He would have been cherished by both, rather than gazing longingly at our interactions while forever remaining an outsider. Everything arrived so suddenly, yet it felt predestined in a way. An unreliable divination professor, Sybil Trelawney, did a single act of loyalty to Voldemort by Severus Snape. Harry, let us go. I grasped his and Draco's hands, crossing the platform together. The train bound for Hogwarts bustled with life, carrying the dreams of many. This time, perhaps everything would be different. The phrase frenemies aptly describes the Weasleys' relationship with us. Look at their impoverished state. Draco whispered to me we would not be so foolish as to speak loudly for them to overhear. The Weasleys, with children far too numerous to support, it even rhymed. The youngest Weasley, Ginny, was fixated on you, est. It turned out that long before Ron met Harry, Ginny had already developed a fierce infatuation with him. In the original text, Ginny grew to become a belle at Hogwarts. She is a year younger than us, and likely has yet to blossom. I cannot fathom what she will become in the future. Unfortunately, the actress portraying Ginny in the films, Bonnie, is rather unremarkable. When it came to Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows, her role as Hogwarts Belle lacked credibility that I had indeed underestimated Gryffindor's audacity. She dared to direct Ron to weave through the crowd and approach us. Given the prior altercation in Diagon Alley, it was challenging for us to engage in a calm conversation. My sister desires your autograph. Ron completely ignored us and stood before Harry, his cheeks flushed crimson, accentuating his freckles in an almost nauseating manner. Draco and I rolled our eyes at each other. Harry, we should find our seats first, leaving ample space for the two starstruck fans. However, Ron appeared as if he had something to say, seemingly hesitant. What exactly did he wish to communicate to Harry? In the original text, Harry encountered a stern reprimand from Snape on the very first day of the new term. Nowadays, Harry is shielded by the overprotective Snape. And naturally, he is not a primary target for classroom spot checks. Furthermore, given the close ties between Draco and myself, it is unlikely that we would be singled out. It seems that Snape's demeanor towards students from Slytherin House is relatively amiable. Adhering to the principle of aligning with those one cannot defeat, I fervently hope to become a Slytherin, which would prove more advantageous. Aurora, mind your expressions. Lucius gently pinched my cheek, reminding me, as he often does when I furrow my brows in thought. It's not that exaggerated. Clearly, I was merely trying to make amends after interrupting them last night. I muttered under my breath, such a stingy father. Should I set you down then? He feigned, threatening to release me onto the ground. All right, I know you want to hold on to Mother. I promptly extricated myself from his embrace. Aurora, came Narcissa's playful chide from behind. Oh no, she heard that. Harry gazed at our playful banter with evident envy. If the Potters were still alive, it would likely be similar. He would be cherished in their hands rather than gazing longingly at our interactions, forever unable to join in. Everything seemed to arrive so abruptly. Yet it felt as though it was destined to be an unreliable divination professor, Sybil Trelawney, a single act of loyalty towards Voldemort from Severus Snape. Harry, let's go. I grasped his and Draco's hands, crossing the platform together. The train bound for Hogwarts, departing from Platform 9, bustled with the dreams of many. This time, perhaps everything would be different. The phrase frenemies aptly describes the situation between the Weasleys and us. Just look at their family's disheveled appearance. Draco whispered to me that we wouldn't be so foolish as to speak loudly for them to hear. The Weasleys have so many children they can barely manage that it even has a certain rhythm to it. The youngest Weasley, Ginny, was fixated on our direction. Little did we know, long before Ron met Harry, Ginny had already been infatuated with him. In the original text, Ginny grew up to be the belle of Hogwarts. She is a year younger than us, and at present, she may not have fully blossomed. It is hard to imagine how she will look in the future. Unfortunately, in the films, Ginny's portrayal by Bonnie was rather ordinary. By the time of Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows, her role as the Hogwarts beauty lacked credibility. I had underestimated Gryffindor's courage. She audaciously instructed Ron to push through the crowd and approach us. Given the previous conflict in Diagon Alley, it was indeed difficult for us to engage in calm conversation. My sister wants your autograph. Ron completely ignored us and stood before Harry, his cheeks flushed crimson. Making his freckles stand out even more, it was a level that was almost nauseating to behold. Draco and I exchanged eye rolls. Harry, let's go find a compartment. We aimed to reserve ample space for the two starstruck admirers. But we heard Ron speaking hesitantly. What exactly did he want to say to Harry? Don't let them deceive you. He was intently watching our movements, afraid that his whispers would reach us. Unfortunately for him. In a moment of distraction, I let out a loud voice, my words echoing clearly across the platform. Weasley, why would you say such a thing? Harry's brows furrowed as he caught on my trick. Yet he played along, guiding Ron to elaborate further. Ginny gazed at Harry with ardent admiration, completely oblivious to the fact that all eyes were on the two siblings. Harry's response sent Ron into a frenzy. Malfoy, they are Death Eaters. Your parents were killed by that man. You are recognizing a thief as your father. His words came out in rapid succession, like a barrage of cannon fire. The once muted whispers on the platform were amplified infinitely. The Weasley parents barely had time to intervene. They became the focal point of everyone's attention. However, this time, they stood tall, as if their son's actions were a crusade for justice. Ron was not wrong, merely a bit too loud. Arthur scratched his head, avoiding the gazes of the onlookers, focusing instead on his wife. Yes, yes, Molly awkwardly chuckled, and finally, she straightened her back, casting her gaze towards the Malfoys. Lucius and Narcissa stood there, as if untouched. Yet their presence felt profoundly lonely. The surrounding crowd seemed to instinctively distance themselves from them, that I regretted my impulsiveness. I had only wished to embarrass Ron, yet I had inadvertently involved the most important family. Harry, however, captured the attention of the majority. Everyone was eager to witness his reaction. Ron Weasley. Harry slowly pronounced his full name. I could discern right from wrong. No need for your concern. His gaze softened as it focused on me. My friends are still waiting for me. Ron seized his arm. If you understand, I'm saying I can help you and my family, standing against them. Just like in the original text, this time, it was Ron who extended his hand, asking Harry to make a choice. How slow-witted, Harry muttered. Weasley, he pried Ron's fingers away from his arm. Do you not comprehend? My friends, he signaled with his eyes, are over there. He dashed towards us, his messy black hair tousled. His emerald green eyes sparkled under the sunlight. The loudness of the moment amplified his response. Everyone was aware of the chosen one's choice. The Malfoy couple exchanged knowing smiles, not even deigning to spare the Weasleys a glance. Harry, I'm sorry. I didn't know Weasley would pull you into that. He said that in truth, it was intentional. Forcing Harry to make a public choice, placing him in a predicament he could not truly sever ties with the Malfoy family, who had raised him, while simultaneously embarrassing the Weasleys. I have never claimed to be a good person. I am a Malfoy, and my actions have always stemmed from the interests of the Malfoy family. It's all right. Those are merely my heartfelt thoughts. His gaze was warm and soothing, as if he would unconditionally support me in anything I did in the original text. Harry's close relationship with Ron made me pay little heed to his declaration. Come on. I ushered him into the Malfoy exclusive compartment. Crabbe and Goyle had already entered to secure our seats. The table was strewn with bags of snacks, and Draco cleared his throat, prompting the two to hurriedly tidy up. Within pure-blood families, there is naturally a hierarchy. Some families serve as subordinates and vassals, providing services to more dominant families. The Crabbe and Goyle families fit this description. They appear brawny and uneducated, yet in reality, they prioritize connections over hard work. Gaining the protection of the Malfoy family and sharing in their fortunes is far easier than relying solely on personal abilities. Thus, as the heir of the Malfoy family, Draco's status has never been equal to theirs. The two hulking figures filled one end of the compartment, leaving us only the opposite side. Just as I was about to sit next to Draco, the compartment door swung open. A girl exclaimed, "Have you seen Neville's toad?" She had a slight overbite, with thick, abundant hair cascading over her shoulders. Following her was a timid boy. Was none other than Hermione Granger and Neville Longbottom. She immediately noticed Harry's scar, and without hesitation, began to point and scream, "My goodness! You are! She grabbed Neville's arm in an attempt to steady herself. That I am Harry Potter. During his days at Malfoy Manor, he had become accustomed to the myriad of peculiar behaviors exhibited by strangers. A fleeting expression of weariness flickered in his eyes. I am Hermione Granger, she announced, extending her hand vigorously. May I sit with you? I have so many questions to ask. Hermione plopped down opposite Harry, adopting a posture of eager attentiveness. That I apologize, but it is rather cramped here. We are all Hogwarts students, and I assure you there will be opportunities in the future. Harry delicately urged her to leave, yet Hermione remained undeterred. Neville, my toad, she reminded him softly. To Draco's gaze, as solid as ice, seemed to chill Neville to the bone, despite the compartment being clearly marked as Malfoy's exclusive space. It was persistently invaded by strangers. Draco's silence was already a testament to his restraint. Hermione suddenly smacked her forehead, evidently having forgotten the matter at hand. We must continue searching for the toad. We won't intrude any longer. She tugged Neville away and slammed the door behind them. The air was permeated with the unpleasant odor of mudbloods. Crab, open the window. Ventilate. Draco could no longer endure the stench. Brother, I gently pinched his fingertips, reminding him quietly that Harry's mother was also a mudblood. Draco blurted out in a fit of anger, his words escaping him that, I apologize. Draco belatedly realized his faux pas. Harry waved his hand dismissively, indicating that he was unperturbed. His memories of his mother were limited to a few photographs of Lily Evans. After arriving at Malfoy Manor, Narcissa's attentive care enveloped him in a warmth reminiscent of maternal affection. In stark contrast to the more tenuous bonds he shared with Aunt Petunia and her family, the ties of blood felt even more distant. Yet darker clouds loomed ahead. The incident of Harry Potter being in the Malfoy compartment seemed to have spread widely. Waves of gossip-mongers, eager for a glimpse, flocked to visit, further souring the already sleep-deprived moods of Draco and me. I closed my eyes, leaning against Draco's shoulder in a pretense of slumber. Let's lock the door. Draco, Harry suggested. They're all here to see you. Draco hesitated. This is an excellent opportunity to expand your influence. The Malfoy compartment, long preserved for such purposes, had served as a conduit for countless heirs of pureblood families during Lucius's time at Hogwarts, connecting them to the rising power of Voldemort, the heir of Slytherin. The Malfoy compartment was also a renowned hub of information. They are merely curious about me. Once they discover I hold no further value, they will scatter like birds. Harry shook his head, his gaze lingering on my tightly shut eyelids. Let Aurora rest well. Silence, Crab, and Goyle. All it took was a cake lovingly prepared by Narcissa. You too. Leave some of that cake for Aurora, whose mother is no longer with her. She will surely make a fuss. Draco quietly lamented my ill-mannered behavior while I feigned sleep. His lips curled into a smile full of affection. Aurora, wake up. We're almost there, Draco called, nudging my shoulder. Brother, stop it. I want to sleep. I had completely forgotten my surroundings, clinging to him like an octopus. In a sudden bout of mischief, he dove for my underarm. I surrender. I was jolted awake by laughter, feeling as though I had just achieved an unparalleled victory. My attire was disheveled, with Draco's coat draped over my shoulders, betraying any semblance of femininity. You look utterly unrefined. Draco teased, though his hands continued to tenderly untangle my platinum waves, which I had inherited from Narcissa. Maintaining my hairstyle was essential. Otherwise, it would become wildly unruly, floating away into the ether. It's time to change into our uniforms. Harry reminded us. Crab and Goyle hastily pulled off their belts. You too. Wait a moment. Can't you see Aurora is here? Draco expressed his discontent with the two lackeys assigned by his father. Their intellect, aside from being muscle, was utterly lacking. He escorted me out of the compartment, securing the door behind us. Draco, aren't you going to change? Harry prompted that I will change with Aurora. Draco responded with an air of inevitability. Harry's expression was a tapestry of complexity, his gaze flitting between Draco and myself. Brother, are you not joining them? This served as a reminder that upon arriving at Hogwarts, I could no longer indulge in my whims with Draco. Cohabitation was no longer an option, and unusual intimacy, once perceived by prying eyes, could spell trouble for the Malfoy family. Although pureblood families still adhered to internal unions to preserve the sanctity of their lineage, the genetic maladies resulting from close kinship in recent years could not be trivialized, the most notorious example being the extinction of the Slytherin descendants, the Gaunt family, the last of the Gaunts. Namely, Maripi Gaunt, the mother of Voldemort, possessed eyes that gazed in opposite directions. Her temperament was characterized by volatility and extreme impulsiveness. Thus, both Draco and I had to exercise caution. He ultimately compromised, reluctantly squeezing my fingers and murmuring, "Wait for me just outside." Lost in my thoughts, I paced by the compartment door. Outside, students clad in their uniforms bustled about, making my casual attire feel conspicuously out of place. Was the young lady of the Malfoy household now homeless, in need of refuge? I turned around, my sharp tongue laced with scornful sarcasm. Zabini. Aurora, why so distant? I permit you to call me Blaze. He displayed palpable disappointment, yet his words continued to tease. Draco actually left you out here alone? The sun must be rising in the west. My brother's changing clothes. I quickly clarified, not wanting Draco to be misinterpreted by him. Did he not show you his newly developed six-pack abs? Zabini chuckled mischievously. What? Draco indeed spends more time working out nowadays. My apologies. I let it slip. It seems he was preparing to surprise you. Why does this conversation keep getting more risque? Humph. I have no interest in topics between men. However, he had just mentioned that Draco was training for me, causing my cheeks to flush uncontrollably. Suddenly, the compartment door swung open from the inside. The sight that met Draco's eyes was that of my animated discussion with Zabini. My demeanor a blend of bashfulness and shyness. Before I could explain, he pulled me into the compartment. You all need to leave, he commanded, his voice sharp, a tone I had never witnessed from him before. Crab and Goyle hastily pushed Harry out. Just before departing, Harry cast a worried glance back. I'll keep you out here. Before he could finish, I had firmly ensnared him. Aurora, what are you doing? He was taken aback by my actions. As I had just finished changing, I lifted the hem of his garment, eager to see the fruits of his labor. Zabini mentioned you developed a six-pack. Show me. Are you discussing me? His tone softened. Yet his muscles tensed further. I raised his pullover, methodically unbuttoning his shirt. His ears flushed a deep crimson where my fingertips had brushed. Brother, it's so hard. He allowed my exploration, his gaze wandering elsewhere. Aura, he sighed. Suddenly drawing me into his embrace, his bare chest was exposed, and in that moment, we were truly skin to skin. Brother, you're pressing against me. I whispered in complaint. He remained silent, striving to regain his composure. Aurora, no talking. Why not? Do you wish to embarrass me? Outside there in robes. They can't see anything. I teased him. Curse you, he tugged at my hair as a playful reprimand. Suddenly, an announcement sounded from outside, calling for all students to disembark. Oh no, I haven't changed my clothes. I gasped, scrambling off Draco. There was no time. I hastily threw on my robe. Then you won't be able to hide it, will you? I finally faced the consequences of my earlier actions. It's fine. It should be okay soon. Draco opened the door, and upon seeing my attire, Zabini raised an eyebrow. Took your time changing, didn't he you? Quite efficient. Blaze, go entertain yourself. Draco chided playfully. Zabini was one of the few pure-blood descendants with whom Draco could genuinely connect. He had inherited his mother's renowned beauty, which was matched only by her formidable ability to ensnare husbands. 7 husbands, all met with untimely and mysterious demises during their marriages. Such a nomadic existence had fostered Zabini's carefree spirit. You and Uncle Lucius truly share a lineage, both so protective of your sister. Zabini, if you don't speak, no one will mistake you for a mute. Draco interjected, unusually interrupting Zabini. What the Malfoys do, why can't I speak of? Zabini retorted, his embarrassment turning to ire in front of so many. What have we done? I sensed an enigmatic connection to Narcissa's background. Why did Draco wish to shield me from it? Haha, you all are keeping secrets from her. Zabini laughed until tears streamed down his face. What riddle are you trying to solve? I inquired, perplexed. Aurora, this matter will be revealed to us by our parents when we come of age. There is no need for outsiders to divulge. Draco turned me around, addressing me with utmost seriousness. Very well, that I am quite capable of discerning who is close and who is distant. Harry's lashes fluttered down, his entire visage shrouded in shadow, lost in thought. The earlier disputes seemed to fade as Zabini resumed his banter with Draco. Such is life among pure-blood families. Their intricate connections and intertwined interests prevent anyone from truly severing ties. I genuinely admired his audacity. His thick skin was unprecedented. Our fingers intertwined beneath the folds of our robes. I was acutely aware that after today, our intimacy could no longer exist without scrutiny. Time would not pause for any circumstance. The only thing we could do was cherish every fleeting moment we had together. Hagrid, with his bushy beard, arrived to greet the first-year students, a toad in hand. Loudly searching for its owner, he stood there, like a mountain, exuding an intimidating presence for the diminutive first years, coupled with his unkempt appearance. He was even more daunting. Perhaps Harry, who had interacted with Hagrid extensively in the original text, could perceive the gentle giant beneath that imposing exterior. That Hagrid, my father mentioned, is the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. He has a penchant for raising dangerous magical creatures. We should keep our distance. Beneath his shy and harmless haughty, he harbored eight-eyed spiders and blast-ended scroots, allowing them to wreak havoc on the Forbidden Forest ecosystem. Showcasing a kind of naive cruelty that I heard he was once a student at Hogwarts, but was expelled for some mischief, Zabini added. Mother didn't say why, only that it caused quite a stir and even resulted in a death. Dumbledore actually sheltered a murderer, Harry echoed, equally astonished. Without Hagrid-esque guiding presence to filter Harry's entry into the magical world, this was the reaction a normal person would have. What can't he do? I countered, your experiences, Harry, are the finest example. All is in the past. Draco patted Harry's shoulder. Indeed, the two exchanged knowing smiles. Harry was still contemplating the unlocking of Potter Manor, but alas, he remained at a loss. Regardless, that was truly his home. He no longer needed to rely on others that first-year students would travel by boat. Draco, concerned about Crabbe and Goyle testing the boat's capacity, sent them off to another vessel. Haha, they truly resemble your bodyguards. Indeed, they're your bodyguards. Draco emphasized, I certainly do not need them that in the original text. As the Malfoy family standing among the Death Eaters deteriorated, Crabbe betrayed Draco. I leaned softly against his chest and murmured, having you is enough for me. Dear brother. Zabini interjected, if you don't speak, no one will consider you mute. Draco, unusually, interrupted Zabini's words. What the Malfoys can do, why can't I say? Zabini, for the first time before so many, felt humiliated and retorted in anger. What have we done? I sensed that this was somehow related to the mystery surrounding Narcissa's lineage. Why did Draco wish for me not to know? Aha. You all are keeping secrets from her. Zabini laughed until tears brimmed in his eyes. What riddle are you playing at? I asked, perplexed. Aurora, when we come of age, our parents will reveal the truth to us. There is no need for outsiders to inform us. Draco turned my body toward him, speaking with utmost seriousness. Very well that I can distinguish between those who are close and those who are distant. Harry's lashes drooped, his entire face shrouded in shadow. Lost in thought that, if the earlier disputes had never occurred, Zabini began to jest with Draco once more. Such is the nature of pure-blood families. Intertwined with complex connections and vested interests, none willing to truly sever ties, that I genuinely admired his audacity. A thickness of skin previously unseen, my fingers entwined with Draco's beneath the folds of our robes. I was acutely aware that after today, we could no longer be intimate without drawing attention. Time would not halt for anything. All we could do was cherish every fleeting moment together. Hagrid, with his full beard, came to greet the first years, holding a toad aloft while calling for its owner, but he stood there like a small mountain. Quite imposing for the diminutive first years, his unkempt appearance further enhanced the aura of intimidation. Perhaps Harry, having interacted with Hagrid numerous times in the original text, could perceive the gentle giant's amiable nature beneath his formidable exterior. That Hagrid, my father had told me, was the keeper of the Forbidden Forest. Known for his penchant for raising dangerous magical creatures, we should keep our distance. Beneath his shy and harmless facade, he bred acromantulas and blast-ended scroots, allowing them to wreak havoc on the forest's ecological balance. Hagrid possessed a near-cruel naivety. I heard he was once a student at Hogwarts, expelled for some misdeed, Zabini added. Mother did not disclose the details, only that it was quite the scandal, and someone even died. Dumbledore took in a murderer, Harry echoed, equally astonished, this time without Hagrid's guiding presence filtering Harry's entrance into the magical world. This was the reaction a normal person should exhibit. What couldn't he do? I countered. Your experience, Harry, is the best example. It's all in the past. Draco gently patted Harry's shoulder. Indeed, the two shared a knowing smile. Harry was still engrossed in deciphering the method to unlock Potter Manor, yet sadly found himself at a loss. Regardless, that place was his true home. He no longer needed to be a lodger. The first-year students would cross the lake by boat. Draco, concerned about Crabbe and Goyle challenging the boat's capacity, sent them to another vessel. Haha, they truly act like your bodyguards. They are indeed your bodyguards, Draco asserted it. I certainly do not need them in the original text. As the Malfoy family standing among the Death Eaters deteriorated, Crabbe betrayed Draco. I leaned softly against his chest and murmured, "Having you is enough for me, dear brother. Hire me as your bodyguard. My services do come at premium. What price must I pay?" I teased him. Draco said nothing. His lips gently brushed against my earlobe. Such a fleeting touch stirred ripples within my heart. "Aurora, your face is quite flushed." His breath lingered by my my heart raced, leaving me dazed and slightly dizzy. I turned my body, my cheek pressed against his chest. "Brother, I feel quite faint." Draco grew anxious. It wouldn't be seasickness, would it? He clumsily placed his palm against my forehead. "I'm a bit warm. Don't move. I just need to rest quietly for a moment." He held me tightly, calling out for Hagrid, whom he disapproved of. "There's a student feeling ill from the boat ride. Don't make a fuss." "I'm perfectly fine." I protested too late, as soon as we disembarked. My name became synonymous with the delicate Malfoy heiress. "You're not the first year to feel seasick," Hagrid remarked, gesturing toward Neville Longbottom behind me, "that I still have my brother to protect me." Though Neville's parents were alive, they were utterly absent from his life. That I nodded at him in greeting, and he appeared to have found a kindred spirit in me. "Miss Malfoy, just call me Aurora." He handed me a piece of candy, saying, "This will help?" "Thank you." Draco took it, unwrapping it for me. "Do not eat anything offered by strangers." Neville stood awkwardly, unsure of his misstep. "Thank you," I mouthed to him. "Brother, I am fine now." I gently patted him. He had been carrying me since the onset. "Put me down. Who knows if I might feel dizzy again." He was still irked by earlier events. "Brother, are you just showing off your well-toned abs and arm strength?" His face reddened once more. "Take care of yourself." He set me down. Holding my fingertips tightly, I felt an unprecedented sense of comfort. Why rely on two hulking louts when you can handle it all yourself? Zabini marveled. "My siblings do not share such intimacy as you two." He continually emphasized our sibling bond, which stirred an inexplicable feeling within me. My father had always told me to take good care of my sister. Blaise, as an only child, you cannot comprehend. Two pairs of gray eyes peered into each other's souls. "Speaking of large families, you have truly put the Weasleys in a predicament." Zabini gestured toward Ron in the distance. The dialogue between Potter and Weasley had made headlines in the Daily Prophet. The coincidences had, in fact, been laid out in advance. Father had informed Rita Skeeter, the Prophet's special correspondent, that due to the sensitivity of news, she was being given special treatment by the editor. Harry rejected the olive branch extended by the Order of the Phoenix. Was this extension a bit too far? To interpret Ron's desire for friendship with Harry as Ron representing the Order in reaching out to Harry seemed somewhat of a stretch. Draco and I exchanged glances, and oh, wonder Rita Skeeter is renowned. She has truly spun this tale. You must admit, the story is compelling enough to captivate readers. This edition of the Daily Prophet is selling like hotcakes. The Weasleys have also made quite a stir, albeit with a rather negative image. Among them, there is no doubt that Lucius' influence is at play. He has downplayed the role that Malfoy and I have played in this situation. He strives to shield me from the effects of public opinion. Each family member protects me in their own way. Ron's previous actions seem almost laughable. He shot us a resentful glance before quickly averting his gaze. "Indeed, we are a formidable group," Draco, Harry, and Zabini, flanked by the two hulking figures of Crabbe and Goyle. Without the support of older brothers and the Harry from the original story, his inherent timidity has become evident. He dares not openly challenge us, resorting instead to sulking in silence. Hermione Granger incessantly flaunts her bookish knowledge, yet the surrounding young witches and wizards have long been captivated by the opulent Great Hall of Hogwarts, paying no heed to her words. Unlike the film adaptation, devoid of Emma Watson's enchanting beauty, the real Hermione is rather unremarkable, making it difficult to leave a positive first impression. "Stop dawdling. It's time for the sorting." Draco reminded me. He appeared calm, exuding an air of nonchalance. Yet inwardly he was exceedingly anxious. The layer of perspiration formed on his palms, rendering them slightly clammy. "Brother, are you worried?" "Of course, if you get sorted into another house. Who will look after you?" Draco retorted sharply. I found his roundabout concern quite endearing and silently vowed allegiance to Slytherin. I raised 3 fingers to the heavens in a solemn, "Oh, that's more like it." "Don't forget what you promised." Though he chided me verbally, he could not suppress the upward curve of his lips. Numerous girls around us were covertly stealing glances at him, including some from upper years. Young Draco possesses a face so strikingly beautiful that it blurs the lines of gender. His platinum blonde hair and exquisite features resemble those of a sanctified angel from Muggle religions. The allure of golden locks holds profound significance in Europe. Purebred blondes trace their origins primarily to Northern Europe, predominantly among the Germanic peoples. The transmission of blonde hair across generations is exceedingly rare. As dark hair and eye color are dominant traits that if both parents possess dark hair, the likelihood of their offspring inheriting blonde hair diminishes significantly. This rarity has rendered those who possess it particularly noteworthy, often regarded as symbols of charm. This explains why blonde women are so celebrated in Western society. White women frequently indulge in the daily ritual of dyeing their hair blonde for this very reason. Each generation of the Malfoy family has fortuitously inherited this blonde trait. Thus, it is entirely natural that Draco commands such attention that I asked that the blonde boy Malfoy, how adorable. I hope he gets sorted into our house. That way, we can get to know him. What are you thinking? Every generation of Malfoys is sorted into Slytherin without exception. You have no chance. Slytherin only accepts its own. Is that blonde girl next to him his sister? They look nothing alike. They're the Malfoy siblings. Fraternal twins do not resemble each other. Don't ask me. It's what I read in a Muggle book. The one beside them is Harry Potter. He is quite adorable too. Without Malfoy, having Harry is still wonderful. Appearance is crucial for first impressions, and Malfoy possesses an inherent advantage in this regard. Draco Malfoy. Brother, it's your turn. Professor McGonagall, the head of Gryffindor, called out the names of the witches and wizards in alphabetical order, inviting each to step forward and don the sorting HAT. Do not underestimate that tattered sorting hat. It has been passed down since the era of the four founders. Originally belonging to Godric Gryffindor, IT is this very hat that allocates young witches and wizards to different houses, based on the educational philosophies of the four founders. Harmony amidst diversity marks the beginning of division. Draco strode confidently down the aisle toward the sorting hat, the gaze of upperclassmen fixated upon him. His platinum blonde hair shimmered under the illumination of the hall. He seemed as if he were born to bask in the spotlight. Unfortunately, in the original Harry Potter narrative, he scarcely qualifies as a truly malevolent antagonist. With a look of disdain, he grasped the sorting hat, his expression suggesting, has this hat not been cleaned in centuries? Countless Hogwarts graduates have worn IT as one of the most renowned teaching tools. How is it that Hogwarts professors have never considered its regular maintenance? Quite peculiar. The sorting hat seemed to sense the boy's disdain. And before it even touched Draco's scalp, it proclaimed loudly, Slytherin. Draco's lips pursed slightly as he tilted his head to look at Snape. Snape, clad in his usual black robes with his collar buttoned to the top, appeared unchanged, due to my childhood penchant for tugging at his hair, and under Lucius' persistent guidance. Snape's locks have finally ceased to be greasy. Cultivating good habits is essential for a second chance at life. Is it not? The man's lips formed a straight line, and he nodded almost imperceptibly. Then, surprisingly, he led the applause. Who among Slytherin is not astute? Everyone knows that Snape is closely allied with the Malfoy family. It follows that the heir of the Malfoy family would naturally become a Slytherin. The applause grew fervent. Aurora Malfoy. A chill ran through me, and a torrent of thoughts surged within. Everything began with the sorting. When I was an avid fan of Harry Potter, the house I yearned for was Slytherin. Naturally, the platinum-haired little bully played a significant role in that desire. I am a visual person, swayed by appearances. Yet now, with similar life experiences and environments, I am even more resolute in my choice. I feign calmness, repeatedly chanting Slytherin in my mind. Another member of the Malfoy family? How intriguing. I suddenly recalled the voice of the sorting hat. I even suspected it had not engaged Draco in conversation before directly assigning him to Slytherin. Can a soul from another world alter the trajectory of fate, even reshaping the wizarding world? How fascinating. I shall place you in Slytherin. I exhaled deeply, concerned it might change its mind, and quickly removed it from my head. Draco was already seated at the Slytherin long table, welcoming my arrival with the warmest applause. He signaled Crabbe and Goyle, who quickly vacated their seats for me. It was truly delightful as I approached. I could no longer contain myself and leapt into his embrace. Aurora, mind your poise, he gently reminded me. Showing one's emotions is a grave misstep. However, being with you, I simply cannot restrain myself. Aurora, so am I, he whispered in my ear, expressing his joy. Following us, the ever-popular Theodore Knott from fanfiction was also sorted into Slytherin. The Knott family is among the Sacred 28, standing on equal footing with the Malfoys. Theodore prefers solitude and has not joined Draco's little circle. Each new student sorted into Slytherin automatically falls in line behind Draco. Over the years, under Lucius' guidance, the Malfoy family has gradually regained its former momentum. Thus, in the bloodline-centric Slytherin house, Draco, hailing from the Malfoy lineage, naturally leads the way. Aurora, one day, I hope to stand at the pinnacle through my own strength. He tightened his grip on my hand. You certainly will. Father did the same. Father. The shrewd Lucius seems to have stood on his own since his youth. His mother passed away due to amniotic fluid embolism, and Abraxas was preoccupied with family affairs, leaving little time to attend to Lucius' upbringing. Everything was managed independently. In contrast, Draco and I grew up in a warm family, enveloped in the love of our parents. Lucius and Narcissa, who always prepared the best for us. We never had the chance to experience the hardships of life. Harry Potter. Even Professor McGonagall lifted her eyelids, directing her attention towards the sorting results of a young boy. He was no longer the bullied cupboard boy. His neat and tidy attire and dignified demeanor were worlds apart from the original portrayal. He bore a striking resemblance to both James and Lily. With those rare emerald green eyes that captivated everyone, I noticed that Severus Snape's gaze remained fixated on him. In the boy's eyes, there was no hint of disdain for the sorting hat. He donned it upon his head as if crowning himself, but he closed his eyes, seemingly engaged in a mental duel with the hat. Harry's sorting took longer than anyone else's, so much so that even Dumbledore, seated at the center of the professor's table, appeared ready to intervene. Finally, he opened his eyes, clarity shining within them. Slytherin? What? How is this possible? Surely, the sorting hat has made an error. In an instant, the great hall of Hogwarts erupted with chatter. Everyone stood frozen in disbelief. The double agent from the original story, the inscrutable Snape, could no longer conceal his expression. His fingertips rubbed against his chin, as if contemplating a strategy. I gently squeezed Draco's pinky. The Malfoys were the first to applaud, with Draco standing up and embracing Harry. Aurora? Harry opened his arms. Congratulations! I'm sorry, I was just too shocked. I apologize for zoning out just now that we're together again, he whispered in my ear. Sit down quickly. The sorting isn't over yet, Draco reminded at just the right moment. Harry promptly took a seat beside me. Professor McGonagall had to restore order several times before the sorting could proceed. It seemed everyone was tacitly accepting that Harry would be sorted into Gryffindor. Rumor had it that Gryffindor had already prepared a dormitory with Harry's name on it. What exactly went wrong? Harry's parents were killed by Voldemort, who was, after all, the heir of Slytherin, was the enmity that should be irreconcilable dissipating into thin air. It made no sense. This still the Harry Potter I know? Online query, urgency. Even more absurdly, the Gryffindor students seemed to take it for granted that Harry was betraying his mission, siding with the enemy. What everyone hoped to witness was Harry enjoying a carefree childhood with Draco as assistants, only to later break away under Dumbledore's influence and reclaim himself. Once things exceeded expectations and deviated from preconceived notions, anger would be projected onto the other party. The Gryffindors collectively jeered, their shouts even overpowering the sorting hat's voice. Harry, ignore them. Your place in Slytherin is already a certainty. Aurora, it's all right. From the moment I made this decision, I anticipated the outcome. That I can bear it. The fleeting despondency in his eyes vanished instantly. No matter how much protagonist aura he possessed, he was still just an 11-year-old boy. I took his hand. You still have us, Harry. He returned my smile, his fingertips lightly scratching my palm. I couldn't help but release my grip. His nimble fingers slipped through mine, intertwining our 10 fingers. The peculiar sensation washed over me. I wanted to withdraw my hand, but feared it would sadden him. Just as I was at a loss, the sorting hat concluded its duty. Blaise Zabini, Pansy Parkinson, Ron Weasley. The results were identical to the original story. Under Dumbledore's lead, the bizarre school song was sung that I naturally separated from Harry and began to indulge in the feast. Each year, Slytherin welcomed the fewest new students, and with the generous sponsorship from Governor Lucius, the food for Slytherin students was the finest among the four houses. Crabbe and Goyle devoured the food on our table like a whirlwind. Next time, I'll send them to another table, while Draco, adding dishes to my plate, grimaced as he sought to distance himself from the two that Crabbe and Goyle's tutor must be slacking off. Brother, birds of a feather flock together. Once we possess enough value, we will naturally attract our kind. Well said. He set down his goblet. His gaze fell upon Theodore Knott, whose father was also a Death Eater. It seemed he had intended to establish a connection with him. If it were me, I would have dispelled his concerns. He was a prodigy, after all, not one to grovel. Lowering himself to befriend others would only invite disdain. Aurora, I always feel that you are the true elder sister. Draco sighed softly. Often, you see things more clearly than I do. Let me hear you call me sister, I whispered teasingly in his ear. Stop it. Our skin was incredibly fair, and a slight flush was readily apparent. His ears were turning a shade of crimson. How can you be so adorable? In truth, I was the elder sister. It was Lucius who wished for the boy to shoulder more responsibility, thus publicly declaring Draco as the elder brother. Father and mother had also mentioned that we should support each other and grow together. The glory of the Malfoy family has never rested solely upon your shoulders. I merely wish to be like father, where, regardless of the storms outside, the Malfoy family remains a sanctuary. Draco idolized Lucius so much that he unconsciously imitated his father's mannerisms, speech, and tone. Draco, but doing wonderfully as you are now. I like you, not a version of you transformed beyond recognition. Even if that person were perfect, he wouldn't be Draco. Aurora, he could no longer restrain himself and pulled me into his embrace. Everyone tells me to become better to gain love. Only you, Aurora, accept all of me. His gray eyes brimmed with myriad emotions. You are the one who first stirred my heart, that I merely expressed what was in my heart. Mother told me that those wielding the twin wands would gradually become attuned to each other's thoughts. Do not resist opening your heart. I felt a slight intoxication, despite the drink being entirely non-alcoholic. Draco, he must have enchanted me. Otherwise, just gazing at his face sends me reeling, and all the secrets I had concealed in my heart spill forth. Aurora, I did not enchant you, what? How could he hear my innermost thoughts? I did not use any potions on you. You well know that using Veritaserum without consent is illegal. He wore an expression of being wronged. How could you? Shh, it's a secret that I'll tell you when the time is right. His finger lightly tapped my lips. How infuriating. I'd always taken the initiative before, yet now, I found myself being seduced. Father said that girls should not take the lead. He held my hand, placing a kiss on the back of my hand. His lips felt so soft. Such a common gesture made my heart race uncontrollably. Draco, let Aurora eat properly. You've been monopolizing her attention. I see she hasn't even had a chance to pick up her utensils. Zabini's voice shattered the intimate atmosphere. Once he returned to the Slytherin common room, you can do as you please. Following his gaze, I noticed that students from various houses were discreetly observing us to varying degrees. Perhaps it was due to my proximity to the Savior. Suddenly, I found myself understanding you a bit more, Ron. First, let us eat something to fill our stomachs, Draco gently suggested as he cut the food into bite-sized pieces. Draco, when did you start taking on the duties of house elves? ISNT, there's still Dobby at your home. Zabini poured fuel onto the flames. Although Dobby is not the only house elf belonging to the Malfoy family. He is, relatively speaking, a house elf of considerable magical ability. That house elf can be regarded as fixed assets of every ancient pureblood family. Generally, a new house elf is born only after the passing of an old one. From the magical essence contained within the manor. Dobby, however, was long ago gifted to Harry by Lucius, effectively handing over a valuable asset of the Malfoy family to another. The reason for this is Dobby's awakening of self-awareness, which led him to no longer be loyal to the Malfoy family. Betrayal by a house elf is a profound humiliation for any family. What could be Zabini's intention in mentioning this? Is it to incite discord between the Malfoys and Harry? This is the only explanation I could conceive. Draco's expression darkened. Harry is also our family. Father, in his desire to ensure Harry receive better care, bestowed Dobby upon him. Mr. Malfoy's generosity, in what seemed an attempt to provoke Draco. Zabini wore a sly smile and raised his goblet. He did not believe a word of our conversation. I suddenly felt a wave of weariness. The people surrounding me could not bear to see anyone else flourishing beyond themselves. This was true for Zabini and many pure-blood families as well. Only those leeches, akin to vampires, yearn for your continued prosperity to partake in the spoils in both the magical and muggle worlds. One can rely solely on oneself. Aurora, you can also rely on me. I discovered that as long as we were close enough, Draco could hear my thoughts. Yet, why could I not hear our feelings? After all, we're meant to be mutual. Draco remained indifferent to Zabini's jests. After all, we had lived together for 6 years, forging a deep bond. Once I activated Potter Manor, Harry wore an apologetic expression. Fool, it is merely a house elf. Do not heed Zabini's words. Did you not notice I've always referred to him by his surname? In English-speaking countries, a title could delineate the closeness of relationships, with only intimate friends addressing one another by their given names. Draco, long time no see. It was Pansy Parkinson. Seizing the opportunity while Crabbe and Goyle vacated their seats, she approached. In the original narrative, she was always by Draco's side. She had blossomed into an even more stunning figure. With her raven-black hair, emerald green eyes, lithe frame, and graceful demeanor, she resembled a Persian cat imbued with spirit. Due to the injury she had previously caused me, Lucius had ceased inviting the Parkinsons to Malfoy Manor. Parkinson, Draco nodded. The girl's expression appeared slightly disappointed, though she quickly rallied her spirits. Since the last time, I have not had the chance to apologize to Aurora that I wrote several letters, yet received no response. She remarked nonchalantly, as if I were making a mountain out of a molehill. Perhaps the eagle owl got lost halfway. Humph. The pretentiousness of pure-blood families, that I forced a smile. If she wished to play, I would indulge her. I missed the white peacocks at Malfoy Manor. They would display their plumage for me. Her face lit up with uncontainable delight. The white peacocks roamed freely in the garden. Being exceedingly finicky, they would only show off for Lucius and Narcissa, particularly Narcissa, with consistent success. Lucius once jokingly remarked that the white peacocks were the most effective measure of a family's charm. Humph, it was merely a way to elevate Narcissa at the expense of others. Yet Mother truly is the most beautiful person in the Malfoy family, without exception. Mother is indeed beautiful, but not to the extent you describe. Draco hesitated, but you, Aurora, he unexpectedly left his sentence unfinished. Many moons later, I would learn that I had been wearing earrings enchanted with a confusion spell. Aside from the caster, Lucius, and myself, who was unaffected by any enchantment. No one could behold my mother's true visage. Lucius, the quintessential domineering Malfoy. However, if father took no measures, mother's breathtaking beauty would certainly incite considerable uproar, akin to a celebrity attracting throngs of admirers. Sealing away mother-esque beauty is a form of protection in itself. No wonder Draco does not share my insatiable gaze upon her. He even teased me about being mother-obsessed. How dare he, a person who constantly speaks of father? I suddenly find myself feeling a sense of ennui. The individuals surrounding me are unable to bear witness to anyone faring better than themselves. This is true of Zabini, as well as many pure-blood families. It is only those leech-like vampires who desire your continuous prosperity, so they may partake in your success, regardless of whether in the magical realm or the muggle world. One can rely solely on oneself. Aurora, you can also depend on me. I have realized that as long as we are close enough, Draco can hear my innermost thoughts. Yet, why is it that I cannot hear his? Our feelings are, after all, mutual. Draco remains indifferent to Zabini's jests. After all, we have cohabited for 6 years, establishing a profound bond. As I approach Potter Manor, Harry wears an apologetic expression. Foolishness, it is merely a house elf, he says to not heed Zabini. Have you not noticed that I've always referred to him by his surname? In English-speaking nations, a mere title can discern the nuances of kinship. Only intimate friends address one another by their given names. Draco, it has been a while. It is Pansy Parkinson. she exclaims as she takes a seat next to us while Crab and Goyle are momentarily absent. In the original narrative, she has always been by Draco's side. She has blossomed into an even more remarkable individual. With her raven black hair, emerald green eyes, lithe figure, and graceful demeanor, she resembles a Persian cat imbued with spirit. Due to the girl causing me harm previously, Lucius has since ceased inviting the Parkinsons to Malfoy Manor. Parkinson, Draco nods. The girl's expression reflects a hint of disappointment, but she quickly regains her spirits. After the last encounter, I have not had the opportunity to apologize to Aurora. I have sent several letters, but received no response, as if I am making a mountain out of a molehill. She says dismissively, perhaps the eagle owl encountered difficulties mid-flight. Humph, the pretense among pure-blood families that I force a smile. If she enjoys the theatrics, I shall indulge her. I miss the white peacocks of Malfoy Manor. They would display their plumage for me. Her face lights up with joy. The white peacocks roam freely in the garden and are notoriously selective, only displaying for Lucius and Narcissa. Especially for Narcissa. It is an unfailing occurrence. Lucius once jested that the white peacocks are the most effective measure of family charm. Humph, it is clearly a case of elevating Narcissa at the expense of others. However, Mother is indeed the most beautiful person in the Malfoy family, without exception. Mother is indeed beautiful, but not to the extent you describe. Draco hesitates to continue to it is long after that I discover he has been wearing earrings imbued with a confundus charm. Except for the caster, Lucius, and myself, who is unaffected by any magic, no one can behold Mother's true visage. Lucius is truly an overbearing Malfoy. Yet if Father were to take no measures, Mother's extraordinary beauty would undoubtedly incite considerable commotion, akin to a starlet attracting a throng of admirers, rendering passage impossible. Sealing Mother-esque beauty is also a form of veiled protection, and a wonder Draco does not gaze upon Mother as I do. Day after day, as if he could never get enough, he even teases me about my affection for her. A person who constantly speaks of my father dares to say this to me? Aurora. The voice of Zabini breaks through, his expression one of exasperation. What is it? I respond, noticing his brow furrow slightly, his elongated brown eyes narrowing as he gestures for me to pay attention to my surroundings. It turns out, Pansy has moved closer to Draco when I was not paying attention. They seem to share an abundance of common topics. Pansy, possessing memories of 2 lifetimes and having been a classmate and ex-girlfriend for 7 years, knows Draco exceedingly well. However, much about Draco remains unexplored beyond the 11 years of our companionship, as the original narrative does not delve deeply into it. Draco's prowess in potions and flying serves merely to highlight Harry's struggles with Snape and his own exceptional lineage. Draco continues to engage politely, yet only those familiar with him can discern the impatience he strives to conceal. Miss Parkinson, how do you know the specific parameters of the Firebolt 2000 before its release? Pansy stands stunned, having no recollection of the precise launch date. She is aware that in a previous life, Harry received the Firebolt 2000 as a reward from Professor McGonagall due to a dispute with Draco, and he was granted an exception to join Gryffindor's Quidditch team as a first year. The production company of the Firebolt 2000 is held by the Malfoy family, which is why Draco has the privilege of experiencing the product first. The specifications are top secret before the launch. In her eagerness to connect with Draco, Pansy completely overlooked this aspect. Miss Parkinson, thank you for the lead that I will uncover the traitor. Draco's countenance darkens, and Pansy dares not speak further. Well done. What were you just discussing so fervently? I feign ignorance, linking my arm with Draco's. I'll tell you later, Draco replies, his expression softening. Brother, I still want to eat that. I point toward the pudding not far away. Glutton, you'll have it when we return. There's still some that Mother made. How could Hogwarts possibly compare to Mother-esque cooking? I rest my chin on Draco's shoulder, casting a sidelong glance at Pansy. Have I truly grown so possessive of Draco? Clearly, we cannot be. Even without Pansy, there will still be Astoria in the future. The Pansy's failure to compete for the title of Mrs. Malfoy is likely directly related to her hair color. It is difficult to carry on the Malfoy family's proud platinum hair, with a dark-haired partner. Astoria's sister, Daphne Greengrass, was also sorted into Slytherin. Like Astoria, she's a blonde with blue eyes, quietly observing our interactions. In the original narrative, she is but one of Pansy's lackeys, scarcely mentioned, hardly more than a background character, while she is the protagonist of her own life. Harry Potter merely narrates the magical world from his perspective. But countless background characters are the main characters of their own stories, lost in the torrent of history that a few simple sentences encapsulate their entire lives. And I am both a witness and participant in all of this. Even if I cannot leave my name behind, the first-year Slytherins gather here. The new Slytherin students have unanimously chosen to line up behind Draco. In stark contrast to the chaotic Gryffindor, they exhibit a remarkable sense of order. Aurora, stand behind me, Draco instructs. You tend to be a bit scatterbrained. Do not lag behind, he naturally takes my hand. Without the concealment of our school robes, we interlace our fingers before everyone, as if our intimate relationship is laid bare for all to see. A secret joy fills my heart. From my position behind him, I cannot see his current expression, but the connection of our twin wands allows us to share in this moment's emotions that he must feel as I do. Draco, Aurora is not a 3-year-old child. She won't get lost, Zabine quips. She might as well be. Draco laughs. She can get lost in Malfoy Manor. Our home is quite large. It is normal to get lost. I retort. Who was it that inadvertently entered the Chamber of Secrets and cried themselves to sleep because they couldn't find their way out? He holds me close, teasing me softly. I nestle against his chest. Feeling the subtle vibrations of his heartbeat, it was clearly the portrait of Armand that deceived me. The first generation of Malfoy, Armand, took great delight in tormenting others, and apart from Draco, none of his family members were spared. He led me to the Chamber of Secrets, only to lock me in the room, refusing to release me no matter how earnestly I pleaded or how many passwords I provided. The portraits were capable of visiting one another, and after locking me in the chamber, he promptly went to converse with his other portraits. Ultimately, it was Lucius who, invoking his authority as the head of the family, managed to locate me and set me free. I could not fathom why Armand harbored such disdain towards me, as I held him in the highest regard, and I also could not comprehend the reasons behind Armand's behavior. Recalling that moment, Draco felt a profound ache in his heart. It was his first time losing his temper with Armand, exclaiming, "If you target Aurora again, I will never come to see you." He shouted at the top of his lungs, "If you don't want to see me, then so be it. You have abandoned me before." After that incident, Armand vanished from the portrait. He did not visit his other portraits. Instead, he disappeared overnight, as though he had never existed at all. A sense of panic crept over me. Armand was the first generation of Malfoys. If he had vanished, could it mean the entire Malfoy lineage was at risk of extinction? No, he is merely throwing a childish tantrum. He will return once he has had his fill. Draco dismissed nonchalantly. For some reason, an unsettling feeling welled up within me. Clearly, Armand had provoked me, and Draco was projecting his anger onto him, so I should have felt elated. Yet Draco's indifference towards Armand was not the outcome I'd hoped for. Deep down, I did not truly resent Armand's mischievous antics. I fully accepted his acts of vengeance. In fact, my inner guilt seemed to be dissipating. Was this a manifestation of self-destructive tendencies? Why was all of this happening? We navigated the corridors of Hogwarts incessantly. During our passage, a fleeting shadow appeared from a portrait. A senior Slytherin conveyed the password for the common room to Draco, subsequently leading us to the dungeon. Snape awaited us there, exuding an imposing aura, his black robes billowing behind him, his demeanor radiating an unmistakable do-not-approach vibe. His hawk-like gaze swept over the room, leaving many newcomers utterly bewildered. The orderly Slytherins hardly needed to be coerced. He simply informed us of the protocols, which, in essence, was to refrain from disturbing him unless absolutely necessary. Slytherin had retained the House Cup for 7 consecutive years, and I hope to continue this streak. "Potter, come here," he abruptly called Harry, who momentarily froze. Yes, Professor Snape. Everyone was aware of what Harry Potter being sorted in a Slytherin would entail. Years of Dumbledore's planning would be unraveled. His ultimate weapon, cultivated with care, had entered the enemy's ranks. Snape summoning Harry at such a moment. Was it at Dumbledore's behest? Everything was shrouded in uncertainty. I reiterated Dumbledore's warning not to approach the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. At this point, he cast a glance at Harry. Whether intentional or not, I felt utterly perplexed. In the original narrative, So significant was the Philosopher's Stone, why was it positioned so readily accessible, and even more egregiously publicized? Students were warned to stay away, yet the true reasons were not disclosed. Teenagers, in the height of curiosity, would find such a warning only enticing. Was this not an invitation for exploration? Hogwarts had transformed into Dumbledore's training ground for Harry. Draco discerned. Indeed, Harry had been there for a while. I could only wonder how he would manipulate him further. Aurora, you must have some faith in Harry, Draco said, ruffling my bangs. He had a penchant for leaving my hair in disarray. How infuriating! Draco, who had inherited Lucius's straight-hair genes, had no such worries as I did. If I failed to tame my curls, they would resemble a lion's mane. To my astonishment, we were assigned to the same room. Was Hogwarts truly making such a mistake? Co-ed dormitories? I surveyed the arrangement of the dormitory. IT rivaled the king-size bed at Malfoy Manor, featuring a bathtub the size of a swimming pool. The embedded spatial magic rendered the grandeur of the interior unimaginable from the outside. How extravagant! No wonder Narcissa had not prepared any personal items for me. Everything was provided here. Just how much had my father donated to Hogwarts? Suddenly, I was enveloped in a warm embrace that Draco's tousled hair brushed against my shoulder, causing a slight tickle. The young man was clad in a thin shirt and a pullover. The cellar lies submerged beneath the depths of the Black Lake, saturated with dampness that we ignited the hearth, and the warmth of our huddled bodies proved to be even more effective. Aurora, it is truly wonderful. Indeed, it is splendid. We need not be separated. There exists but a single bed, and it is a double. This implies that for the ensuing 7 years, we shall share our slumber. Team Malfoy Manor. Lucius and Narcissa seemed entirely oblivious to such trifles, consistently arranging for us to be together. Is Hogwarts any different? We are on the cusp of adolescence, and certain physiological changes are already manifesting in Draco. Beneath his refined visage, his Adam's apple has begun to protrude. His androgynous features are starting to take on a more resolute contour. Draco, Aurora, are you in there? A knock resounded from outside the door. Draco reluctantly released me. It was Harry. Why has he been gone for so long? Did the Godfather finally grant permission? I surveyed the surroundings and, seeing no one watching, pulled him inside. The arrangement here closely resembles that of Malfoy Manor, his gaze fixated on our double bed. You two are sharing a bed just like at Malfoy Manor? He inquired, his expression tinged with hesitation. Is there a problem? Draco's brow furrowed. It's nothing. His eyes fell, concealed by his lashes, casting a heavy shadow. His fingertips gripped the seam of his trousers, veins bulging. Harry, taken aback by the sudden mention of his name, paused for a moment. All right, Professor Snape. Everyone knows what it signifies for Harry Potter to become a Slytherin. Dumbledore's years of planning have unraveled. The ultimate weapon he cultivated has infiltrated the enemy's ranks. Was Harry summoned by Snape at Dumbledore's behest? Everything is shrouded in uncertainty. I reiterated Dumbledore's admonition. Do not approach the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. At this, he cast a glance at Harry. Either intentionally or unintentionally, I found myself perplexed. In the original narrative, why was such a crucial artifact as the Philosopher's Stone placed in such an easily accessible location, and worse still, announced all? They warned students to keep their distance, yet failed to explain the true reason. Adolescents, at their most curious, are bound to be intrigued. Is this not a blatant invitation for Harry to explore? Hogwarts has transformed into Dumbledore's training ground for Harry, Draco discerned. Indeed, Harry has been away for quite some time. One can only wonder how he has been brainwashed. Aurora, you ought to have a bit of faith in Harry. Draco tousled my bangs. He always enjoyed making a mess of my hair. How vexing! Draco, having inherited Lucius's straight-hair genes, does not share my woes. If my curls are not properly managed, I resemble a lion with golden mane. Can it be that we have been assigned to the same room? Is it possible Hogwarts has made such a blunder? Mixed-gender dormitories? I surveyed the layout of the dormitory. IT rivaled the grandeur of Malfoy Manor's king-sized bed, complete with a bathtub the size of a swimming pool. The embedded spatial magic rendered the exterior incapable of imagining the internal splendor. How extravagant! No wonder Narcissa did not prepare any personal items for me. Everything is provided here. Just how much did my father donate to Hogwarts? Suddenly, I was enveloped in a warm embrace that Draco's tousled hair brushed against my shoulder, causing a slight tickle. The youth donned a thin shirt and a pullover. The cellar lies submerged beneath the depths of the Black Lake, saturated with dampness. We ignited the hearth, and the warmth of our huddled bodies proved to be even more effective. Aurora, it is truly wonderful. Indeed, it is splendid. We need not be separated. There exists but a single bed, and it is a double. This implies that for the ensuing 7 years, we shall share our slumber. Team Malfoy manner. Lucius and Narcissa seemed entirely oblivious to such trifles, consistently arranging for us to be together. Is Hogwarts any different? We are on the cusp of adolescence, and certain physiological changes are already manifesting in Draco. Beneath his refined visage, his Adam's apple has begun to protrude. His androgynous features are starting to take on a more resolute contour. Draco, Aurora, are you in there? A knock resounded from outside the door. Draco reluctantly released me. It was Harry. Why has he been gone for so long? Did the Godfather finally grant permission? I surveyed the surroundings and, seeing no one watching, pulled him inside. The arrangement here closely resembles that of Malfoy Manor, his gaze fixated on our double bed. You two are sharing a bed, just like at Malfoy Manor? He inquired, his expression tinged with hesitation. Is there a problem? Draco's brow furrowed. It's nothing. His eyes fell, concealed by his lashes, casting a heavy shadow. His fingertips gripped the seam of his trousers, veins bulging. Harry, why did your godfather summon you? In an effort to dispel the tense atmosphere, I hastily shifted the topic. Harry began to linger around me more frequently. I was not oblivious to it. After all, in Huaguo, I've already come of age. To me, it merely reflects a yearning for a warm familial atmosphere, akin to how Harry developed feelings for Ginny Weasley in the original narrative. Characters once deemed insignificant suddenly ascended to the status of Hogwarts belle. Ginny's presence is far less pronounced compared to Hermione's. She lacks the bond forged through years of shared trials. Ultimately, it is Harry's reluctance to part with the warmth bestowed upon him by the Weasley family that drives him. In my view, Harry's decision to marry Ginny stems from familial affection outweighing romantic love. Presently, I have become a substitute for Ginny in the original tale. To retain the warmth felt by the Malfoy family. He has redirected his attention toward me, and that is all. Deep within, I still yearn for love. That I apologize. Harry merely reiterated his caution against approaching the fourth-floor corridor, and he bestowed upon me this. Harry produced a parcel from behind him. It is the invisibility cloak, originally gifted by Dumbledore. This time it was personally handed to Harry by Snape. This is almost a clear indication. Harry, it seems the fourth-floor corridor has been set up as a trial for you. Draco spoke in a grave tone. Clandestinely bestow the invisibility cloak upon you, guiding you toward exploration. Does Dumbledore not care for Harry's safety? I voiced the lingering doubts buried in my heart. Do not forget, the greatest white wizard, Dumbledore, is primarily a politician, self-styled as the guardian of peace and justice in the wizarding world, while Harry is merely a tool in his arsenal. Draco gestured. These are my father's words. However, I find them quite reasonable. Sacrificing the interests of a few to save the majority is a remarkably profitable endeavor. Harry, holding the accompanying card, chuckled self-deprecatingly. An orphan with nothing, unencumbered by attachments, should I perish. The Potter family's estate would rightfully revert to the Ministry of Magic. You shall not. We will never allow it. I shook a shoulder. His emerald eyes drooped. It seems he has grown accustomed to a life of being at the mercy of others. Harry, the Malfoys do not engage in losing propositions. I care not how Dumbledore has orchestrated his plans. Life is singular, and you must cherish it. He gazed at me in disbelief, his eyes wide. Aurora, there is no need to voice every thought. What is there to hide? Sincerity is the ultimate weapon. I continued, listen, your godfather did not bring you back to Malfoy Manor merely to make us fools and support you until you turn 11. The Malfoys expect a return on their investment. Manifold. Ha! Aurora, you truly live up to your reputation. Harry laughed until tears welled in his eyes. The previously oppressive atmosphere dissipated entirely. Indeed, we even brought a house elf along. I retorted indignantly. Therefore, do not disappoint those who have once aided you. Regardless of their intentions, they have improved your life, And though one would selflessly continue to give without expecting something in return, it is better to speak frankly. Since one may be perceived as having ulterior motives, it is far easier to openly acknowledge it than to conceal it. Aurora, thank you. It was the first time I witnessed the mirth in Harry's eyes. All along, I had the impression that his smile never reached his gaze. His friendliness and gentle demeanor, tinged with a hint of shyness, were merely a facade. The Leo boy harbored a deep-seated desire for control and a rebellious spirit, both of which he had long suppressed within. Aurora, I understand that your concern for me is excessive. His emerald green eyes sparkled like exquisite emeralds, radiating a gem-like brilliance. Even among Westerners, green eyes are quite rare. Comprising merely about 2% of the total population, the majority of green eyes exhibit a mixture of brown or a grayish-green. Pure green is exceedingly uncommon, let alone the vivid shade of emerald. It is as rare as the platinum hair of the Malfoy family. Westerners have a penchant for extolling the colors of eyes. Just so you know, you are not fighting alone. As one of your investors, I shall always keep a watchful eye on you. I earnestly patted his shoulder, then collapsed in a Draco-esque embrace with a laugh. Aurora, you little rascal. Draco wrapped his arms around my waist to prevent me from tumbling to the ground. I hastily looped my arms around his neck. Fearing the embarrassment of landing on the floor, Draco exuded the distinctive scent of the Malfoy lineage. Its composition was intricate. Even the greatest modern perfumers, utilizing the most advanced instruments, could not deconstruct its formula. When worn by different individuals, it emanated unique fragrances. Lucius carried the scent of dry cedar. Narcissa exuded the crisp freshness of Chinese daffodils, while Draco bore the aroma of verdant foliage. It was getting late. I should take my leave. See you in the common room tomorrow. After Harry bid us good night, he returned to his room. Aurora, well done. Draco held me tighter from behind, remarking that it would be better to shatter this superficial barrier. For we need not feign humility like Gryffindors. Harry is a Slytherin. He will understand. His fingers brushed my long hair aside, sending warmth cascading down my neck. Draco's arm tightened around me. Let your hair down tomorrow. Dante tied up, Draco whispered softly. Are you going to leave marks again? I gently pinched his arm. They are beautiful, he replied, and I could no longer see them. The beauty I could only admire lingered in both exposed and concealed places. Draco's hand ventured to my neck. Before us, a grand dressing mirror reflected our figures. The girl, whose pulse was held captive, leaned against the boy's embrace. Here, many years had passed without a glance back. Draco surveyed the surroundings. There are also the names of Narcissa and Lucius. Narcissa Malfoy. Why not Narcissa Black? She should have used her maiden name upon enrollment. Could it be that Hogwarts alters names according to the identity of its owner? Surely, the Marauder's map reveals only true names. It was how young Barty Crouch's identity was uncovered. Aurora, you are drifting again. Draco playfully nibbled my earlobe in punishment. We're missing a pair of earrings. Could it be? Draco retrieved a small velvet box from his pocket. I heard that father gifted mother a pair of earrings that seal her appearance. No one but him can remove them. Aurora, would you mind wearing them for me? I refuse to become less beautiful. I quickly cover my earlobe, wriggling free from Draco's grasp. This how it is? He displayed an evident disappointment. I dislike the way those boys look at you. I also dislike the way those girls look at you. I mumbled softly. Whoever cares, loses. I had always feigned magnanimity. Draco, having heard my unvoiced thoughts, flashed a mischievous smile. Then let us each wear one. Shall we? Only the caster can see the true appearance of the other, and only you can wholly possess me. All right. His eyes glimmered with seduction. I suspected this was his true intention, to coax me into willingly accepting a lesser compromise. The Malfoy strategic prowess was wholly directed toward their own kin. How infuriating! Aurora, your silence signifies acquiescence. That he gently captured my earlobe, alternating between light and firm sucks. That was a tantalizing sensation. His warm breath caressed my face. His long fingers lingered on my neck. I involuntarily let out a soft hum, hastily covering my mouth. How could I produce such a sound? Sweet, slightly nasal moans. Draco's breath hitched, growing heavier. His tongue traced the outline of my ear. I could barely maintain my footing, stealing glances at the dressing mirror before us. The look of insatiable desire was unmistakable. Hurry, I thought. Continuing in this manner would lead to unfathomable consequences, and my earlobe had completely lost sensation. I was oblivious to the earrings being affixed that on my pink earlobe rested a small serpent, flicking its tongue, cradling an emerald. Aurora, it's lovely that I felt no change in my appearance. Indeed, my unique constitution rendered me immune to any magic. With this realization, I ceased to resist. Merlin's buffer is truly immense for me. Draco, it's your turn. I picked up the other earring, aligning it against his earlobe. Where exactly should it go? Brother, you're too tall. I can't reach. Despite being twins, I was half a head shorter than Emma. It was supposed to be the girls who grew taller than the boys first. All right, he smiled, sweeping me off my feet and tossing me onto the bed. I gasped, nearly dropping the earring. How dare you scare me like that? I patted my chest, regaining my composure as I straddled him. Here we go. From above, I looked down at him, my hands braced on either side of his body. Aurora, are you being forceful? Draco teased. He tucked my long hair behind my ear, one hand finding its way to my waist. That tickles. My waist was particularly sensitive. A light touch would elicit a reaction. He knew this all too well. I could no longer hold my ground, collapsing directly into his embrace. Miss Malfoy, are you throwing yourself into my arms? He gently stroked my hair, sounding quite pleased. It's not my fault. You've been causing mischief, Mr. Malfoy. I attempted to sit up, but he held me firmly in place. Aura, this is also permissible. He hovered above me, that if I merely tilted my head, I could gaze into his gray eyes, tenderly fixed upon me. Almost against my will, I leaned in closer that a rush of warmth enveloped my lips. This time, he took a step closer. This time, it was not just a fleeting touch. He delved deeper, his hand securing my neck, leaving me with no means of escape. That in truth, he had no need to guard against my flight. I was thoroughly enjoying myself. That my fingertips tingled slightly. In my mind, it felt as though countless fireworks were erupting in a symphony of brilliance. I could neither hear nor see. I was utterly immersed in the sensations he evoked. Had my usual reserve made him so cautious? Just as it was about to conclude, I lay breathless against his chest. Aurora, do you like it? He scrutinized my face intently, not wishing to miss a single fleeting expression. That my heart softened immensely. It's my first time. Mine too. I know that we exchanged a knowing smile. If our parents were to discover this, Dad would say Draco noticed me gazing at him, and with a light cough, he would remark, as long as it doesn't happen before marriage. It's acceptable. What does that refer to? I teased him deliberately. His face visibly flushed. That mischievous little liar. His fingertips brushed lightly against my waist. I was wrong. Please don't tickle me. What does that refer to? He retorted playfully. That. I surrender. I surrender. My body curled up like a shrimp, attempting to evade his playful assault. In any case, I promised Dad that I would not go back on my word. He halted his movements. The lingering sensation subsided as I leaned gently against him. Our recent frolic had raised both our temperatures. In the dim light, the fireplace crackled intermittently, that I almost forgot about the pressing matter at hand. I slapped my forehead. The earring I'd been holding had long since vanished. What to do? The bed was so large that it could have rolled anywhere. I anxiously searched around on the bed. Suddenly, Draco picked up a lock of my hair. Don't move. It's caught in your hair. He was so close to me that I could count his long and thick eyelashes. His touch was so gentle, as if afraid of tugging at my hair. Brother, is it possible that it's tangled too tightly? If not, should we cut that part off? Absolutely not. He firmly rejected. Your hair is beautiful. That I knew he adored my hair. He often played with it gently while I pretended to be asleep. That he once told me he loved the sensation of it slipping through his fingers, like silk. Finally, he managed to remove it. He let out a sigh of relief. Here you go. Aurora, he returned the earring to my hand. His earlobe now bore a tiny piercing. When did you get your ears pierced? I asked, causing a blush to spread across my boy's face. Does that mean Lucius is aware of today as arrangements? Does Dad know that our earrings are a matching pair? If that is the case, can my anticipation increase just a bit more? His eyes sparkled. Dad said you would be willing to. I carefully threaded the earring through my lobe and fastened as the spellcaster. Draco still appeared incredibly handsome in my eyes. His gaze lingered on my earlobe. Reluctant to depart, I.T.S. bleeding, he remarked again. He licked away the remnants of blood from my earlobe. Aurora, your blood is sweet. Once he finished, I felt utterly drained, collapsing into his embrace, fully clothed and asleep. Draco, wake up! If we don't hurry, we'll be late. The boy still looked half asleep, and I found it hard to rouse him. He jolted awake, quickly tidying himself up. Draco, you've never been one to oversleep. Is it because we're in a different place? I watched him leisurely. ISNT it because of you. Draco replied grumpily. You slept like a little pig. Didn't T change your clothes? Didn't T reply to Mom and Dad's letters? And I'm the one cleaning up the mess? I completely forgot. I rushed over to lend a hand and I grabbed his silver green tie, flipping it up and down, and a beautiful trinity knot was born in my hands. Perfect. I admire my handiwork, exclaiming loudly. From now on, you'll help me with this, okay? He focused on adjusting my cufflinks while suggesting. Mom does the same for Dad. Draco's eyes sparkled with amusement, clearly sharing my thoughts. The first class is our Godfather's potions lesson. We cannot be late. He took my hand and dashed toward the great hall. Draco, Aurora. Harry waved at us, having waited in the common room. Beside him, Goyle and Crabbe slouched there like two mounds of flesh, appearing drowsy and clearly starving. Describing them as mere sacks of food would be an understatement. Poor Draco. What kind of lackeys does the original story depict? Let us go. Draco nodded at Harry, and the two lackeys scrambled to follow. Harry's gaze swept over me and Draco. You both are wearing matching earrings. Is it a Malfoy tradition? It's just Draco lightly brushing my earlobe, which is still somewhat swollen. Today I'll apply some medicine for you. Did I wonder who caused my earlobe to swell? I instinctively covered my ear, provoking Draco's laughter. He cleared his throat, shifting the subject. Harry, our godfather loves to quiz the first years on their preparations in the first class. However, he generally doesn't target Slytherin. He glanced around and lowered his voice. Aurora and I have assisted him before. If Gryffindor is in the same class, there's usually quite a show to see. Potions require precise execution and meticulous attention. Even the slightest deviation is intolerable, which is why our godfather aims to establish a strong impression during the first lesson. I added, in short, don't be startled later. Harry nodded thoughtfully. Aurora, you seem particularly worried that I might misinterpret Professor Snape. His emerald green eyes were filled with inquiry. He is my godfather after all. The term godfather can also be abbreviated to father. I don't want misunderstandings to arise among family due to poor communication. All right, he responded with a smile. In the original story, Harry faced Snape's antagonism throughout his 7 years at Hogwarts. He never referred to Snape with the title of professor. He raised his potions textbook, filled with notes, assuring, "You won to be disappointed." What has caused such a dramatic change in him? Snape always maintained a distance from Harry. He seldom visited Malfoy Manor to see this son of an old acquaintance. Perhaps he believed the Malfoys would not mistreat Harry. Therefore, my relationship with Draco and Snape has become even more familiar. At the Slytherin table, whether first years or upperclassmen, everyone dined in silence, forming a stark contrast to the adjacent Gryffindor table. The Weasley twins had probably added something to the pumpkin soup, as those who drank it began to gag and expel slime. Some who ate the bread they passed around, which likely contained fever-reducing medication, turned red-faced, and their ears emitted steam. Startled, those around them hurriedly vacated the area. Who would seek enjoyment in such a situation? Their eyes darted, and they turned their attention to Harry. Fred, it seems we Haven Tea held a welcome ceremony for the first years. Yes, George, we must represent Gryffindor and forge a friendship with Slytherin. They approached, patting Harry on the shoulder. They swiftly stuffed a bag of powder into Harry's collar. Hey, stop that. I've been watching them closely and seized one of their wrists. Oh, the young lady of the Malfoy family has come to uphold justice? The bag of powder had already been shoved back into his sleeve. Unfortunately, your status doesn't suit it. He shook his head dismissively. Who doesn't know what wickedness Slytherin might concoct? In the midst of his taunting, I seized the opportunity and, with a swift clap, struck his wrist that a bag of powder fell to the ground. Draco wrapped it in a handkerchief and picked it up. It's itching powder, he confirmed after inspecting it. You intend to humiliate Harry in front of everyone. With a subtle gesture from Draco, Crabbe and Goyle rose to their feet. They loomed like a mountain of muscle, their large hands shoving the Weasley twins aside like a pair of feeble reeds. Despite their height, the twins appeared fragile in the presence of Crabbe and Goyle. "Dining time is not for roughhousing," Professor McGonagall declared, swiftly intervening to restore order. "Professor, I just caught Weasley trying to shove a tickling powder down Harry's neck. And now he is turning the tables on me." McGonagall, ever proud of her impartiality, confronted the captured suspect with fierce authority. "Mr. Weasley, you are hereby deducted 10 points from Gryffindor. Professor, might I inquire if this is Gryffindor's way of extending a hand of friendship to Slytherin?" Harry, the innocent victim, posed a perfectly reasonable question. This incident had escalated into a conflict between two houses, especially given that the target of the bullying was none other than Harry Potter, a protégé of Dumbledore himself. Professor McGonagall's expression was one of palpable discomfort, her ire directed towards the ineptitude of the Weasley twins. "Gentleman Weasley, you are sentenced to 1 week of detention, along with an additional 10 inches of essay. The detention can be arranged in my office. I have some potion ingredients that require my attention," a deep and magnetic voice interjected. "Professor Snape?" Draco and I promptly acknowledged. The man nodded at us before turning away, neglecting to cast a glance at Harry. His black robes billowed dramatically behind him, as though he were gliding on air. "You are to report to the dungeons today," McGonagall, feeling outmaneuvered, redirected her frustration towards the twins. "Your godfather is certainly coming to your defense," Draco remarked. "Truly, he is the most protective of Slytherins." Indeed, all was understood without words. "As fellow Slytherins, we were in sync. Let us hurry. We'll be late if we linger." Draco urged that I knew it. This fellow was undeniably jealous. A sweet sensation coursed through me, and beneath my robes I discreetly intertwined my fingers with his. Even within the confines of Hogwarts, we could maintain our closeness. Moreover, being openly affectionate in front of others filled my heart with a secret joy. He playfully curled his pinky around mine in response. Unbeknownst to us, our little secret had been spotted by a third party. The first potions class at Hogwarts was a joint session for the first-year Gryffindors and Slytherins. Naturally, I sat beside Draco. Many Slytherin girls displayed expressions of disappointment, as they were mostly descendants of pure-blood families. Pansy Parkinson, who in the original text was inseparable from Draco, currently sat with Daphne Greengrass. Once Hermione Granger's fiercest rival, she was now uncharacteristically engaging in conversation with a Muggle-born girl. Though no Death Eaters emerged from the Parkinson family, they were staunch proponents of blood purity. Pansy's behavior was akin to that of a traitor to her lineage. Draco shot her a disdainful glance. The Parkinsons have truly fallen so low. "Everyone has their own aspirations," I replied non-committally, my hand gently resting on his arm. "Who would be foolish enough to strike while the iron was hot?" According to Rowling's narrative, Hermione would become the best candidate for Minister of Magic in the future. Perhaps that Muggle-born had some extraordinary qualities we were unaware of. Slytherin was always driven by self-interest. Only through emotional appeal and tangible benefits could Draco be persuaded. "It seems rather unremarkable," Draco scoffed. Hermione, having merely caught Draco's eye a few times, found herself besieged by the support of the Platinum Prince's fan club. I had always known Draco was popular, but I never expected it to reach such heights. As soon as Snape entered the classroom, the previously murmuring Slytherins fell silent, their attention riveted on their housemaster, their admiration barely concealed. Snape was exceptionally gifted, the youngest head of Slytherin in history. A master of potions and a genius in the art of mental occlusion. Not to mention his remarkable inventiveness. Spells such as the Bat Bogey Hex and the Stunning Spell were his creations. Though he was not particularly tall, he possessed a certain slenderness that only added to his enigmatic presence. However, this does not impede his ability to emanate an astonishing aura. "It is still the familiar opening line. Potions, which can determine life and death, can also be exchanged for reputation and status. Only those endowed with talent may glimpse the path." His gaze swept over me and Draco. The boy beside me puffed out his chest. To gain the recognition of a master potion maker is indeed a source of immense pride. In the original narrative, from Harry's perspective, Draco is portrayed almost as Snape's sycophant. Snape, to Draco, is both mentor and father figure. In Draco's heart, Snape is nearly a second father. In the aftermath of the war, Lucius busied himself navigating various interest groups to distance himself from the Death Eater's entanglements. Snape, as a pivotal male character, holds a significant position in Draco's development. Is it not entirely natural to exhibit joy when acknowledged by such a formidable figure? The biases and filters present in the original text should not be underestimated. Now, let me assess your preparation. Here we go. I steeled myself, wondering whom Snape would call upon to answer questions. In the original story, Snape posed 3 questions to Harry, and when the answers were strung together, they revealed his lament. Lily, I regret your death. Someone had inquired with the author, Rowling, about this matter, and the response was unexpected. She had not consciously designed it while writing that segment. It belonged to the realm of reader interpretation. Yet, the coincidence is beautifully serendipitous. Perhaps, in some inscrutable way, Snape, through Rowling's voice, is confessing his past misdeeds that Snape's gaze roamed across the room before finally resting on Mr. Weasley. He held the attendance roster, scanning the surroundings as though in search of this student. Anyone with a modicum of knowledge about the magical world knows that the Weasley family has a long-standing tradition of red hair. In the class, there was but one redhead, Ron Weasley, the younger brother of the Weasley twins. Hailing from Gryffindor, his brothers had just attempted to bully Harry Potter. Perfect! I internally applauded Snape, attempting to suppress the corners of my mouth that threatened to rise. Ron stood up trembling, akin to a war criminal on the brink of public execution. He wished to deliver a final statement, yet his nervousness rendered his voice quavering. Snape fired off 3 questions in rapid succession. Apart from responding with "I don't know," Ron offered no originality. His face flushed crimson, highlighting his freckles, almost merging with his vibrant hair. His awkward demeanor was quite comical, prompting most Slytherins to bury their heads in their textbooks to stifle the urge to laugh aloud. Draco nudged Harry with his elbow, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. Indeed, in Snape's eyes, merely giving the Weasley twins detention was insufficient. As it turned out, Ron was now in hot water as well. 0.5 points deducted from Gryffindor. With a flick of his wrist, Snape's robes billowed, resembling a great bat. The Gryffindors glared furiously at Ron. Hermione, in an effort to atone for Ron's misstep, raised her hand high, almost lifting herself off her chair in her eagerness to be seen by Snape. Snape, however, seemed oblivious. Mr. Malfoy, answer the previous question. Draco had long since mastered the content, and the standard response flowed effortlessly from his lips. Snape barely suppressed a smile, signaling for Draco to sit down. Are you not all jotting down the previous content? Once again, Draco basked in the limelight. His standing within Slytherin was unassailable. If Harry Potter's joining Slytherin might have posed a challenge to him, with Snape's backing, it would no longer be a concern. As we delve into the practical aspects of potion making, Snape audaciously appointed Draco and me as teaching assistants. Such blatant favoritism could only Dumbledore engage in. I finally relished the taste of victory as a beneficiary, and it felt rather splendid. And oh wonder, Draco in the original text became lost amid the flowers and applause. The favoritism of Malfoy and Snape trapped him in a gilded cage, depriving him of opportunities for growth. Yet if one does not encounter exceptional circumstances, who does not yearn to dwell within an ivory tower? Who would willingly seek out suffering? Draco and I proceeded to work separately, yet we both endeavored to steer clear of the cauldron set up by Gryffindor. Particularly Neville Longbottom, whose concoction began to emit a foul odor, indicating an imminent explosion. I called out Professor Snape. Snape muttered a curse under his breath, and with a flick of his wand, Neville's cauldron was restored to its former pristine state. Thank Merlin. The repercussions of an exploding swelling solution would be dire. I shudder to think how many students would find themselves in the infirmary. Unfortunately, many onlookers remained blissfully unaware of the truth. Hermione, seated a distance from Neville, could not possibly monitor the state of the liquid. Neville's labor was rendered null, and the anger that had been simmering from having been overlooked finally erupted. She leapt from her chair. Professor Snape, do you lack fairness towards Gryffindor students? Snape slowly turned, and it was unlikely any student would dare to challenge his authority in his classroom. Who are you? He inquired, picking up the attendance roster. Miss Granger, no one is interested in your opinions. Now, Focus on your classwork, unless you wish to be treated the same way. A few Slytherins chuckled quietly. The names of pure blood families were ingrained in them from a young age. Granger could only be of Muggle descent or half-blood. Her understanding of magic was virtually zero before receiving her acceptance letter from Hogwarts. She could hardly grasp Snape's current standing in the British magical community. Professor Snape was likely the most socially prominent individual she would ever encounter. Without exception, T.O. openly confront a professor in class. Such was the audacity granted by Gryffindor. Not to mention, even the simplest potion, if mishandled, could lead to unpredictable issues. That Hermione's swelling solution was incomplete, and at a critical juncture, she abandoned her work to defend Neville, disregarding her own safety and that of her classmates, which was an extraordinarily irresponsible act. After being rebuffed by Snape, she could no longer concentrate on her potion. Her dazed expression betrayed everything. "Miss Granger, your cauldron?" I approached her and whispered a reminder. "You, Miss Malfoy, it was you." In her mind, I was to blame for Neville's grades being wiped clean. The Gryffindor instinct to preconception was palpable, but a complete lack of words. Before she could vent her frustration, she realized her potion was now exuding a pungent stench. Several classmates seated nearby pinched their noses, yet dared not stray too far from their own cauldrons. That I glanced at Snape, awaiting his decision. "Aurora, when did you become so indecisive?" Draco approached and promptly emptied Hermione's cauldron. "Miss Granger, your classwork is beyond salvaging. I hope you understand," I quickly added. After all, she was the sole female in the original trio and the future Minister for Magic. I truly did not wish to offend her lightly. She assessed our similarly colored hair. Malfoy. From her expression, she had already categorized us as Snape's hounds. "Miss Granger, your disdain for classwork warrants a deduction of 5 points from Gryffindor. You and Mr. Longbottom will remain after class. You are not permitted to leave until the swelling solution is completed." "Miss Malfoy," he nodded at me, indicating that I was to oversee these two caught in a dilemma. This was merely the first day of school. Neville murmured, "I'm sorry, Miss Malfoy, for wasting your time." He was still quite clear-headed. He prepared to reprocess the potion ingredients. Wait, the fundamental reason behind Neville's continual explosions of cauldrons lies in his unique ability to alter the properties of potion ingredients, thereby activating them. This is indeed one of his innate talents. And in the future, he ascends to the esteemed position of herbology professor at Hogwarts. However, from Severus Snape's perspective at that time, Neville resembled a ticking time bomb in the classroom. Not only were accidents of frequent occurrence, but his clumsiness rendered him far from a favored student. Teachers, being human, have their preferences. Who could resist the charm of a bright and witty student excelling academically? "Mr. Longbottom, I have observed your method of potion handling," I remarked as I picked up the herbs he had processed and compared them with those left untouched. To my astonishment, the herbs he had touched had begun to sprout. Such keen observational skills. 10 points to Slytherin. Unbeknownst to me, Snape had silently approached from behind, startling me into turning around abruptly. "Mr. Longbottom, procure a pair of insulated gloves that I do not wish to be surprised by your antics in every lesson." Neville's face turned crimson. "That I'm sorry, Professor Snape." I offered him a reassuring smile, recalling how he had shared sweets with me when I first arrived at Hogwarts. Feeling seasick, that I in Slytherin, the notion of seeking retribution is not viewed negatively. Hermione's intellect is exceptional. She swiftly completed the swelling solution. Her expression, however, was somewhat sheepish. "Miss Malfoy, you assisted Neville," she stated, intercepting my path as the class concluded. "I am a teaching assistant. It is my duty," I acknowledged with a nod. In the original text, Hermione is a character I greatly admire. She is clever and wise, playing a pivotal role during critical moments. I hesitated briefly. "Apologies, it's nothing. You were merely anxious," she replied. Draco was already peeking at the door, and I did not wish to keep him waiting. "Sorry, I'm in a bit of a hurry. May I call you Aurora?" she inquired, referring to how my Slytherin classmates addressed me. "Certainly, Hermione," I replied, seamlessly adjusting my address as I bid her farewell. "What did that Muggle-born say to you?" "It took you quite a while," Draco murmured in complaint. That I cleared up some misunderstandings, I stated succinctly. "Aurora, don't lower your worth like Parkinson," he cautioned. "I've heard Professor McGonagall is quite fond of her and intends to nurture her talents." Even the head of Gryffindor can misjudge," Draco retorted, visibly displeased. Who knows? I've heard she was the first to uncover Professor McGonagall's disguise, that McGonagall's animagus form is that of a silver tabby cat. And every year, during the first transformation class for first years, she transforms into her animagus shape. Every Malfoy is a natural animagus, yet none have registered with the Ministry of Magic. Should outsiders discover our animagus forms, it would pose a significant danger. Thus, I'm not unfamiliar with animagi that I once witnessed my mother's animagus form, a rare nine-tailed fox. Its snow-white fur, wine-red eyes, and a mysterious totem depicted on its forehead were striking. 9 fluffy tails danced behind it. It was pinned down by a fierce snow leopard. In a state of sheer terror, I yearned to rescue her, only to be silenced and whisked away by Draco. Mother and father can assume their animagus forms. Good heavens, is it truly that intense? I reflected on what my parents had mentioned, that their animagus forms emerged after the Yule Ball in their 4th year. Draco mused thoughtfully. Will we too experience our transformations at that time? I silently vowed to return to Malfoy Manor after the ball. I had no inkling of what animal I might become. But being caught at Hogwarts would spell disaster. I don't know, but I will be by your side, Draco reassured, his expression softening. He is not one for sweet talk. His feelings manifest through actions. To discern McGonagall's animagus form is indeed remarkable. When Draco is free from emotional turmoil, he returns to a rational state, his demeanor calming. In the original narrative, Hermione, through her keen observations, also uncovered another unregistered animagus. Rita Skeeter, a senior reporter for the Daily Prophet. She can transform into a beetle, eavesdropping on confidential information and monitoring her interviewees' every move. My grandfather once had a close association with the first Muggle-born Minister of Magic, Norbert Ritchie. However, there are rumors that Norbert was compelled to resign due to poison administered by Abraxas. When profit is at stake, the other party's lineage becomes inconsequential. This ideology has been ingrained in us by Lucius and the portraits of past Malfoy heads. Some contradictions arise from this, do they not? The Malfoy family has always looked down upon the lower echelons of Muggles, while maintaining a close relationship with the upper echelons of Muggle society. They even manipulate presidential transitions, infiltrating every change of regime. Aurora, do you fear that I would speak disrespectfully in front of Granger? Am I truly so lacking in decorum? Draco cast a displeased glance in my direction. Of course not. I quickly amended my response as he raised an eyebrow. In the original text, you are hardly one to shy away from disrespect. Fortunately, Hermione is magnanimous. Otherwise, the future Minister of Magic would have no qualms about taking down a Malfoy with a tarnished reputation. Aurora, I am not a fool like Crabbe or Goyle, he sighed softly. You and Parkinson both regard Granger with favor, though Parkinson's inclination is far more apparent that he has noticed. I had thought I was sufficiently discreet. Although I am unaware of what information you possess, rest assured, I shall not cause any mischief. His brow furrowed. Clearly my distrust had wounded his feelings. Brother, I closed my eyes. The Ministry of Magic has grown weary of being constrained by pure-blood families. They are preparing to initiate the next wave of deification that a Muggle with no magic background placed in the limelight is evidently far easier to manipulate. He understood the implication. Sybil Trelawney has made similar predictions. Perhaps the Parkinson family has also caught wind of it. Everyone is eager to bet on the cultivation of such a spokesperson. If that is the case, then Harry would indeed be the most suitable candidate. He wore a look of disbelief that Harry's current demeanor hardly suggests he is easily manipulable. This is also why the mediocre Fudge has managed to hold the position of minister for over a decade. Whether it be Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix or the remnants of the Death Eaters represented by Lucius, both have remained relatively compliant during his tenure. Humph, a cunning little trickster, he ceased to press the matter, and the heavy burden in my heart finally lifted. Aurora, just remember that I will believe in you unconditionally, he whispered as he placed a hand on my shoulder. My heart fluttered. What to do? I felt even more guilty. Thank you, Draco'd. I leaned my head against his shoulder. How long are you two going to dawdle? Came Zabini's teasing voice from behind us. I had completely forgotten my surroundings. Acting like a child in front of Draco at the classroom door, my body, as it had countless times before, had grown accustomed to Draco's reliance. Sighing, I reluctantly distanced myself from him. Aurora, this is quite fine, Draco said, his hand resting on my shoulder. As others would assume, I enjoy clinging to you. I nestled against his chest, stealing glances at the bustling crowd. Everyone hurried past, seemingly oblivious to our presence. I finally let out a long breath of relief. Much later, I stumbled upon a fanfiction circulating secretly at Hogwarts, featuring us as the main characters. The storyline made my cheeks flush and my heart race. Indeed, the eyes of the public are keen. Yet at that moment, I believed I was concealing my feelings quite well at the dining table. We received replies from our parents. Naturally, my less than glamorous exploits of collapsing in a bed without washing up were relayed in full detail by Draco to our parents. I was subtly admonished by Narcissa to pay attention to personal hygiene. Oh, how I wish to find a crevice to hide in. Draco promptly informed them of the explosive news regarding Harry's entry into Slytherin. The Daily Prophet even dedicated a special report to it, stirring a tempest of reactions. Despite Lucius's best efforts to control public opinion, a sense of pessimism lingered. Some claimed that Harry had been corrupted by the Malfoy family, former minions of Voldemort. He was no longer the golden boy, the savior. Instead, he was seen as a coward who had forsaken the blood-soaked vendetta of his parents and embraced the enemy. The Gryffindors wholeheartedly agreed with this conclusion. Each morning, flocks of owls, bearing howler letters, descended upon Harry. Draco and I were also caught in the crossfire, prompting us to instruct the house elves of Hogwarts to deliver breakfast to our dormitory. Draco, Aurora, I apologize for the trouble I've caused you. Harry's eyes brimmed with regret, leaving me in a state of guilt. Had he chosen Gryffindor, he would have been spared such tribulations. It was I who, inadvertently, altered the trajectory of his life. I finally grasped the potency of online harassment. Regardless of counterarguments, the indifferent onlookers could exploit the flaws in language. Had Harry been sorted into Gryffindor, the narrative might have swung towards ingratitude. Aurora, you needn't worry about me. Harry seemed unaffected. His emerald eyes, gentle as a placid lake, resembled the jade waters of Qinghai, China. I shared with him some good news. Upon hearing of the situation, Lucius had utilized the Malfoy family's communication network to intercept all howler letters directed at us. Additionally, if Harry consented, the Malfoy family could pre-screen some of the more discreet messages. The boy's eyes sparkled. I certainly trust Uncle Lucius. This is the best course of action, fearing he might misinterpret my words. I quickly clarified. This is merely a precaution during these extraordinary times. Once the storm passes, I felt Harry take my hand. Everything the Malfoys do is for my protection. Am I truly so ungrateful? His expression was stoic, tinged with sadness. Is this how Aurora perceives me? Merlin, I'm merely worried he might overthink things. Yet here he was, turning the tables on me. I playfully punched him. It's just concern that leads to confusion. So, I am immensely grateful. He pulled me close, enveloping me in his embrace. His short black hair was perpetually tousled, as if the wind had played with it, yet it felt remarkably soft. Some stray strands brushed against my cheek. Tickling me to T11, he was well-proportioned, already starting to grow taller. Much like Draco, the dim light of the Dursleys' cupboard had not inflicted irreversible harm on his vision. Now, Harry no longer needed glasses. His striking emerald eyes left a lasting impression. Professor Snape's favorite green-eyed boy indeed grew well. This was my first intimate encounter with Harry that I was not accustomed to being touched by anyone other than Draco. Noticing he lingered in our embrace, I gently patted his shoulder as a reminder. Harry, many eyes are upon us. Aurora, you wouldn't reject Draco, would you? His voice sounded exceedingly aggrieved. How could it be the same? Draco is my brother. So you regard me as an outsider, hence maintaining your distance? He tentatively inquired. Of course I see you as an outsider. Otherwise, would I regard you as a girl? I answered without hesitation. Understood. His tone brightened, and he released his hold on me. Hurry, the next class is flying. Draco is already waiting at the Quidditch pitch. He strolled leisurely behind me, his long limbs enabling him to keep pace effortlessly. Why were all my friends taller than I? With Lucius and Narcissa as strikingly tall figures, I hoped their height advantage would be passed down to me. Aurora, over here, Draco beckoned. The tall, elegant youth stood bathed in sunlight, his platinum blonde hair glowing with a halo. He squinted slightly. Those with fair skin tended to shy away from the sun, that we were particularly prone to sunburn. necessitating generous applications of sunscreen. This morning, we had assisted each other in applying it. Aurora, why is your face so red? Are you getting sunburned? Did I not help you apply it evenly? Draco was engulfed in guilt, bombarding me with questions in rapid succession. No, I'm perfectly fine, I insisted, the thoughts I had just conjured entirely unshareable. I merely misjudged the proximity of our connection. Our twin wands had long since conveyed my innermost sentiments to him, but he remained silent, a smirk gracing his lips as he placed a kiss upon my forehead. As if to say, I understand, oh my, this is utterly enchanting. Such profound affection is truly irresistible. Give me the hair tie. Draco extended his hand. Huh, I replied, perplexed. You don't intend to transform into a golden lion mane, do you? Draco teased with a mischievous grin. All right. Thank you. I turned my back, feeling his long fingers glide through my hair. Quite the artisan, that house elf of the Malfoys. Zabani had also changed into casual attire. Upon noticing Draco tying my hair, he couldn't resist a quip. Blaze, as an only child, you wouldn't understand this experience. If you had a sister, you would surely cherish her in the palm of your hand. Draco chose not to respond. His movements were remarkably adept, gentle and practiced, devoid of any tugging sensation, and soon a fluffy braid had formed behind me. Letting your hair down would be more demure. Zabani commented, shaking his head in disapproval. What do you know? This is far more neat and efficient. I typically lack patience for those who enjoy provoking me. That it resembles Elsa's hairstyle from Frozen. The hair on either side was divided into sections, seamlessly woven together, no stray strands to fear being whisked away by the wind. Draco's skills had indeed improved. Aurora, it suits you perfectly, Harry commented thoughtfully. Indeed, I think so too. You three truly are not of the same family. It's a wonder you share the same roof, Zabani jested, diverting his attention from us. Aurora, Blaze is simply being tactless. Draco hesitated momentarily, realizing my indifference to Zabini's opinions and deciding to remain silent. The flying class was akin to physical education in my homeland. Every new student, regardless of prior experience with broomsticks, was eager to try their hand at it. Draco and Harry, in particular, stood out as prodigies, their innate talent evident. Lucius was exceedingly generous in his son's education. In the original story, he had sponsored the Slytherin Quidditch team with 7 Nimbus 2000s. He was unwilling to let his child's gifts go to waste, investing heavily to invite internationally renowned Quidditch players for guidance. This Quidditch player, of a similar age to us, was none other than Victor Crumb, who chose to work during every winter and summer break. In the original narrative, he was a competitor representing Durmstrang in the Triwizard Tournament and Hermione's ex-boyfriend. As she had publicly declared, I once asked Crumb why he chose to work in England, that he replied in a thick Bulgarian accent, Mr. Malfoy offers far too much, daily pampered by the Malfoy family. Draco and I had not turned out poorly, which was a talent in itself. Naturally, Draco and Harry's skills were undeniable, and even I, a novice, had absorbed enough to manage reasonably well. Thus, the flying lesson was an opportunity for all three of us to relax and bask in the sunlight. Living beneath the Black Lake made me yearn for the warm embrace of sunlight on my skin. We confidently raised our arms and shouted, "Up!" The broomsticks obediently soared into our palms. Harry, Aurora, shall we have a match? Draco suggested. The other students were still shouting at their brooms. Neville's broom rolled on the ground, completely unresponsive to his commands. Draco turned away, struggling to suppress laughter. Ron, nearby, was exerting every effort yet could not coax his broom to leap from the ground. Draco's attempts to stifle his amusement led Ron to believe he was being mocked. Years of repression finally burst forth at that moment, his sensitive heart feeling the sting. Everything was Draco's fault. Harry had spurned him, and his father faced exclusion at the Ministry of Magic. In contrast, the glamorous Malfoys attracted everyone's attention. While he was mired in poverty and despair, that moment, he finally erupted. Merlin, I was merely concerned he might overthink things, yet this fellow turns the tables on me. I angrily nudged him. Isn't it just a case of caring too much? Thank you, so very much. He pulled me closer, enveloping me in his embrace. His short black hair was perpetually unruly, the back of his head seeming as though it had been tousled by the wind. Yet, the texture was exceedingly soft. Some stray hairs brushed against my cheek, tickling me at T11. He was proportionate, much like Draco, having begun to grow taller. The dim light of the Disley's cupboard had not caused irreversible damage to his eyesight. Now, Harry no longer needed glasses, his striking emerald eyes leaving a lasting impression. Professor Snape's beloved green eyes. Harry had certainly grown. This was my first intimate encounter with him that I was not accustomed to the touch of anyone other than Draco. Noticing he held on for an extended period, I gently patted his shoulder, reminding him, "Harry, many people are watching." "Aurora, you wouldn't reject Draco," he said, his voice laden with disappointment. "But how could it be the same? Draco is my brother." "So, you regard me as the opposite sex, keeping your distance?" He probed tentatively. "Of course I see you as the opposite sex. Otherwise, would I treat you like a girl?" I replied without a moment's hesitation. "Understood." His voice brightened as he released me from his grasp. "Hurry, the next class is flying. Draco is already waiting at the Quidditch pitch." He strolled leisurely behind me, his long limbs allowing him to catch up to my pace with ease. "Why are all my friends taller than I? Narcissa and Lucius are both tall and striking. I hope their height advantage is passed down to me." "Aurora, over here!" Draco waved to me. The tall, graceful youth stood, sunlight gleaming off his platinum blonde hair, creating a halo around him. Resembling an angel from Muggle religion, he squinted slightly. Those with fair skin tend to shy away from the sun. We were particularly susceptible to sunburn, requiring generous applications of sunscreen. This morning, we had assisted each other in applying it. "Aurora, why is your face so red? Are you going to get sunburned? Did I not apply it evenly?" Draco fretted, showering me with questions in quick succession. No, I'm perfectly fine," I reassured him, the thoughts I had just conjured entirely unshareable. I merely misjudged the proximity of our connection. Our twin wands had long since conveyed my innermost sentiments to him. He remained silent, a smirk gracing his lips as he placed a kiss upon my forehead, as if to say, "I understand, oh my, this is utterly enchanting. Such profound affection is truly irresistible. Give me the hair tie." Draco extended his hand. "Huh," I replied, perplexed. "You don't intend to transform into a golden lion mane, do you?" Draco teased with a mischievous grin. "All right. Thank you." I turned my back, feeling his long fingers glide through my hair. "Quite the artisan, that house elf of the Malfoys. You three truly are not of the same ilk, nor do you share the same abode." Zabini jested with a chuckle, diverting his attention away from us. "Aurora, it's just that Blaise has a penchant for speaking out of turn." Draco hesitated momentarily, realizing my indifference towards Zabini's remarks, and thus chose to remain silent. The flying lesson resembled physical education classes back in Huaguo. Each newcomer, regardless of previous experience with broomsticks, was eager and filled with anticipation. Draco and Harry stood out as exceptional talents, their abilities remarkably high. Lucius was exceedingly generous when it came to his son's education. In the original text, he had previously sponsored 7 Nimbus 2,000 brooms for the Slytherin Quidditch team, but he refused to let his child's gifts go to waste, lavishly investing in inviting internationally renowned Quidditch players to provide guidance. This particular player, of a similar age to us, was none other than Victor Crumb, who chose to work during the winter and summer breaks. In the original narrative, he was the representative of Durmstrang in the Triwizard Tournament and had once been Hermione's announced ex-boyfriend. I had once inquired of Crumb why he opted to venture to England for work. He replied in his thick Bulgarian accent, "Mr. Malfoy offers far too much, daily pampered in various ways by the Malfoy family." It was indeed a talent that Draco and I had not gone astray. Naturally, Draco and Harry's proficiency was indisputable, and even I, a mere novice, had absorbed enough to manage reasonably well. Thus, the flying lesson was an opportunity for the three of us to relax and bask in the sunlight. Living beneath the depths of the Black Lake, we yearned for the warm embrace of sunlight upon our skin. We confidently raised our arms and shouted, "Up!" The broomsticks obediently soared into our palms. "Harry, Aurora, shall we have a match?" Draco proposed. Meanwhile, the other students were still shouting at their broomsticks that Neville's broom was rolling on the ground, utterly disobedient to his commands. Draco turned away, struggling to suppress his laughter. Ron, too, was exerting all his might to make his broom leap from the ground. Yet to no avail that Draco's suppressed laughter led Ron to believe he was the subject of mockery. Years of pent-up frustration finally found release in that moment, his sensitive heart feeling provoked. All of it was due to Malfoy. He had been spurned by Harry, and his father was ostracized at the Ministry of Magic, in a life of poverty and despair. Everything felt worn and tattered in stark contrast to the polished and resplendent Malfoys, who attracted everyone's gaze. In that moment, he finally erupted. "What is so amusing?" Ron mumbled, too fearful to confront Draco directly. The Weasleys had long experienced the repercussions of reckless bravado, yet he was filled with a sense of injustice. Why had Merlin bestowed all the advantages upon the despicable Malfoys? Draco was acutely aware of the malice surrounding him. He turned his head, his hawk-like gaze fixed firmly on the disgruntled you have something to say, Weasley. In the blink of an eye, Draco glanced at the disobedient broom on the ground. Realizing that Ron had misunderstood the situation, Ron's face flushed crimson. He had not anticipated that his mere show of bravado would lead to such an immediate confrontation. "Brother, what is going on?" The two stood in a tense standoff, reminiscent of the original narrative, prompting me to hastily approach. Humph. The Weasley family's lack of refinement aside, their arrogance is unparalleled. They seem to believe everyone is focused on them, completely unaware of the unfolding events. I looked towards Neville for clarification. The clumsy boy waved his hands, equally perplexed. "Brother, let's go. You just said you wanted to compete. Don't get entangled with those who are irrelevant." That Draco's disdain had already ignited Ron's fury. The phrase irrelevant once again pricked Ron's sensitive nerves. "You are the irrelevant one. Malfoys can't even produce a daughter. You are an illegitimate child brought in from outside. How does this involve me?" This wave of misplaced anger was absurd. "What did you say?" Draco seized the boy by his collar, preparing to drag him onto the broom. His eyes were bloodshot from sheer rage. "Brother, I was in favor of teaching Ron a lesson." Yet Professor Hooch was still present during the flying lesson. Draco pulled Ron, gliding slightly above the ground, Ron's lower half scraping against the earth. "Apologize to Aurora," Draco commanded sternly. "Absolutely not." The boy defiantly held his head high, believing firmly that he was speaking the truth, even in the face of adversity. The news of Ron calling me an illegitimate child quickly spread. The Malfoy family, with its millennia-long legacy, indeed had a lineage solely of boys. Harry zoomed in on his broomstick. "Weasley, that is slander and defamation. Apologize to Aurora at once. Otherwise, you shall face the legal repercussions from the Malfoy family." His emerald green eyes blazed like flames at that moment. The Weasleys could hardly afford legal fees. They might as well learn to bow to reality. Redhead, fellow Slytherins familiar with us, also rallied in support, although it sounded as if they were exacerbating the conflict. "Savior, a mere lapdog of the Malfoys. Are you barking for your master?" Ron's face had already met Draco's fist, blood streaming from his nose. Despite his injuries, he wore a look of disdain, and as he attempted to smirk, it only caused him further pain, resulting in an involuntary gasp. Now in a state of indiscriminate retaliation, even Harry found himself caught in the crossfire. Draco, infuriated, hoisted him into the air, ready to let him fall. Professor Hooch could not possibly be oblivious to the commotion. Ron's insults and screams were audible to anyone with normal hearing, provided they did not escalate matters further. "Brother, let it go. If this escalates, both Harry and I will end up in the tabloids." I grasped his arm to restrain him. Ron, emboldened, retorted, "You coward of the Malfoy family. What is so amusing?" Ron mumbled, too fearful to confront Draco directly. The Weasleys had long experienced the repercussions of reckless bravado, yet he was filled with a sense of injustice. Why had Merlin bestowed all the advantages upon the despicable Malfoys? Draco was acutely aware of the malice surrounding him. He turned his head, his hawk-like gaze fixed firmly on the disgruntled you have something to say, Weasley. In the blink of an eye, Draco glanced at the disobedient broom on the ground. Realizing that Ron had misunderstood the situation, Ron's face flushed crimson. He had not anticipated that his mere show of bravado would lead to such an immediate confrontation. "Brother, what is going on?" The two stood in a tense standoff, reminiscent of the original narrative, prompting me to hastily approach. Humph. The Weasley family's lack of refinement aside, their arrogance is unparalleled. They seem to believe everyone is focused on them, completely unaware of the unfolding events. I looked towards Neville for clarification. The clumsy boy waved his hands, equally perplexed. "Brother, let's go. You just said you wanted to compete. Don't get entangled with those who are irrelevant." The boy held his head high. And despite being at a disadvantage, the courage of Gryffindor prevailed. He firmly believed that he spoke the truth. The incident of Ron calling me a bastard quickly spread. The Malfoy family, steeped in a millennium of history, had indeed continued the lineage with sons for generations. Harry soared in on his broomstick. Weasley, that is slander and defamation, apologized to Aurora at once. Otherwise, you shall await a summons from the Malfoy family. His emerald eyes now burned like flames. The Weasleys could hardly afford legal fees, so learn about a reality. You redhead. Familiar Slytherins also came to lend their support, although it sounded like escalating the conflict. Savior, a lapdog of the Malfoys, are you barking for your master? Ron's face had already taken a punch from Draco, blood gushing from his nose that a look of disdain crossed his battered face as he attempted to smirk. It inadvertently activated other facial muscles, resulting in a hissing gasp. He was now unleashing indiscriminate attacks, and Harry was also caught in the crossfire. You, Draco, incensed, dragged him up into the air, preparing to throw him down. Professor Hooch could not possibly be oblivious to the commotion that Ron's insults and shouts were audible to anyone with normal hearing, provided they didn't make too much noise. Brother, it's really getting out of hand. If it escalates, Harry and I will be fodder for the media. I stepped forward to grasp his arm. Ron was emboldened. The coward of the Malfoys, brother, Weasley intends to extort us for medical fees, deliberately provoking you to act, to procure him a new wand. Don't be fooled. Aurora's reasoning was sound. The Malfoy family was wealthy, but not in such a manner. Harry echoed in agreement, that I quickly leaned closer to Draco's ear and whispered, Professor Hooch is looking this way. Fighting during flying lessons will result in disqualification from the Quidditch team selection. Thinking of his father, who had never allowed the Ministry of Magic to gain any advantage. I held his fist. I could feel his tension gradually dissipating. What is happening? Professor Hooch finally arrived, albeit belatedly. Perhaps it was just an illusion, but I sensed a hint of disappointment in her. Did she wish to witness the rivalry between the houses? Perhaps as a test of Harry's true prowess? Was all of this at Dumbledore's behest? Professor Hooch, with an air of righteousness, reprimanded both Ron and Draco equally, giving them a stern lecture. You two will be responsible for cleaning this batch of Nimbus brooms after class. Draco was quite displeased, yet considering the importance of Quidditch training and selection, which relied on Professor Hooch's guidance, he suppressed his anger and accepted the punishment. Brother, I'll accompany you, I said as I moved to his side. These wretched brooms are hardly worth cleaning. They should have been discarded long ago. He disdainfully pinched the handle of the broom. Neither smooth nor aerodynamic. They are mere cheap goods, that I readily agreed. Aurora, I truly want to punch him. Draco glared venomously at Ron in the distance. That I know you are standing up for me, but we need not make a spectacle of it. Why not simply inform our father? I coaxed gently. But you always mock me for mentioning father in everything. Now you advise me to tell him, Draco replied, looking aggrieved. But it's not the same. My background is something only my parents can truly speak on. Weasley insults me on the surface, but is actually slandering my father's fidelity. Given Lucius's nature, he would view any accusations of cunning and despicable behavior as praise. However, to slander him by implicating a third party besides Narcissa was akin to testing fate on the edge of a precipice. A platinum noble who adored his wife above all else would never permit anyone to question his feelings for Narcissa. All right, I understand. Draco smirked as we both arrived at the same conclusion. The Malfoy patriarch, provoked and wielding his influence, would crush a near-bankrupt Weasley. Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? A mere word from Malfoy's mouth would suffice to signal his partners on what to do. Ron Weasley should count himself fortunate. Hogwarts tuition fees were waived for 7 years, funded entirely by the Ministry of Magic. Otherwise, the unemployed Weasley would hardly be able to support 7 children, while Harry and I helped Draco tally the brooms. We discovered one that once belonged to Harry's father, James Potter. The flamboyant James Potter inscription reflected the owner's flamboyant character. James Potter was the cherished youngest child of the Potter family. Doted upon by his parents, a chaser for Gryffindor, and undeniably handsome, a veritable source of pride. Harry ran his fingers over his father's signature, lost in thought. Look, there's another line. The latter slowly emerged. Dear friend, fate has brought us together. The secrets of Hogwarts will be fully revealed to you. Just think, what a grand temptation that my friend. Are you prepared? The words rolled across the broom, only to vanish moments later. Of course, high rewards came with high risks that if you dare to venture in a Filch's office, opening drawers, confiscated materials, highly dangerous, I will wait for you there. The text flickered a few times before disappearing. Afterward, no matter how we handled the broom, no new inscriptions appeared. Could this possibly be a conspiracy? In the original text, the Horcrux notebook had similarly tempted Ginny Weasley to open the Chamber of Secrets. Draco and Harry were evidently more intrigued. Rora, don't be so cautious. This is a keepsake left to Harry by his father, Uncle James. Harry's eyes brimmed with reluctance. This broom is communal property belonging to Hogwarts. He didn't want to return it. This matter can be addressed with Father-S assistance, Draco assumed. He was unaware of Snape's sordid past with the Four Highwaymen. If Snape were to discover that his nemesis had left behind a broomstick and was attempting to incite his son to steal it, he would surely not hesitate to raise James up for a sound thrashing. Shouldn't we ask Father? Lucius was well aware of the events of that year. If any aspect of this relationship was mishandled, it could lead to disaster. Rora, why do you still behave like a child, always bringing up Father? Seeing my stern expression, he quickly relented. I'll write to Father tonight. AS for the broom. I cast a sidelong glance at Ron, who was laboriously scrubbing the broom. He appeared to be working hard, yet he was actually straining to eavesdrop on our conversation. If I were to leave the broom marked by James Potter overnight on the Quidditch pitch, I couldn't guarantee it wouldn't be maliciously damaged by those with ulterior motives. Although Ron was portrayed as a positive character in the original text, I always sensed that he resented existing in the shadow of Harry's protagonist glow, striving to prove something. With this thought, I explained the situation to Professor Hooch. Harry was the most famous orphan, his parents' sacrifice having brought temporary peace to the magical world. The Potter family was on the verge of extinction. An orphan's cherished object would be a request no empathetic professor could deny. She examined the broom closely, as if lost in memory. Yes, I recognized the handwriting. It is indeed James's, her eyes filled with compassion. Take it, child. It is yours now. She gently patted the boy's shoulder. Thank you. Harry held the broom close. You truly resemble your father. He was an exceptionally talented chaser. I have observed your and Draco's flying. Have you begun receiving professional training? Professor Hooch inquired. The Quidditch teams of each house were already recruiting new members. Although first years could not play in matches, they could serve as reserve players. She wore a meaningful smile. What do you mean? Draco's eyes lit up. I will speak with Severus and recommend you both for the Slytherin Quidditch team, without the need for an interview. What a delightful surprise. Beside us, Ron stood frozen in place, a picture of indignation. His expression was one of deep dissatisfaction, starkly contrasting with the joyous atmosphere surrounding us. As he lingered alone in a corner, I had no sympathy to spare. He had brought this upon himself. The red-haired youth would do well to accept reality sooner rather than later. This time, Harry did not side with the Weasley. Malfoy, there will be no opportunity for you to turn the tables. My stomach was growling in protest. We must hurry along, hoping that the remnants at the Slytherin table would suffice to sate my hunger. Like a reflex honed through countless repetitions, I grasped Draco's hand. After only a few steps, I realized that Harry was still lagging behind. His expression was a complex tapestry of emotions. One hand clutched a broomstick, while the other hovered awkwardly in midair. Surely he wasn't waiting for me to lead him? That would be rather awkward. Harry, we're racing, and you have a flying broomstick in hand. The last to reach the entrance is a pig. With that, he retracted his hand and swiftly mounted his broom. Do you need me to give you a lift? On a broom, I could easily outmatch you. His fringe was lifted by a gentle breeze, revealing a smooth forehead. That spirited demeanor mirrored the likeness of James in his photographs. Draco and I exchanged amused glances and took off at a run. Hey, we haven't started yet. Harry was already falling behind. When did we say it started? Don't underestimate me, Harry, I shouted as I sprinted forward, my braids swaying rhythmically behind me. The hair tie, jolted by my movement, slipped free, and my platinum locks cascaded down like a waterfall. The hair tie that Draco had crafted for me was now lost. leaving me despondent for quite some time. Woven from silver and green satin, it was a token of Draco's handiwork, imbued with sentimental value. Much later, I would learn that someone had picked it up as a keepsake. Professor Snape had received a message from Professor Hawk, and with a flourish, he signed off on the application for the Slytherin Quidditch team's field usage. Don't embarrass yourself, that he scrutinized Harry's broom from a superior vantage point before turning away, leaving behind a parting remark that I was certain he had also noted James Potter's name. Aurora, Quidditch training is going to drain our extracurricular activities. After every session, Draco and Harry were nearly collapsed on the ground. The intensity of the physical training left the two 11-year-olds gasping for breath. Is this really training? It feels more like punishment, Draco murmured under his breath. Professor Snape is here, the captain wouldn't dare. Harry moved his lips slightly. If one didn't pay close attention, his words would be lost. Shall I massage this spot or that? Draco casually draped his legs over mine yes, right there. He nearly gasped. The muscles are knotted. You must not have stretched properly before exercising. I varied the pressure of my kneading, hearing Draco exhale a sigh of relief. That feels much better. Your skills have improved, Aurora. It's not just me. You always end up with injuries, I remarked, observing the boy's excessively pale skin, the bruises particularly pronounced. What can I say? He instinctively glanced at Harry. That I want to be the best. You are the best. The best, Draco, the best brother. The youth's eyes sparkled like stars. You too. Have you rested enough? Marcus Flint, the then captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team, shouted. All right, Draco seemed to be recharged. Aurora, you are like a vitality potion. What a peculiar metaphor. Harry struggled to rise, dragging his feet with a slight stumble. I rushed to support him. Professor Snape, Harry has a fever. Perhaps it's from overexertion. His body can't keep up. Snape, who had appeared unfazed moments before, instantly changed his demeanor in a flash. He stood before me, moving with a speed that rivaled apparition. By the time I regained my composure, he was already carrying Harry away, his robes billowing behind him. In moments of crisis, one's true character is revealed. In the original text, it was Snape who shielded Harry and his friends when Lupin transformed into a werewolf. The training continues, Flint bellowed, seemingly unaffected by the fallen player. That Draco's training was far from over. Aurora, I know what he wants to say. Over by Harry, a godfather was already watching. That I'll stay with you. The boy responded with a radiant smile, and I understood that I had made the right decision. Once you're finished, we'll go see him, I promised him. Perhaps Flint truly intended to give Harry and Draco a stern lesson. The other Slytherin Quidditch players grumbled in the locker room as well. However, without the privilege of the Malfoy name, Draco's performance seemed to have earned the respect of others. Aurora, my whole body aches. I'll check on you when we return, though we seem to have completely forgotten about the restorative potions. That I procured some congee and easily digestible snacks from the house elves of Hogwarts. Upon arriving at the infirmary, it was just in time for dinner. Madame Pomfrey, we are here to visit Harry. Harry Potter? Come in. The woman's expression was stern as she lectured. I've said before, Quidditch is too dangerous for first years. Their bones aren't fully developed. Their stamina simply can't keep up. And you, Severus, are just as reckless as Rolanda. You've truly put Harry in harm's way. Do you even realize what he'll have to face in the future? Poppy, Snape raised his voice. Clearly, there were some things he did not wish for us to hear. Madame Pomfrey made a show of pulling the curtain with a loud rustle, declaring that visiting time was only 10 minutes. I quickly took a seat closest to Harry. Are you all right? My hand tentatively reached out to touch his forehead, where a towel was placed to cool him. His complexion was flushed, and his ears were steaming. A side effect of the rapid cooling. Much better, Draco. How was your training? It was fine, just the usual routine, nothing special. That Draco's gaze shifted away from Harry, as if both were lost in their thoughts. That I replaced his towel with a fresh one. Are you hungry? Would you like something to eat? I raised the meal container in my hand. Godfather, can Harry eat? Poppy did not refuse. She stood up and strode out of the infirmary. Your godfather was with you the whole time? Draco's expression turned envious. He said he would return once you arrived. Aurora, I appreciate your help. Harry glanced at the food in my hands. His stomach, quite inopportunely, let out a loud growl. Was he implying that I should feed him? Harry, how could you let Aurora do the work of a house elf? Draco frowned. What about Dobby? Nowadays, Dobby was no longer under the Malfoy family's ownership. Draco called out a couple of times without receiving a reply. A flicker of malice crossed his eyes that the former master, being disregarded, left him exceedingly displeased. "It's nothing," I said, shifting my chair closer to alleviate the awkwardness. That I gently stirred the congee, scooped a spoonful, and brought it to my lips to check the temperature. "Here." Harry opened his mouth and accepted the spoonful. "Aurora, when I was sick, my cousin cared for me just like this. Had I reminded him of Narcissa? I bear a striking resemblance to Narcissa, a fact that has been conclusively established by Lucius. Within his cherished album, a pair of youths with platinum blonde hair are inseparable. The girl, nestled beside her father, has always been my mother. Upon entering Hogwarts, my father adorned my mother with bewitched earrings, yet her true visage has diverged significantly from her youthful days. Though she remains beautiful, the shock and impact of her beauty have faded into obscurity. Narcissa embodies Harry's projection and yearning for the ideal maternal figure. In times of illness, one inevitably longs for their mother. Alas, Harry has long been bereft of any family. That Draco's mood, too, has settled. He sits silently beside me. A bowl of congee swiftly finds its way into Harry's stomach. I offer him a handkerchief, stating, "I shall not assist you with this." He shyly accepts it, murmuring, "Thank you." "Harry, do you require observation in the infirmary?" "No need," he replies. "Madame Pomfrey said I can leave once the fever subsides. Tea present." He appears rosy-cheeked and in excellent spirits. The potion truly this effective? Just moments ago, Professor Snape administered a vial of his specially crafted elixir, eliciting a complex expression from Harry. Snape cares not for taste. We all know this from our childhood experiences. Perhaps we should inquire about the flavor of the miraculous potion produced by the great savior. "Professor Snape, what does it taste like?" "Like a 1,000-year-old pair of unwashed socks." Our laughter erupted, filling the room. "Mr. Potter, you appear to be in good health." The curtain was abruptly drawn back, and Madame Pomfrey entered to tidy the bedding. "Please vacate the bed for those who truly need it." She busily cleared the area, even packing Harry's belongings. I told Severus it wasn't that serious. There are those outside missing limbs who are still waiting. Yet he seeks to expedite his own. I grasped Harry in Draco's arms, expressed my gratitude, and swiftly exited the infirmary. Severus truly becomes disordered when he is overly concerned. The precious gem left by the goddess must be fiercely protected, especially since this gem shares a visage with a former rival. I shed a tear of sympathy for you, Godfather. Harry Potter, the ultimate tragic male lead. "Harry, are you all right?" Though he appears to have fully recovered. Having just come off a fever, I worry as I lead him away. "Aurora, that was a secret recipe crafted by my godfather." Draco clearly wishes to keep my focus intact. However, he swiftly changes the subject. "Harry, you must brush your teeth well tonight. Otherwise, Aurora and I will surely distance ourselves from you tomorrow. Hogwarts is graced by the deep hues of autumn, by 7 or 8 in the evening. The sun has already set. I shiver slightly as a coat is draped over my shoulders. I had just finished exercising and was not cold that Draco's gaze wandered elsewhere, appearing indifferent. However, Harry, having just recovered, should indeed wear more layers. "Hurry inside. Do you wish to catch a cold as well?" I am deeply touched and wrap the coat tighter around me. Draco, towering over me, makes the coat resemble a dress on my smaller frame. Upon our return to the Slytherin common room, many exchanged knowing smiles. Only the cheeky Zabini teased. "Aurora, have you just returned from a date? Did you manage to schedule 2 at once?" "Impressive." He mockingly gave me a thumbs up. "Blaze, go play elsewhere," Draco retorted with a laugh. I inhaled deeply, the coat retaining Draco's scent of grass and wood. The mere thought of it sent heat to my cheeks. Surely I haven't caught something from Harry? "We should check our temperatures upon returning." Draco gently touched my forehead to gauge its warmth. "Harry, you should also rest early." With that, he took my hand and led me back to our room. As soon as we stepped inside, he enveloped me in a warm embrace. "What is it, Draco?" "Aurora, when you were feeding Harry, I was consumed by jealousy that you've never fed me." His voice bore a note of grievance. "Little dragon, are you still a baby? Aren't you ashamed?" I teased, poking his cheek. Though his physique is maturing, a hint of baby fat remains on his face. With his rosy lips and white teeth, he is undeniably an adorable darling. No wonder With a typical bad boy persona, he has amassed a fan base that surpasses that of the male lead, Harry Potter. He turned his head, and to my surprise, my finger found its way directly into his mouth. You are enveloped in a warm embrace that I hastily withdraw my fingers, that a silver strand lingers at the corners of his lips, that Draco's ears flush crimson, lost in some unfathomable thought. Thump, 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 I rest against his chest. The rhythm of his heartbeat resonating loudly in my ears, and while fingertips brush against his warm torso, he instinctively intertwines his fingers with mine. For reasons unknown, the cadence of my heartbeat begins to align with his. An inexplicable tension and excitement render my mind a chaotic whirl, that a wave of warmth surges within me, that I extend my unheld hand to gently caress my cheek. It feels as if I might ignite. I lay my head upon his chest, adorned with a dark green Slytherin tie, the silk providing a refreshing coolness. He holds me firmly, leaving no room for any desire to escape, maintaining the faude of a reserved nobleman outwardly, yet inwardly resembling a ferocious dragon. Draco, whose name signifies dragon in English, embodies the essence of possessiveness, unwilling to allow anyone to covet his treasures. Have Lucius and Narcissa long understood this, bestowing upon him such a name? I emit a short gasp. Why did you bite me? He lightly nibbled at my finger. Even at such a moment, how could I be distracted? What distraction? My thoughts have been solely of you. Aurora, today, Draco glances around. Encircling me, what's the matter? I mean the perfume. You sprayed it several times when you usually only do once. He inquires tentatively. Today, are you meeting someone special? Today, there is defense against the dark arts that you'll find out when you go. I prefer not to elaborate further. The class taught by Professor Quirrell. He has no hair, and he's a stutterer. It's utterly absurd. His brow furrows, speaking without thought. What? Would be interested in him? Draco Malfoy. Do not insult my taste. I lightly hit him with my textbook. Really? Who knows how you think? You even bother with Longbottom. He mumbles, his cheeks puffed in indignation, like a squirrel sulking after having its beloved pine nuts taken away. Draco, you care about me, that I'm so happy. I step forward and embrace the young man. But you needn't be so concerned. You know where my heart lies, sweet-talking little deceiver, he sighs, his fingertips brushing against my earlobe. There, adorned with an earring enchanted to conceal my appearance. Father said that all spells would be ineffective against you. When I first put it on you, you understood, right? My heart quakes. I've been discovered, that I'm sorry. He shakes his head. The earring will lose its effect. And it's not your fault. I shouldn't selfishly seal your appearance. I should adapt and grow stronger, rather than hide you away, making you solely mine. Aurora, I thought you were angry with me, I lean against his shoulder. So, Aurora, can you tell me the reason for your unusual behavior today? Oh, you were waiting here for me. You swore we would sit separately in defense against the dark arts. Remember? I propose. Draco and Harry settle in the front row while I have long hidden in the far corner of the classroom. Wearing a mask in front of Professor Quirrell would be exceedingly rude. I can only protect myself in my own way. Y nose is quite sensitive, able to discern scents that elude many humans. Long ago, under Narcissa's guidance, I began concocting my own perfume. The foul odor emanating from Professor Quirrell is truly nauseating. Though he tries to mask it with garlic, the result is a cacophony of scents that is practically a biochemical weapon. My tolerance is lower than most. Indeed, the moment Professor Quirrell enters the classroom, Draco uncovers my ruse. His indignant expression brings me great amusement. He finally comprehends why I used so much perfume today. Simply an attempt to arm myself with fragrance. Only during the break does he reveal a look of relief. Aurora, you wicked little deceiver. You knew all along, didn't you? You deliberately kept it from me and Harry. Harry retrieves a pair of nasal plugs from his nose, raising an eyebrow at Draco. You both knew in advance. Draco is furious, jumping up and down. Brother, I have no idea how Harry found out. We truly didn't discuss it privately. I quickly signal to Harry. Yet this fellow is utterly uncooperative. I can't wash my hands of this. My reputation as a little deceiver is solidified. I'll deal with you later, Draco threatens in my ear. I shrink my neck, feigning fear. In truth, his bluster is utterly adorable. I should suggest to Father at the Board of Governors meeting that we implement a 360-degree evaluation for professors, with personal hygiene as a scoring criterion. If it were Snape from the original story, he would undoubtedly score poorly in this area. I support you. It would be best to allow students to rate professors anonymously. Heaven knows how challenging it is to stay awake in Professor Bin's class. I can't help but admire the diligent Hermione, who can focus on taking notes in such a hypnotic subject as history of magic. Dumbledore's hiring practices are unorthodox. While Sybil Trelawney has some semblance of genuine skill, the flamboyant Lockhart and the danger-loving Hagrid are far from suitable. The safety of Hogwarts' young wizard seems of little concern to him as the headmaster. Is Hogwarts' sole purpose to serve as a training ground for the Savior? A series of meticulously crafted trials. With his wisdom, can he not discern Lockhart as deficiencies? What distinguishes this from a breeding ground for calamity? The trials and tribulations faced by Harry, turning him into the ultimate weapon against Voldemort. Had Harry not inadvertently destroyed the Horcruxes, Dumbledore's true intention would have been to lead Harry willingly to his demise. Wouldn't it? In my heart, Harry has become akin to family. I end this life. I shall bring you happiness. Yet the most crucial aspect remains the Malfoy family and Draco. What a wonderful person he is, hidden beneath layers of miscommunication. Aurora, I once thought you wished to be a know-it-all like Granger from Gryffindor, trailing behind professors daily. Mother still inquires if I am putting too much pressure on you. Draco speaks earnestly. The Malfoy family is sufficient to ensure our comfort after graduation, even if we do nothing. Aurora, I fail to understand why you strive so hard, of course. It is to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. I wish to absorb knowledge like a sponge. Merely relying on my understanding of the original story is insufficient to alter the fate of the Malfoy family. Yet, there is no one to confide in. I must bear it alone that I look at Draco. I want to grow stronger, brother. Meeting his gaze, I express my desire. I hope that when others mention me, it is no longer as the girl of unknown origins from the Malfoy family, but as Aurora. Those who spread rumors have already paid the price. As my father ensured, I wish to prove my worth beyond being merely my parents' daughter, to be recognized as myself. I do not wish to find, years later, that apart from the Malfoy surname, I am nothing. Every second-generation heir grapples with this mentality, standing on the shoulders of giants, enjoying the shade cast by predecessors while yearning to validate one's own worth. Yet, one desires both, to have and to greedily want more. Thus, the saying goes, it is not the second-generation heirs who lose ambition that we fear, but those who possess grand aspirations that it seems I have become the very type that Lucius dreads most. How many second-generation heirs have ventured forth with their family's money, only to face utter failure? I vaguely sense the reason behind Lucius's indulgence towards us. Being a custodian is preferable to reckless upheaval. However, knowing the ensuing plot, I cannot live a life of complacency. Oh no, what am I thinking? Wishing for complacency. Even that is not an option. Draco's complexion paled. Aurora, do you believe that apart from the surname Malfoy, I am utterly worthless? Certainly not. I vehemently protested. But in his fury, Draco was entirely deaf to my words. I merely seized the advantage of knowing the unfolding narrative, wishing to prepare for the inevitable. Like you, I too find that only the name Malfoy leaves a lasting impression on others to know. Aurora, what saddens me is your desire to distance yourself from me. His gray eyes brimmed with anguish. Why can't you depend on me wholeheartedly, like a mother does with a father? Am I unable to provide you with a sense of safety? I parted my lips, yet no sound emerged. I was powerless against the laws of the world. Unable to divulge any plot to anyone, in the original story, Narcissa single-handedly upheld the Malfoy family during Lucius's imprisonment. The hardships she endured are beyond imagination. The death of the last male heir of the Black family heralded the end of the Black lineage. The task Voldemort set for Draco was no different from sentencing a 16-year-old boy to a path of self-destruction. This is the grim reality that the Malfoy family will soon confront. My time is scarce, and there is much to be done. Aurora, let's take a moment of silence. Even in his profound sadness, Draco still refrained from uttering harsh words towards me. His despondent gaze spoke volumes. I stared at his retreating figure, my eyes stinging with unshed tears. He never turned his back to me, that I yearned for him to glance back, to embrace me tenderly. Yet, that did not happen. I wandered aimlessly through the corridors of Hogwarts. "Little Aurora, what troubles you?" A familiar voice called out that it was Armand, the first-generation Malfoy. His portrait had long vanished from Malfoy Manor. Yet here he was at Hogwarts. I too am one of Hogwarts' founders. His handsome face radiated pride that we are the silent investors. Salazar is my dear brother. And oh, wonder members of the Malfoy family, upon silently invoking Slytherin, are invariably sorted here. I believe you have already experienced the luxurious accommodations," he remarked, his chin held high with restrained dignity. "Armand, it has been a long time. I sincerely express my gratitude." "Have you quarreled with Draco?" he inquired with curiosity. "How do you know? He follows you around like a little shadow." Armand jested. "Why have you been away for so long? Are you still angry with Draco?" "How could I be upset with father?" He swallowed the latter half of his sentence. "Hogwarts is also half my home. I can go wherever I please." His temperament was peculiar. Even Lucius had to acquiesce to him, that I was no exception. He treated Draco differently from the rest. His departure from home was likely a feeble attempt to conceal his true feelings. Only at Hogwarts could I see my brother every day. "Armand, did you once live here?" I keenly picked up on this information. He did not confirm nor deny, merely gazing intently at me. Yet, I felt as if he were looking through me, reminiscing about another person. "Aurora, would you like to see something precious?" "This is my significant discovery," he said mysteriously. I had stumbled a few times in Armand's presence, maintaining a sense of wariness towards him. Yet for some reason, no matter how he treated me, a voice within me endlessly tolerated his caprices. After all, he was the first-generation Malfoy. Being his junior, it should be he who accommodates me. What treasure! According to the original narrative, a troll would appear at Hogwarts. I only remembered that Hermione held on until Harry and Ron arrived. The specifics, those intricate details, had long faded from memory. Surely he wouldn't be pushing me into a pit of danger. My vigilant demeanor immediately piqued his disinterest. "Draco is already waiting there. You can come if you wish." He turned his back to me, sulking that I was still uncertain how to face Draco, yet my body instinctively followed the pace of the portrait's movement. He traversed through countless adjacent portraits, exchanging greetings with others effortlessly. "Hello, Armand. Here to see your precious little dragon again." His old face flushed, pretending not to hear, yet venting his frustration onto me. "What are you still lingering for? If you don't see Draco, don't blame me." I took a deep breath, forcing down the frustration within me. Not deceive me. "If you place me in danger again, I shall return home and burn your portrait. How do you converse with me?" He laughed in anger. "Go back and copy the Platinum Glory 100 times. It is you who are out of line. You have been clinging to me relentlessly. I would rather you treat me with the same indifference as you do your father. Now look, not only have I not resolved my feelings with Draco, but I have also offended the first-generation Malfoy. It is said that he is the most petty and vengeful one. You all are truly driving me to distraction. Just wait until I no longer concern myself with you." With that, he vanished into the frame. "What a lunatic!" I muttered under my breath. Just as I was about to turn away, I heard Armand's voice behind me. "Aren't you going to hurry up and follow?" Was he not mocking me, but genuinely leading me somewhere? I gripped my wand tightly, utilizing the properties of the twin wands to sense Draco's location. Oh, my astonishment! It indeed aligned with the direction Armand indicated. The mischievous first-generation Malfoy had not deceived me. My steps quickened. "Draco, wait for me." Draco stood before an ornate, vintage mirror, gazing at it with a look of rapt fascination, seemingly oblivious to my arrival. It was only when I wrapped my arms around him that he turned around. Startled. "Aurora, am I dreaming? I thought you had emerged from the mirror." Just as I was about to mention Armand's name, I saw him wave his hand at me and disappear into the nearest frame. Thoughts by day, dreams by night, I returned his gaze. What is this? The mirror of Amidst, said to reveal the deepest desires of one's heart. Draco pointed to the inscription Amidst, which when reversed reads desire. What did you see? Each person's desires are unique. One can only witness their own yearnings. Draco turned my shoulder, compelling me to face the mirror alongside him. There, reflected, was an image of us as adults. In a serene afternoon, Embracing tenderly beneath the luxurious fountain at Malfoy Manor, the golden-haired, gray-eyed child played in the garden. Aurora, do you remember? The users of the twin wands share a connection of thoughts. What I see is the same vision as yours. Did he perceive my thoughts? In an instant, I felt a rush of embarrassment, my cheeks aflame. His hand was firmly placed around my waist. The scene in the mirror transitioned to the master bedroom of Malfoy Manor. We were indeed blushing. The grown-up versions of us were surprisingly wild in our intimacy, much like Lucius and Narcissa. "Don't look," I exclaimed, covering Draco's eyes with my hand. "Why are you so fixated on such things?" His lips curled into a smile as I faced the increasingly intimate scene in the mirror, struggling to articulate a coherent sentence. "That is also what you, Aurora, are contemplating." He removed my hand from his eyes. His lips brushing against my palm, a wave of warmth surged within me. In the mirror, it seemed as if we had become aware of our existence. They approached us. The grown-up Draco was extraordinarily handsome. With broad shoulders and a narrow waist, his hair styled short on the sides and cascading down his back. He towered over me, exuding an aura that kept others at bay, yet his gaze softened as it fell upon me in the mirror. I nestled beside Draco, transformed into a stunning beauty reminiscent of Narcissa, radiant and captivating, a loose men's shirt draped over my form, revealing one shoulder and my long, elegant legs, while my lips were swollen, my eyes dazed. And I appeared slightly weary, clearly having been thoroughly indulged. The atmosphere around me radiated languor, perfectly encapsulated by the phrase, "a feast for the eyes." The woman was the first to notice us. She reached out her hand, intertwining her fingers with mine. "Draco, did it seem like we had just quarreled?" She appeared to question him, yet wore a charmingly innocent expression. The man allowed her to indulge in her antics. At that moment, my mind felt clouded, overwhelmed with confusion. He brushed aside the woman's voluminous platinum curls, revealing her swan-like neck, adorned with scattered red marks blooming like crimson roses. "How can you show such things to the little ones?" "Draco, have you truly gone astray? They're eager to see even more scandalous things," Draco replied vaguely. Suddenly, a blanket enveloped the mirror's image completely, muffling the sound from within. "Why has it been covered?" "He has been staring at you," Draco remarked. "Why are you so jealous?" The voices within grew fainter. Was that truly us in the future? Is it still the genuine desires that lie deep within our hearts? My hand remains pressed against the mirror. A pair of arms encircles my waist. "Auroral, before your arrival, I glimpsed some bizarre images. In the Malfoy family portrait, my mother's eyes were shockingly red. Beside my grandfather stood a dark-haired man, whose features bore a striking resemblance to my mother. Who could that man possibly be? The dark-haired man intertwined with Abraxas, apart from Tom Riddle, could be none other. I had never closely examined the similarities between Narcissa and Riddle. Yet upon Draco's reminder, it became evident that, aside from their eye and hair color, their facial features seemed to have been molded from the same cast. What, then, is the relationship between Narcissa and Voldemort? It is no wonder that in the original text, Voldemort tasked him with verifying whether Harry Potter was still alive. Such a mission would undoubtedly be entrusted to one's most trusted confidant. The atmosphere has gradually turned eerie. It feels as though I have unearthed a truth omitted from the original narrative. Unlike me, Draco is able to see the young Voldemort hidden within the notebook. Naturally, he cannot identify with him that I, on the other hand, had only caught a glimpse of the young Voldemort in my infancy. And after being reprimanded by Abraxas, he never re-emerged. What a temper he has. Each day, my grandfather clutches that tattered notebook, its pages long since yellowed, exuding the musty odor unique to old tomes. The fastidious Abraxas seems indifferent as he presses it beneath his pillow, keeping it hidden away. If this way, his Tom might enter his dreams. Lucius is deeply concerned about Abraxas's mental state. He cannot bear to see his father so enmeshed, and has repeatedly urged Abraxas to dispose of the notebook. How many times such conversations have transpired, each ending in discord. In Lucius's resolute gaze, I know he will take action. Perhaps we could inquire of Father as to the identity of that dark-haired man. And what a mother's red eyes that suddenly dawned on me. Mother once expressed great concern that my eyes might turn red. This implies that Narcissa was aware from the very beginning. Yet, I cannot fathom what means she employed to conceal her true eye color. Mother is not a black at all, but rather the daughter of Voldemort. The answer is becoming evident. Indeed, only Voldemort could compel the black family to bow in submission, forcing them to acknowledge his progeny. However, for one who seeks immortality, descendants are dispensable, especially when offspring pose a threat to oneself. One would wish to eliminate them without hesitation. Thus, she chose to conceal her identity. If this is the case, then Draco and I share the bloodline of Voldemort. We too are heirs of Slytherin. Auroril, what are you pondering? Draco inquired tentatively. The enigma of our lineage, Draco. Yet I am not entirely certain. Perhaps upon our return to Malfoy Manor, we can directly question Mother. Under the influence of the world's laws, I am unable to proactively disclose all that may transpire in the future. However, through guidance, I can assist the characters from the original narrative in discovering answers. This is currently the most balanced approach. Auroril, I apologize. I am uncertain as to why I am becoming increasingly anxious that I fear we may drift apart. Nevertheless, the images I just witnessed in the mirror of Amidst have alleviated my worries. He mimicked the gesture from the mirror, brushing my long hair aside. Let there be no trace left behind. We had just shared a moment of mutual understanding, and now I hesitated to reject him. Before I could think further, the sensation at my neck ignited a warmth within me. It was both ticklish and slightly painful. My body involuntarily leaned back. Auroril, he gently called my name. Suddenly, faint footsteps echoed in the corridor. Draco, I whispered urgently. Reluctantly, he released me, adjusting my hair that cascaded over my shoulders. This is our secret, he murmured, gathering my hair together, urging me softly not to let a third party discover it. What if we are discovered? I stood before the mirror, glancing left and right, fearful that a careless mistake would expose us. Then we must be prepared to accept our punishment. His eyes sparkled, and I could not shake the feeling that he anticipated the execution of that punishment upon me. Even more, I certainly would not allow you to have your way. I rebuffed his approach, wary of any marks he might leave on the surface. Auroril, how did you find your way here? The mirror of Amidst is concealed in a rather obscure location. I withheld Ammon's guidance. When the first generation of Malfoys departed, he merely pursed his lips and made a gesture as if locking something away. His existence must remain a secret from Draco. Thus, I only mentioned the efficacy of the twin wands. Draco drew forth his wand, and the two wands resonated involuntarily that I gazed at the two wands playfully interacting, lost in contemplation. If Draco and I have inherited Voldemort's bloodline, then we both have the opportunity to unlock the Chamber of Secrets. We could potentially resolve the crisis before Ginny Weasley is possessed. Indeed, we could prevent all of this from transpiring. The young Voldemort was not as pitiable as one might imagine. Accompanying Abraxas, he did not absorb his grandfather's life force. In the original text, Dumbledore concealed the Philosopher's Stone within the mirror of Amidst. The prerequisite to obtaining the stone is the absence of desire for it, which is an exceedingly difficult feat. In Huaguo, many seek deities and immortals with the aim of achieving longevity. Voldemort's obsession with immortality bears no fundamental difference from the pursuit of immortality. Yet, in this process, he fragmented his soul far too many times, resulting in a loss of reason and an increasing volatility that if he were to regain his rationality, he would undoubtedly be an exceptional leader. Remaining in the library to teach the half-completed book on soul fragmentation, could it not be an intentional guidance from Dumbledore? To undermine a potential rival, leading him deliberately astray? A shiver ran down my spine. His demeanor is so amiable that people easily lower their guard at his presence. Mr. Malfoy, Miss Malfoy, what brings you here? Oh no, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Dumbledore looked at us with a smile. Professor Dumbledore, we apologize for inadvertently trespassing into this room, Draco stammered, as this was his first encounter alone with the headmaster of Hogwarts. Professor Dumbledore, we were captivated by the scenes in the image and lost track of time, I hastily added. Dumbledore responded with an "oh," appearing somewhat surprised. May I inquire what you saw, Miss Malfoy? Draco and I clasped hands, his palm beginning to sweat. The vision of our adulthood must never be divulged to outsiders. In contrast, Dumbledore exuded a commanding presence, leisurely surveying his surroundings, It is not easy to gain access to this place. Have you perhaps received a small inspiration from a certain portrait? He knows of Amidst's existence. Truly, he is worthy of being the headmaster of Hogwarts. Professor, what I witnessed was the Malfoy family's legacy passed down through generations, flourishing even more in our hands. Was it not the answer Dumbledore anticipated? Excellent. Thank you for your honesty, Miss Malfoy. Here, Dumbledore gestured towards the mirror of Amidst, saying, I hope this remains a secret between us. Shall it? He winked at Draco. Of course, Professor. Draco exhaled with relief. Yet I hesitated, daunted by the prospect of speaking out. Miss Malfoy, Dumbledore crouched down to meet my gaze. His azure eyes shone unexpectedly bright. Beneath his aged visage lay the vitality of his youth. I shall not allow you to succeed. I protested against his approach, fearing he might leave some mark in plain sight. Aurora, how did you discover this place? The mirror of Amidst is concealed in a rather obscure location. I withheld Amidst's guidance. When the first generation of Malfoys departed, he merely pursed his lips and made a gesture as if locking something away. His existence must remain a secret from Draco. Thus, I only mentioned the efficacy of the twin wands. Draco drew forth his wand, and the two wands resonated involuntarily that I gazed at the two wands playfully interacting, lost in contemplation that if Draco and I have inherited Voldemort's bloodline, then we both have the opportunity to unlock the Chamber of Secrets. We could potentially resolve the crisis before Ginny Weasley is possessed. Indeed, we could prevent all of this from transpiring. The young Voldemort was not as pitiable as one might imagine. Accompanying Abraxas, he did not absorb his grandfather's life force in the original text. Dumbledore concealed the Philosopher's Stone within the mirror of Amidst. The prerequisite to obtaining the stone is the absence of desire for it, which is an exceedingly difficult feat in Huaguo. Many seek deities and immortals with the aim of achieving longevity. Voldemort's obsession with immortality bears no fundamental difference from the pursuit of immortality. Yet, in this process, he fragmented his soul far too many times, resulting in a loss of reason and an increasing volatility. If he were to regain his rationality, he would undoubtedly be an exceptional leader. Remaining in the library to teach the half-completed book on soul fragmentation, could it not be an intentional guidance from Dumbledore? To undermine a potential rival, leading him deliberately astray? A shiver ran down my spine. His demeanor is so amiable that people easily lower their guard at his presence. Mr. Malfoy, Miss Malfoy, what brings you here? Oh no, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Dumbledore looked at us with a smile. Professor Dumbledore, we apologize for inadvertently trespassing into this room, Draco stammered, as this was his first encounter alone with the headmaster of Hogwarts. Professor Dumbledore, we were captivated by the scenes in the image and lost track of time. I hastily added. Dumbledore responded with an O, appearing somewhat surprised. May I inquire what you saw, Miss Malfoy? Draco and I clasped hands, his palm beginning to sweat. The vision of our adulthood must never be divulged to outsiders. In contrast, Dumbledore exuded a commanding presence, leisurely surveying his surroundings. It is not easy to gain access to this place. Have you perhaps received a small inspiration from a certain portrait? He knows of Amidst's existence. Truly, he is worthy of being the headmaster of Hogwarts. Professor, what I witnessed was the Malfoy family's legacy passed down through generations, flourishing even more in our hands. Was it not the answer Dumbledore anticipated? Excellent. Thank you for your honesty, Miss Malfoy. Here, Dumbledore gestured towards the mirror of Amidst, saying, I hope this remains a secret between us. Shall it? He winked at Draco. Of course, Professor. Draco exhaled with relief. Yet I hesitated, daunted by the prospect of speaking out. Miss Malfoy, Dumbledore crouched down to meet my gaze. His azure eyes shone unexpectedly bright. Beneath his aged visage lay the vitality of his youth. I intend to bring my friend Harry Potter, here to see. I revealed my true intention. Dumbledore broke into a genuine smile. Train and Tess the Savior was indeed his purpose, the eldest daughter of the Malfoy family. Concerned with a friend beyond familial interests was also beyond his expectations. This mirror can witness the innermost desires of a person's heart. Harry can only long for his parents through the remnants of photographs. I hope he can converse with them through the mirror. Aurora, that is a splendid idea, he replied, his smile broadening. But I must caution you, countless wizards have become ensnared in the mirror of Amidst, unable to extricate themselves. Are you suggesting that I may bring Mr. Potter here once, as a reward for your discovery? He mischievously winked at me. In that moment, his wrinkled face appeared less aged. Thank you, Professor Dumbledore. I noted that he referred to me as Aurora, no longer Miss Malfoy. Could this be a form of implicit recognition? Facing the cunning leader of the white wizards who had lived for a century, I dared not speculate recklessly. He waved his hand, bidding us farewell, his gaze regaining its sharpness. The amiable old man was merely his haughty. Every political leader possesses a ruthless side, both towards others and oneself. Aurora, you truly embody respect for the elderly and love for the young. Draco ruffled my hair. Don't mess it up. It would be troublesome if it showed. I hastily swatted his hand away. I almost forgot, he remarked, belatedly realizing. The instigator, it turns out, is quite the forgetful one. Shouldn't we ask your father to send you a memory ball? In the original text, Lucius and Draco seem to have quite the affinity for memory balls. Draco seized Neville's memory ball, causing Harry to reveal his flying talent. Lucius snatched the memory ball containing the prophecy, ultimately shattering it and failing the mission, which led to the Malfoy family incurring Voldemort's wrath. The father and son duo both fell victim to Harry, truly a testament to the protagonist's aura. You mentioned bringing Harry over, which is precisely what Oldby desires. His hand rested on my shoulder, pulling me into his embrace. Little trickster, what bad ideas are you concocting now? I mused. Perhaps we should play along and see what he's plotting. The invisibility cloak has been out of circulation for quite some time. Who knows what Dumbledore might devise next? We recounted the earlier scene to Harry, whose typically emerald eyes glowed with a haunting light. Aurora, have you already anticipated my reaction? A powerful sense of pressure rendered me breathless. Truly, he is the protagonist, exuding an overwhelming aura. Harry, don't blame Aurora. At that moment, if she hadn't said that, Dumbledore would have concocted some other scheme to ensnare you in a crisis. Harry's gaze locked onto me. For a fleeting moment, I felt as though I had become his prey, letting out a final lament for my misfortune. He suddenly burst into laughter. Why would I blame you? He noticed my fright and playfully tousled my hair, just as he always did. However, his wrist was seized, halting his actions. Not like that. Aurora doesn't appreciate it. Are you referring to your aversion to having your hair messed up, or to the person who messes it up? Harry casually inquired. His expression appeared relaxed, yet his hawk-like gaze scrutinized me, missing not a single micro-expression. For reasons unbeknownst to me, a shiver ran down my spine. I felt like a dying prey, seeking the mercy of my hunter. Certainly the former, I replied without hesitation. You all have straight hair. You have no comprehension of the struggles of curly hair. It takes much more time to manage, and if one is not careful, it turns into an explosion of frizz, resembling a great lion. I seized the opportunity to elaborate. His expression softened. Aurora, even if you were like a little lion, you'd still be quite adorable. Please, spare me the mockery. Harry, I seized the chance to attack his underarm. Harry laughed uncontrollably, collapsing onto the ground. His underarms and waist were exceedingly sensitive. He often surrendered in playful skirmishes with Draco. All right, Draco intervened, stopping my advance. Harry, back to the point. When are you planning to come over? Why wait for an auspicious day? How about tonight during curfew? Harry replied. His gaze, however, remained fixated on my waist. Indeed, I was in Draco's embrace. Very well, came Draco's languid voice from behind me. Just remember to bring the invisibility cloak. He pushed my hair aside. From his perspective, he could observe the marks he left on me. I couldn't help but question his motives. The competitive spirit of boys. That night, Draco insisted I wear a sweater. Are we really going to fall ill just because we're both running alongside? He tightened my outerwear. Sometimes, I feel like you're overly concerned about Harry. Brother, are you feeling jealous? I teased him deliberately. He fell silent for a prolonged moment. I cautiously lifted my gaze. Suddenly, he burst into laughter, pinching my cheek. Am I a petty man? Harry Potter. Hardly worth fearing. My Draco should be this confident. I stood on my tiptoes and gently pecked his cheek. That's a reward, I whispered in his ear. Ahem. He covered his mouth with his hand, feigning a cough, while struggling to suppress the upward curve of his lips. The proud little dragon is truly adorable. Ahem, Draco. "Harry has arrived," I quietly reminded him. "Where?" "I can't see him," Draco said, glancing around anxiously. Suddenly, Harry lifted the hood of the invisibility cloak, revealing just his head floating in mid-air. Draco nearly screamed. He gripped my hand tightly, causing me pain. Thankfully, he managed to restrain himself at a critical moment. What a man concerned about appearances. He exhaled deeply. "Harry, couldn't you have given a warning? Why can Aurora see me beneath the invisibility cloak?" Harry directly addressed the core issue. "This is a Malfoy secret, my lifeline, and naturally, I cannot disclose it to non-Malfoy outsiders. And magic can affect me, including magical items. It simply does not work out. Of course, my sense of smell far surpasses the ordinary. This is also why I excel in potions class. Nowadays, Snape has entrusted me with the task of discerning the quality of potion ingredients that I can detect subtle differences in material quality simply by scent." Would Harry believe my explanation? Harry did not respond, but instead directly addressed the crux of the matter. This was a secret of the Malfoy family, and it served as my lifeline. Naturally, I could not divulge it to outsiders who were not of the Malfoy lineage. No form of magic was effective against me, including magical objects. The same applied that it was, of course, my senses that far exceeded those of an ordinary person. This was also the reason for my exceptional performance in potions class. Nowadays, Snape had entrusted me with the entirety of the task of discerning the quality of potion ingredients that I could identify the subtle differences in material quality solely through scent. Harry, would you believe my words? Aurora, with such a keen sense of smell, your animagus form must surely be canine. How infuriating to be likened to a dog. I lifted his invisibility cloak and slipped underneath it, stepping forcefully on his foot. He nearly yelped, but Draco was quick to cover his mouth. It seemed that Mrs. Norris, the cat of Hogwarts caretaker Filch, had caught wind of our unusual commotion. She crawled forward cautiously, testing the waters. I opened the prepared can of tuna and exchanged a knowing glance with Harry and Draco. Run. Although Filch lavished affection on his cat, the salary of a caretaker was significantly inferior to that of the official Hogwarts faculty. How could it possibly compare to the exclusive recipes of the Malfoy family? Narcissa had a pet fox named Luke, after Lucius's nickname, a discerning gourmand. Each time new pet food was developed, it had to pass his rigorous standards. Once released, the sales figures were remarkably impressive. Luke's status was unparalleled, much to Lucius's long-standing jealousy. However, every night he would find ways to retaliate. Mrs. Norris had long been captivated by the aroma of the tuna, abandoning her duties entirely. By the time Filch arrived, all that remained was an empty can and a thoroughly satisfied cat. She proudly presented her significant discovery to her master. Filch was beside himself with rage, lifting the can to examine the label. Deep in thought, he cautiously collected the instrument of the crime, leading Mrs. Norris back home. All of this was relayed to me by the little snakes residing at Hogwarts. Indeed, since I uncovered Narcissa's connection to Voldemort, I endeavored to converse with snakes, as it turned out. I, too, was a parcel-mouth that I became increasingly convinced that Narcissa also possessed the bloodline of Slytherin. The serpents dwelling in the pipes of Hogwarts had eyes everywhere, witnessing all that transpired within the castle. When they reported this matter to me, I found myself deep in contemplation. Filch was a squib, born into a wizarding family, yet unable to wield magic. Driven by jealousy, he would not let any rule-breaking young wizard escape his scrutiny. Thus, he would proclaim that the era of Umbridge, infamous for her maltreatment of students, was the best time under Hogwarts leadership. Such a method of raising and lowering was certainly not his style. There was only one possibility. Everything was occurring under Dumbledore's directive. Filch was merely putting on a fade. Ultimately, he was guiding us toward the fourth floor, where the mirror of Ariste was concealed. Was this all merely a trap, or were we being led along effortlessly, like a mantis stalking a cicada, unaware of the aureole behind? Until the final moment, no one could claim to be the ultimate victor. The three of us dashed through the corridor, utterly disregarding whether the invisibility cloak enveloped us entirely. Few we finally arrived, the other two seemed completely unfazed. Aurora, your stamina is so poor that you could not endure even this brief exertion. Draco gently patted my back, helping me catch my breath. I wanted to retort, but I could not catch my breath properly, choking on my own saliva and beginning to sneeze uncontrollably. Shoo! In the previously silent darkness, the sound of shoes creaking against the wooden floor suddenly emerged. Draco quickly covered my mouth and pulled me beneath Harry. That acrid odor, I don't need to think. I already knew. In the darkness, Draco freed another hand to cover his nose. That it was only later that I realized Draco's sense of smell was remarkably acute as well. Possibly directly linked to our bloodline gifts. Harry, it seemed, possessed a far greater tolerance in this regard than we did. We dared not breathe a word, fearing discovery by Quirrell. He was evidently far more cautious than we were. He first scanned the surroundings, not missing a single shadow in the flickering light that on several occasions he was mere centimeters away from us. He abruptly lifted the velvet cloth covering the surface of the mirror of Amidst, exploring the edges of the mirror, yet finding nothing of consequence. Soon, his gaze was captured by the vision reflected in the glass. I realized belatedly that aside from Draco, who shared my thoughts, I could see the images displayed by the mirror of Amidst regarding anyone else. There stood a youthful Quirrell, his features handsome, bright, and studious. A distinguished Ravenclaw, he was rich in theoretical knowledge and eager to showcase his abilities in practical scenarios until he encountered the nightmare of his life, Voldemort. Possessing a rodent, deep within, his desire was to resist Voldemort's temptations. Alas, it was all too late. Suddenly, he began to tremble violently, collapsing to his knees with a thud. He babbled incoherently, begging for forgiveness. "Master, to serve you is my fortune. How could I harbor ulterior motives? Please believe me." The scene in the mirror shifted, revealing the familiar black hair and red eyes of a youthful Voldemort, standing at the pinnacle of power, surveying all beneath him. He was not alone. Upon claiming the wizarding world, he yearned for someone to share eternity with, a figure with cascading platinum locks, whose back was all that could be seen. I wished to capture more details, but was abruptly interrupted. "Quirrell, what are you doing here?" It was Professor Snape. His silent arrival had gone completely unnoticed by us. Our attention had been so fixated on Voldemort's desires, I felt a wave of dread for my own inattentiveness. How naive I had been, believing I was familiar with the narrative, assuming I had a buffer to act recklessly. The true fool was myself. Quirrell scrambled to his feet, brushing off non-existent dust and wringing his hands. "I just spotted some students out after hours, so I followed them here." Snape raised an eyebrow, clearly disbelieving his words. That I advised him not to be entranced by Snape's piercing gaze, which was also fixed upon the mirror of Amidst. Inside, the vibrant figure of Lily Evans rushed towards him. No, it should be Lily Snape. She, with child, grasped a man's hand, resting it against her prominent belly. The two had already formed a family, dreaming of a bright future together. Snape closed his eyes briefly. With a flick of his wand, the velvet cloth once again concealed the mirror of Amidst. "It was supposed to be my night watch, Quirrell. Were you planning to switch shifts with me?" "Certainly not. I will return right away." Quirrell stammered an apology. The students out at night hadn't been discovered, but a few small rodents had caught Snape's attention. "I'll need to call Filch over to clean this up." He muttered to himself that I was certain he must have seen us. He tugged at his robes and turned to leave. That it was only when his footsteps faded that I released a long sigh of relief. My heart felt as if it would leap from my throat. My back was pressed firmly against Draco's chest, so close that I could hear the rhythm of our hearts. His hand remained firmly over my mouth. I signaled for him to lower it. Instead, this rascal pressed down even harder. I pretended to bite, but he deftly evaded my attempt. Snape had not gone far, and Harry's voice broke the tension. Good heavens. I was far too careless. The endless twists left me utterly exhausted. "Stop teasing, Aurora. You've nearly frightened Draco to death." He pulled the invisibility cloak down, exhaling deeply. Moments ago, I'd been too afraid to breathe, lest I inhale the foul odor. Draco produced a handkerchief and gently dabbed my forehead, wiping the perspiration from my palm. Harry approached the mirror of Amidst in silence. He lifted a corner of the velvet cloth, illuminated by the faint glow of his wand, and gazed at his reflection. "Aurora, what do you see in the mirror?" he asked softly. "The prosperous Malfoy family," was the most standard answer. "And you, Draco?" I, like Aurora, see the same. Draco's eyes in the dim room shone exceptionally bright. His delicate earlobes turned a shade of pink. "For the glory of the Malfoy family," Harry reiterated. The Potter family had dwindled to just him. The mirror of Amidst displayed the entire Potter family. Together and whole. James and Lily, Fleamont and Euphemia, Harry's grandparents, encircled him, rejoicing in the knowledge that their descendant was well cared for. The scene shifted again, showing Harry using the key to Potter Manor, inheriting the family estate. Under his stewardship, the Potter family wealth flourished. Had it not been for the mirror of Amidst, I would never have realized that Harry shared the same penchant for acquiring wealth as Lucius. Was it the awakening of the Potter family's financial acumen or the result of Lucius's constant influence? His ancestor, Linfred, was said to be the inventor of the bone regrowth potion, selling potions to his wizarding peers, leaving a considerable inheritance for 7 children. His grandfather, Fleamont, quadrupled the Potter family fortune through a hair potion. It turned out that the Potter and Malfoy families shared such common traits. The scene shifted once more, and Harry now appeared as an adult, tall and slender, with a head of tousled black hair, resembling James Potter as if cast from the same mold. He knelt on one knee, presenting an extravagant diamond ring. He took a delicate hand and slipped it on her finger. The girl's face was entirely concealed beneath a lace veil. He lifted the veil, gently adjusting her chin. "Aurora, Draco," suddenly called my name. Having been quiet until now, Harry's thoughts were abruptly interrupted, and the vision in the mirror of Amidst vanished. Why were his ears also flushed? "What is it, Draco?" I whispered in response, and I think I smell something strange. Could it be? Quirrell had not returned home, but was preparing to investigate once more after confirming Snape's departure. We had no time. We were once again cloaked under Harry's invisibility cloak. Quirrell's scent grew increasingly potent, his breath coming in heavy gasps. It seemed as though there was poison lurking here. Finally, he crawled before us, using all 4s. What was happening to him? We were paralyzed with fear, holding our breaths. Could he have contracted some dreadful affliction? Before we could ponder further, Quirrell tore open his clothing. In no time, he had stripped himself bare. Surely, he wouldn't have any peculiar inclinations, would he? All I could see was a pale expanse, and before I could comprehend, my eyes were covered by a pair of hands, leaving no gap for sight. Quirrell lay on the ground, sobbing, pleading for his master's mercy. "Master, I beseech you, punish me severely. Good heavens, I truly have been far too careless. The incessant twists and turns have left me utterly exhausted. Not jest with Aurora. She is on the verge of frightening Draco, who has hastily lifted the invisibility cloak from us." He exhaled deeply, having previously dared not breathe for fear of inhaling the noxious stench. Draco delicately dabbed a handkerchief on my forehead, wiping the perspiration from my palms. Without uttering a word, Harry approached the mirror of Amidst. He lifted a corner of the velvet drape and, in the soft glow of his wand, gazed at his reflection. "Aurora, what do you see in the mirror?" he inquired softly. "The prosperous Malfoy family," was the most standard response. "And you, Draco?" I see the same as Aurora." Draco's eyes shone brightly in the dim room, and his small earlobes flushed a rosy hue. "For the glory of the Malfoy family," Harry reiterated. The Potter lineage was left with him alone. In the mirror of Amidst, the entire Potter family appeared together. James and Lily, Fleamont and Euphemia, Harry's grandparents, encircling him with joy, pleased to see their descendant cared for. The scene shifted to Harry using the key to Potter Manor, inheriting the family estate. Under his stewardship, the Potter family's wealth flourished. Had it not been for the mirror of Amidst, I would never have realized that Harry shared the same penchant for wealth as Lucius. Whether it was the awakening of the Potter family's financial acumen or the influence of Lucius's relentless tutelage remained uncertain. His ancestor, Linfred, was rumored to be a master of potion making, selling elixirs to fellow wizards, leaving a substantial inheritance for 7 children. His grandfather, Fleamont, quadrupled the family fortune through a hair potion. It turned out that the Potter family shared such commonalities with the Malfoy family. The scene transitioned again, and Harry now appeared as a fully grown adult, tall and slender, with a tousled head of black hair, strikingly resembling James Potter. He knelt on one knee, presenting a luxurious diamond ring, taking a delicate hand to place it upon her finger. The girl's face was entirely veiled beneath lace. He lifted the veil and gently adjusted her chin. "Aurora, Draco suddenly called my name after a prolonged silence that Harry's thoughts were abruptly disrupted, and the image in the mirror of Amidst vanished. Why were his ears also flushed? "What is it, Draco?" I whispered in response that I think I smell something strange. Could it be? Quirrell had not returned home, but was preparing to investigate again after confirming Snape's departure. We had no time to lose. Once more, we were enveloped beneath Harry's invisibility cloak. Quirrell's scent grew increasingly overpowering as he gasped for breath. It felt as if there was poison in the air. At last, he crawled toward us on all fours. What was happening to him? We were gripped by fear, holding our breaths. Had he contracted some vile disease? There was no time for contemplation as Quirrell tore open his clothing, and, in no time, stripped completely bare. Surely he did not possess any peculiar predilections. I caught a fleeting glimpse of his pale flesh before my eyes were covered by a pair of hands, blocking any view. Quirrell lay on the ground, sobbing, pleading for his master's mercy. "Master, please punish me severely." Before his words could fully escape his lips, another pair of hands muffled my ears that my two companions had simultaneously sealed off my sight and hearing. Before long, an indescribable sound penetrated my ears. "What on earth is he doing?" Suddenly, Harry leaned in close and whispered in my ear, "Aurora, run." I was propelled forward by the two of them, fleeing without daring to glance back. I only remember the wind howling through the corridor, Quirrell's glistening, battered form, a terrifying sight. "Pervert! Masochist!" Draco cursed as we ran. How could Dumbledore have issued a teaching position to such a person? Did he not consider the safety of young wizards? This time, even Harry's face turned pale with fear. It was said that the greatest white wizard once succumbed beneath a man's influence. Draco remarked maliciously, "We share the blood of Gellert Grindelwald." What kind of allure must this bearded old man possess that could lead the once ascendant leader of the Death Eaters to willingly imprison himself in Nurmengard? My father mentioned that with Grindelwald's power, especially bolstered by the Elder Wand, he would not have been so easily defeated. The only reason could be that he did so willingly, a true love-struck warrior. His son-in-law, my grandfather Abraxas, was no different. The wealth of the Malfoy family, capable of rivaling nations, supported the impoverished Tom Riddled My father's actions were even more outrageous. His intended bride was originally Bellatrix Black, the eldest daughter of the Black family, who could inherit a larger share of the family fortune. Yet somehow he managed to swap her for the younger daughter, Narcissa, a family of love-struck fools. What about Dumbledore? Harry's mouth gaped open. I exchanged a glance with Draco, confirming his suspicions. His lost expression filled me with an inexplicable concern. He smiled faintly. "Aurora, I'm fine. I'm just a bit tired. Thank you both for bringing me here tonight." I saw Mom and Dad. He gazed intently at me, as if hoping to see another person through me, and the life I yearned for. The final image in the mirror of Amidst froze upon the Potter Castle, where, in the presence of friends and family, Harry celebrated a grand century wedding with his bride. The bride tossed her bouquet into the My life will not be dictated by anyone. He lowered his voice. Back in the room, I found it difficult to sleep. The interdependence between Quirrell and Voldemort was striking. Under Voldemort's torment, Quirrell felt valued, deriving a psychological pleasure from it. This explained why he was so easily seduced by the fragmented remnants of a fractured soul. Forsaking his promising future to become another servitor, Voldemort was a natural mind reader, adept at uncovering human weaknesses, coercing and enticing to achieve his ends. While reading the original text, I had never made such connections. "Aurora, unable to sleep?" Draco's hand rested on my waist. I turned to face him, nestling into his embrace. "I must write to Dad about today." Again with that famous line, "Of course, however, for Dumbledore, it would merely be defined as Quirrell's harmless little hobby, unless a serious teaching incident occurred." We spoke in unison. "What scheme are you concocting, little trickster?" He lightly flicked my nose. "Guess." However, this was no easy task. Quirrell was a well-versed Ravenclaw in theory and experience, although his past adventures had rendered him stuttery and fearful of his students. His timid and cautious nature made him less prone to errors. Moreover, the blundering Lockhart and the indiscreet Hagrid had committed far more serious teaching blunders without seeing Dumbledore take any action. This matter would require careful deliberation. The next day, Draco, Harry, and I were summoned by Snape. His expression was grave as he produced an open tin of cat food from his pocket. The label prominently displayed the Malfoy family as the manufacturer. Godfather, what is it? Do you also wish to adopt a pet cat? I widened my eyes, feigning innocence. He waved his wand, and words appeared beneath the Malfoy family. Prohibited from circulation, for internal use only. Good heavens! The sample I had taken from home was not yet on the market. I was done for. I had been caught. My mind raced with fervent thoughts, desperately seeking a solution. Godfather, we sought Professor Dumbledore's prior consent before bringing Harry to view the mirror of Amidst. Draco defended me. Snape's expression turned stern. Aurora, Draco, use your heads, stuffed full of reeds. Did Dumbledore's instructions encompass the escapades of a curfew night? Indeed, experience speaks volumes. They led us to make a grievous mistake. I was still too naive. Observing my pale countenance, Snape remarked, ever since Madame Loris consumed this canned food, she has resolutely refused to eat the cat food provided by Filch. Consequently, he is determined to uncover the truth. What then? The evidence is irrefutable, leaving us no room for rebuttal. Godfather, Harry is innocent. If Filch desires results, he may as well expose me. One must stand by their actions. What could a mere Filch do to me? Aurora, venturing out during curfew hours at Hogwarts is exceedingly perilous. I trust Lucius and Narcissa have advised you both on this matter. Snape hinted. It appeared he had already received Dumbledore's directive regarding our punishment. His influence lay in controlling the extent of the repercussions. Within the confines of his authority, he had provided me with a way out. Thank you. Godfather, I clung to his leg as I did in my childhood. Aurora, this is rather ill-timed. You weigh heavily upon me. He gritted through clenched teeth, yet effortlessly lifted me up that I in this absence of others. I whispered, thank you for considering my plight, but one cannot escape the consequences of their own mistakes forever. A hint of inexplicable sorrow crossed his features. I knew he must have recalled Harry's mother in that moment. Therefore, Godfather, I shall not flee. I shall meet his gaze. I truly suspect the Sorting Hat made an error. I was oblivious to whatever scheme he was concocting. Reckless and impulsive. Like a Gryffindor, he quirked the corner of his mouth. I truly cannot fathom how you were sorted into that house. How infuriating. Headmaster, alas. I'm already here, to my knowledge. There are no precedents for transferring houses at Hogwarts, so please bear with it. Having entered Slytherin, there is no rationale for a return. The mirth in Snape's eyes vanished in an instant. Now, for your punishment for disregarding school regulations. You are not fond of nighttime escapades, I presume. Assemble at the Forbidden Forest entrance during curfew tonight. What? Surely we are not to follow the original plot. The Forbidden Forest, such a treacherous place that it is expressly forbidden for students to enter. Yet, it has been deliberately opened for the trial of the Chosen One that Dumbledore truly does not regard Harry as human. This time, I shall not be a mere spectator, but a participant. Godfather, the Forbidden Forest is far too perilous. Draco hesitated as he looked at me. Aurora, stay in the dormitory and wait for my return. No, you have no idea what dangers lie within the Forbidden Forest. Centaurs, acromantulas, and even coral possessed by Voldemort. Should our secret be discovered, it could lead to fatal consequences. Let me protect you, Draco, I whispered in his ear. Yet that does not permit you to take risks. How could I explain that to my parents? He adamantly refused, casting a hopeful glance at Snape. Draco, the operations of Hogwarts are also safeguarded by magic. Once a professor issues a reward or punishment, there is no room for alteration. Thus, you have repeatedly inquired about Aurora's thoughts. Draco's expression turned to one of regret. Draco, you should respect Aurora's choice. Harry, who had remained silent for a long time, finally spoke. It is easy to say, for Aurora is not your closest companion. Draco's anger found an outlet, but Harry, was caught off guard by the sudden rebuttal. Draco, it is my fault for concerning you. However, I wish to remain by your side and face this together. I hastily grasped his hand. Moreover, it was my idea to use the Malfoy family's specialty cat food to attract Madame Loris' attention. It was not merely because Draco softened his tone, but still remained indignant. Casting a glare at Harry, isn't it you, with your overflowing compassion? Father has always said that the Malfoy family despises weakness. Good heavens, my brother, when angered speaks without thought. How awkward for Harry. Brother, do not fall into someone's scheme to sow discord. Dumbledore has instructed Snape to punish us. Regardless of whether I share in the punishment, he has ample reason to divide us. Draco may believe that the Malfoys are implicated due to meddling. Simultaneously, it heightens Harry's guilt and remorse to avoid dragging us down. He may choose to distance himself. Truly a masterstroke of dual purpose. If I had just thought that I was judging others with a narrow mind. Then the appearance of Ron Weasley at the entrance of the Forbidden Forest is indeed thought-provoking. This the companion Dumbledore has chosen for Harry. A staunch Gryffindor with roots deeply embedded. Standing in stark opposition to the Malfoy family? Ron, what trouble have you gotten yourself into? Draco naturally perceived Dumbledore's intentions and remarked with a smirk. Little Ron seems to have a case of somnambulism. He must suffer from sleepwalking, which differs from your nature, Hagrid explained from the side. He patted the shoulder of the red-haired boy, who nearly toppled over from a force. Draco and I exchanged a glance. As if to say, has he really run out of excuses? 2 Malfoys as a pair, and Harry with Ron as another. Hagrid busily assigned the groups, leaving no stone unturned to separate us from Harry. Well done, sir. Won't you consider our opinions? Harry tilted his head, revealing an innocuous smile. Hagrid, not particularly adept at lying, stammered apologetically. This grouping method was decided long ago. Trying to forge a bond of friendship in times of crisis? What a calculated move. Well then, Harry, we'll see you later. I rushed forward to hang a protective alchemical charm around his neck. Rora, what about the promise you made to me? His brows furrowed as he grasped my wrist. Unwilling to let me depart, that I have more. Don't worry. This was made by my mother. Tea can dispel any dark magic attacks that do not involve the 3 unforgivable curses. Narcissa is exceptionally skilled in dark magic and alchemy. Her expertise even surpassing Lucius'. Perhaps it is related to her extraordinary lineage. The talismans she crafts are worth their weight in gold. Harry fondled the pendant, noticing the P engraved on it P for Potter. Yes, my mother heard about the Forbidden Forest and rushed to make it, insisting I bring it to you. Thank you. Did I notice that whenever Harry's emotions fluctuated intensely, his emerald green eyes sparkled even more vividly. At that moment, it was indeed so. Ron craned his neck, eager to see what was happening. He pouted. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he wore an envious expression. The Weasleys would have to sell everything they owned to afford even a low-end version of that charm. Harry carefully tucked the charm inside his clothing, pressing it against his skin. Ron rolled his eyes dramatically beside him. Being sensitive, he assumed Harry's action was intentional. Draco and I exchanged a knowing glance. Perhaps Ron did not truly grasp Dumbledore's intentions. However, it is precisely through this contrast that Harry would understand who genuinely cared for him. Children, let us set off, Hagrid declared enthusiastically. Silly giant, Draco muttered under his breath. As the guardian of the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid lived alone there while also caring for his mentally impaired brother, Grop, which certainly left much to be desired in terms of personal hygiene. Crumbs of rock cakes clung to his unkempt beard. Falling as he walked, "You've got a girl who will share Fong with you," he shouted at us. "Thank you, Mr. Hagrid." I quickly reached out to take Fong. Fong, a Neapolitan Mastiff, looked quite fearsome. "Let me handle it." Draco positioned himself in front of me. This proud young man always sought to protect me in his own way. Large dogs tend to be more emotionally stable. Fong merely appeared fierce, but in reality, he was very gentle. He approached and licked Draco's fingers. The boy suppressed the urge to pull away, though he muttered about the filth, a smile already tugging at the corners of his mouth. Lucius also kept 2 dogs at Malfoy Manor, purebred Scottish deerhounds. The 2 deerhounds grew up alongside Draco and me, forming a close bond. How could a dog lover resist engaging warmly with a dog? Before long, Draco ceased his struggle. We parted ways with Harry and Ron, our twin wands illuminating the path ahead. Thorns carpeted the ground, and Draco and I supported each other as we proceeded slowly. Thank goodness for Fong. I stroked the massive dog's head. He was guiding us along a relatively easy route that I could only imagine the nightmare Harry was facing, accompanying the Weasleys. Suddenly, Fong stood alert, his fur seemingly bristling. Was there danger ahead? A sense of foreboding crept into my heart. In the original story, Harry and Draco encountered Quirrell, who was in the midst of feeding. Draco attempted to investigate, but was halted by me. Wait, let us it. I observed that Fong was not entirely on guard. He did not bare his teeth in a threatening manner. Perhaps the approaching figure was someone familiar. Sure enough, his tail began to wag vigorously, eager to introduce Draco to an old friend. The strange footsteps grew louder. The T sounded like a centaur. The Malfoy estate housed several prized steeds, each worth a fortune. Equestrian lessons were also one of our required subjects. Our bedroom was adorned with numerous photographs of Draco galloping on horseback, clad in pure white riding attire. The young man looked exceptionally dashing. Brother, centaurs do not appreciate being ridden like horses, I quietly reminded him. Aurora, I have some knowledge on this matter, Draco said, his hand awkwardly hovering in the air, subconsciously mimicking the action of holding reins. Fong seized the opportunity to break free from the leash and dash forward. Soon, he returned, leading a tall centaur. His hair was a pale gold, strikingly similar to the signature Malfoy color. With a handsome face and sapphire blue eyes, his bare upper body exuded strength. A Malfoy offspring? He appeared gentle, his voice melodious. Yes, I am a Malfoy, Draco Malfoy. This is my sister Aurora. May I ask who you are? Centaurs possess a strong sense of pride, and one must be cautious in their dealings with them. They despise being exploited by wizards. This mindset is both humble and arrogant, stemming from an identity crisis. If any slight disrespect is perceived, a centaur can quickly become irate, eager to assert their existence. I am Firenze. He stepped closer, scrutinizing us carefully. His gaze was soft, seemingly fond of humans. He stood before me, the one who would break the deadlock, that I found myself entranced by his deep blue eyes. Unable to utter a word, his eyes seemed like black holes of the universe, capable of absorbing everything. Aurora, Draco positioned himself protectively in front of me. What have you done to her? Firenze shook his head. Your uniqueness is both your armor and your vulnerability. Remember, no one must know that I nodded. Thank you, and no need for such formality. We share a profound connection. He appeared to drift into another memory, his gaze piercing through us, looking far beyond, his brow furrowed slightly. This place is perilous. I shall escort you back, but Professor Dumbledore instructed us to venture into the forbidden forest at night. I do not understand. Perhaps Albus has become rather impulsive. He raised his head, gazing at the twinkling stars in the night sky. Beautiful. I assented. It seemed he could hear the thoughts within my heart. Yet hidden within was a cunning treachery. A shiver ran down my spine. Humans often fixate on trivial details, yet the stars convey far richer messages. That he knelt down on his front hooves, allowing us to climb onto his back. I asked this all right? I inquired once more. He did not answer directly. I assent this what you desire. His gaze was fixed upon Draco. The boy's face flushed instantly. Thank you, Draco murmured. You, after a millennium, have become so bashful, Firenze remarked with a resigned smile. What riddle is he contemplating now? A sense of foreboding rose within me. In the original text, Harry and Draco encountered Quirrell, who was engaged in a blood-sucking act. Draco sought to approach, but I halted him. Wait, look. I observed that Yaya was not entirely on guard, nor had it displayed its fangs in a show of force. Perhaps a familiar face was approaching. Sure enough, its tail began to wag vigorously, attempting to introduce Draco to its old companion. The strange footsteps grew louder. It sounded like a centaur. The Malfoy estate had introduced several rare Ackeltech horses, each worth a fortune. Equestrian lessons were also one of our required courses. Our bedroom contained numerous photographs of Draco galloping on horseback. The youth, clad in pure white riding attire, appeared remarkably dashing. Brother, centaurs do not appreciate being ridden like horses. I softly reminded him that I possess at least this much common sense. Draco's hand awkwardly lingered in the air, unconsciously mimicking the action of grasping the reins. Yaya seized the opportunity to break free from the leash and dash forward. Soon, it returned, leading a tall centaur. His mane was a very light golden hue, quite similar to the iconic Malfoy hair color. With a handsome visage and sapphire blue eyes, his bare upper body appeared robust. A young Malfoy. He seemed gentle, his voice clear and melodious. Yes, I am Malfoy. Draco Malfoy. This is my sister, Aurora. May I inquire your name? Centaurs possess a strong sense of pride, and one must tread carefully when engaging with them. They equally detest being exploited by wizards. This mentality is one of both humiliation and arrogance, rooted in a dissonance with their own identity. Should they perceive even the slightest disdain from the other party, centaurs can become irritable and aggressive, striving to assert their existence. I am Firenze. He stepped closer, scrutinizing us intently. His gaze was gentle, seemingly very approachable towards humans. It is you. He halted before me, the one who will break the impasse. I gazed into his cerulean eyes, rendered speechless. His eyes resembled black holes of the cosmos, capable of absorbing everything. Aurora. Draco positioned himself protectively in front of me. What have you done to her? Firenze shook his head. Your uniqueness is both your armor and your Achilles heel. Remember, do not let anyone discover it. I nodded. Thank you. No need for such formality. We share a profound connection. He seemed to drift into another memory, his gaze penetrating us as he stared into the distance. His brow furrowed slightly. It is dangerous here. I shall escort you back, but Professor Dumbledore instructed us to. The young ones should not venture into the Forbidden Forest. I did not understand. Albus's action seemed overly drastic. Perhaps he could not wait any longer. He lifted his head to the star-speckled night sky. Beautiful, isn't it? He seemed to hear the thoughts echoing in my mind, yet it concealed hidden dangers that a chill ran down my spine. Humans always fixate on trivial details. The stars convey far richer messages. He knelt on his forelegs, facilitating our ascent onto his back. Is this permissible? I inquired once more. He did not respond directly. Isn't this your desire? His gaze shifted back to Draco. The boy's face reddened once again. Thank you, Draco stammered. After a millennium, you are still this bashful. Firenze chuckled helplessly. What riddle is he pondering this time? Chapter 102. Draco sat atop Firenze's back, his bewildered demeanor eliciting amusement. He was unsure of where to place his hands. You may wrap your arms around my waist, the centaur suggested. Very well, which meant Draco's entire body would have to press against him. Firenze thoughtfully tied his long hair back, resting it against his chest. Shall we set off? He prompted as he noticed Draco still hesitating. The boy's partially outstretched arms maintained a distance from the centaur's waist. Suddenly, Firenze accelerated, and Draco, caught off balance, had no choice but to lean his entire upper body against him. This was rather awkward for two unfamiliar males. Instinctively, I wrapped my arms around Draco's slender waist, earlier concerned that I might catch a chill. He had removed his coat and draped it over my shoulders. Firenze galloped through the autumnal forbidden forest. The biting wind stung our faces. Snuggling against Draco for warmth was indeed most fitting. Aurora, do not fear, Draco gently reassured as he sensed the tightening pressure around his waist. Abruptly, Firenze came to an abrupt halt. Draco's head collided against the centaur's back. Oof! The sound was rather painful. He rubbed his sore nose, appearing rather comical, yet unable to express his frustration. My apologies, Firenze muttered absent-mindedly. The air was thick with the scent of blood. I craned my neck, peering out. I nearly gasped. Silver-white blood flowed in a winding stream, pooling at Firenze's feet. Hence, his sudden stop. It is a unicorn foal, and sooner had I spoken than our twin wands reacted. Their cores were crafted from unicorn hair. Suddenly, they slipped from our control, hovering above the barely breathing unicorn foal. This peculiar phenomenon even drew an exclamation from the well-versed Firenze. That child can be saved. Draco dismounted swiftly. Followed by me in his arms, we rushed towards the location where our twin wands lingered. I could feel a significant drain of magic within me. Aurora, are you all right? Draco inquired. Equally affected, I bit my lip and shook my head, struggling to endure it. In the distance, the sound of galloping hooves approached. Firenze's companions arrived, mistakenly believing us responsible for the injury, their expressions filled with rage. Firenze intervened. Silence. Ronan, the wizard children are administering aid. Though skeptical, they eventually fell silent. The leader, referred to as Ronan, huffed in displeasure, clearly not pleased. No one would be happy to be overshadowed by the lower-ranked Firenze. Fortunately, he still understood the larger picture. Before long, the sound of hooves thundered anew. I focused on regulating my magical output while marveling at the intricate connections between the species. This time, a herd of unicorns arrived. Upon witnessing the plight of the foal, they emitted a mournful cry. The herd grew restless. Firenze spoke soothingly. There remains hope for salvation. Do not interfere with the Malfoy foal. They are of the Malfoy line. Ronan's demeanor shifted dramatically, his tone now respectful. Indeed, they are descendants of Legolas, as am I. The winds of the Forbidden Forest were too fierce. I could not catch the rest of his words. With a surge, the twin wands nearly drained me of all my magic that I stumbled, exhausted. Firenze promptly stepped forward, steadying me. You have toiled greatly, he said gently. The wounds of the unicorn foal ceased to bleed. After a moment, it exhibited a flicker of the will to rise. The herd began to stir once more, but this time they emitted sounds of encouragement and celebration. Aurora! Draco rushed towards me, enveloping me in his embrace. I was acutely aware that he, too, was on the brink of magical exhaustion. The unicorn hair of the twin wands, derived from the ancestors of the unicorn offspring, was a symbol of profound connection. Its progeny was in a dire state, teetering on the edge of death. We had to intervene. The relationship between wizards and wands has been the subject of much debate since the dawn of wizardry. The wand is the closest companion of the wizard, a partner chosen by mutual selection, each enhancing the other's power. If we turn a blind eye to the plight of the unicorn offspring, the twin wands would no longer remain loyal to us, posing a risk of backlash in critical moments that in the original text, the elder wand possessed by Grindelwald and Dumbledore was only loyal to the strong. To me, loyalty is a crucial factor in selecting a wand. Even if it were immensely powerful, I would not choose it. The leading unicorn approached, its stature the most robust among its K. It affectionately licked the fur of the offspring, aiding it to rise. Although the young creature wobbled slightly, it had escaped the clutches of death and was no longer in grave danger. Suddenly, a voice echoed in my mind. Thank you, offspring of the elves. Malfoy's child, Aurora. Draco glanced back at me anxiously, realizing that he too had heard the voice. In response, it paused momentarily. Please accept this. It lowered its head, inviting Draco and me to grasp its horn. Its eyes, like shimmering orbs of glass, seemed to possess the ability to see into one's soul. It is said that unicorns are drawn only to those with pure hearts. Did Draco and I qualify? The material of its horn, neither metal nor wood, was indistinguishable from my wand. My wand was indeed crafted from a unicorn's horn. A unicorn only bestows its horn willingly for it to be effective. A sharp pain pierced my forehead, as if it were about to split open. Will not let go. The voice grew serious, or all will be in vain. A millennium of hopes will turn to dust. What do these cryptic words mean? Aurora, before I lost consciousness, I heard Draco's anguished cry. What was happening to me? Upon reopening my eyes, I found the surroundings transformed. My vision was exceptionally clear, colors vibrant and alive. Aurora, you have finally awakened, Mr. Fizzin exclaimed. Mom and Dad, Draco shouted excitedly. Have my predicament reached my parents all the way in Malfoy Manor? Aurora, do not move, Draco urged as he saw me struggling to rise. His eyes were darkened with fatigue. Unkempt and more disheveled than ever, I felt a surge of emotion, stifling the urge to tease him. Your situation is quite unique. His expression was one of struggle. Seemingly at a loss for words, Lucius and Narcissa hastily entered the room. Aurora, do not fear. Narcissa enveloped me in her arms. Your animagus form is rather special. What have I transformed into? Narcissa summoned a water mirror. My animagus form was that of a unicorn, with a lustrous platinum mane, gray eyes, and a long horn sprouting from my brow. Father, the leader of the unicorns is attempting to breach the barrier. Has it not caused enough harm to Aurora? A thankless beast, Draco exclaimed, his words unfiltered. Draco, mind your tongue, Lucius interjected. Your mother and I awakened our animagus forms in our 4th year. Aurora has merely done so earlier. Do not disrespect the leader of the unicorns. They possess mysterious powers, many of which are unsolvable enigmas in the wizarding world. The blood of a unicorn, according to legend, can extend one's lifespan and even revive the dead. This is why Voldemort commanded Quirrell to harm unicorns. Draco was filled with concern as he grasped one of my hooves. No, More accurately, it was a hoof. Aurora, do not be afraid. Do you have any questions? Draco softened his tone. Can I communicate with you smoothly in this form? I mean, as an animal? Yes, I, your father, and Draco can communicate without barriers, as we are all born animagi. Narcissa gently stroked my mane. It felt so soothing that I couldn't help but flick my ears. It's oh adorable. Draco could not resist the temptation to pet my ears. You too. I swatted at my forehooves, unable to stop them. All right, I shall not tease you anymore. Draco kissed my horn. You must not kiss a unicorn's horn. It felt so strange. Why? Draco wore an expression of profound curiosity. Uncomfortable, I found myself at a loss for words to articulate my current feelings. Lucius, ever perceptive, gently patted Draco on the shoulder and quietly reminded him. Kissing a unicorn's horn signifies courtship. My apologies, Aurora. You appear so diminutive now, even smaller than the cub we rescued. I shouldn't have said that. He looked genuinely remorseful, but the flickering gaze in his eyes made me suspect his intentions were deliberate. For a moment, I was at a loss for evidence. How vexing. Suddenly, a resounding neigh echoed from outside the door. Oh no, I forgot about that unicorn. Draco slapped his forehead. Yet, the more I thought about it, the more I felt he was doing this on purpose. Father withdrew the barrier and approached, engaging in an unknown exchange. Draco remained ever vigilant. That I apologize. My intention was merely to restore magical energy to both of you, but inadvertently, it has awakened Miss Malfoy's lineage. How long will Aurora's animagus form last? Draco inquired. Draco, no one can provide an answer to that. Lucius replied on his behalf. The animagus transformation is a high-level form of transfiguration. Any misstep could result in a lifetime spent in animal form. The vast majority of people's animagus forms are non-magical creatures. Transforming into magical beings, such as phoenixes or fire dragons, can lead to unforeseen consequences. Historically, no wizard has ever transformed into a unicorn as an animagus. This is the greatest concern for the family. Aurora, do not fear. I shall remain by your side until you revert to your true self. His gray eyes brimmed with the utmost sincerity. How could I doubt his genuine affection? The news of Aurora transforming into a unicorn must be kept confidential. Lucius fixed a stern gaze upon Draco. This includes your godfather and even your grandfather Abraxas. It must remain a secret. Can you manage that? I understood Lucius's apprehensions that Abraxas's entanglement with Voldemort was no secret to Lucius. The very architect of the Malfoy family's descent into darkness was his own father. And no matter how he struggled against the tide, he could not steer this Titanic from its fate. Abraxas had securely hidden the Horcrux notebook, and in his quest to resurrect Voldemort, he would stop at nothing. Aurora, I am sorry. I cannot place you at Malfoy Manor. Everything Lucius did was for my protection. How could I hold that against him? He lightly touched his temple, his elongated eyes lowered in contemplation. This posture typically indicated he was grappling with pressing concerns. But, Father, Hogwarts Castle is Dumbledore's domain, equally perilous. The long silent unicorn suddenly spoke. Miss Malfoy may recuperate in our territory. Thank you. I appreciate your willingness to temporarily shelter my daughter. Lucius's eyes shimmered with emotion. I have a humble request. Mr. Malfoy, please proceed. Might we remain by Aurora's side? Though Lucius strived to maintain an air of composure, his eyes betrayed subtle hints of unease. What secrets lay hidden within the unicorn's domain? Why was it so significant to the Malfoy family? The unicorn pondered for a moment before suddenly opening its consciousness to Lucius. I was oblivious to the nature of their dialogue. When it concluded, Lucius appeared elated, surely having received favorable news. He effortlessly lifted me into his arms. Father, I must be rather heavy now. Despite still being a unicorn cub, I was quite different from human. It matters not. He replied gently. Aurora, you truly are the lucky star of the Malfoy family. He whispered in my ear. He signaled to Narcissa and Draco, who gathered closer. For millennia, a legend has existed within the Forbidden Forest. The sacred land of the elves has been guarded by unicorns through the ages. The Malfoy family, he lowered his voice, is said to possess elven blood. However, with intermarriage with human wizards, that bloodline has thinned over time. In the past century, no Malfoy has awakened to their elven heritage. Attempting to awaken in the sacred land of the elves can significantly enhance the chances of such a transformation. The elves approach a lifespan akin to immortality, their unyielding beauty birthed from the ethereal energies of the heavens and the earth. Everything regarding the elves is meticulously chronicled within the annals of the Platinum Gloried. I had long believed this to be a fabricated legend, concocted by the Malfoy family to enhance their own prestige. Little did I know, it is a truth that exists in reality. Upon our initial encounter, Faislan referred to Draco and me as descendants of Legolas. Legolas, such a familiar name. Yet for a moment, I could not recall where I had heard it before. All of this illuminated by the light of Aurora, as Narcissa's gentle palm caressed my cheek. Mother, you are so beautiful. If you were to transform into an elf, you would undoubtedly be unimaginably stunning. Flatterer, she playfully tapped my head. Only Draco trailed behind at a distance, silent as ever. Brother, what troubles you? Father, if Aurora embodies a unicorn, does that mean she cannot awaken as an elf? The news of Aurora becoming a unicorn must remain confidential. Lucius fixed Draco with a serious gaze. This includes your godfather and even your grandfather Abraxas. Can you keep this secret? I understood Lucius's concerns that Abraxas's entanglement with Voldemort was surely known to Lucius. The very architect of the Malfoy family's descent into darkness was his own father, and no matter how he strives against the tide, he cannot steer this Titanic. Abraxas has carefully preserved the Horcrux notebook. To resurrect Voldemort, he may stop at nothing. Aurora, I am sorry, but I cannot place you at Malfoy Manor. Everything Lucius has done is to protect me. How could I possibly blame him? His long fingers gently tapped my temple. His narrow eyes lowered, deep in thought. This posture usually signifies that he harbors pressing worries. But, Father, Hogwarts Castle is Dumbledore's domain. It is equally perilous. Suddenly, the long silent unicorn spoke. Miss Malfoy may recuperate within our territory. Thank you for temporarily sheltering my daughter. Lucius's eyes glistened with emotion. I have an ungracious request. Mr. Malfoy, please speak. May we stay by Aurora's side? Though Lucius endeavored to maintain a facade of composure, his eyes betrayed hints of anxiety. What secrets does the unicorn's realm conceal? Why is it so vital to the Malfoy family? After a moment of contemplation, the unicorn suddenly opened its consciousness to Lucius that I was unaware of the nature of their dialogue. When it concluded, Lucius's radiant expression indicated that he had received favorable news. He effortlessly lifted me into his arms. Father, I must be quite heavy now. Though still an infant unicorn, there remains a significant disparity when compared to humans. No matter, he replied softly. Aurora, you are truly the lucky star of the Malfoy family. He whispered in my ear. He exchanged glances with Narcissa and Draco, drawing them closer. For millennia, a legend has persisted in the Forbidden Forest. The sacred ground of the elves has been safeguarded by generations of unicorns, and the Malfoy family, he lowered his voice, is said to possess elven blood. However, with intermarriage among human wizards, the elven lineage has gradually thinned. And for nearly a century, no Malfoy has awakened as an elf. Attempting to awaken in the sacred ground of the elves can significantly enhance the likelihood of awakening. The elves approach a lifespan akin to immortality. Their unyielding beauty birthed from the ethereal energies of the heavens and the earth. Everything regarding the elves is meticulously chronicled within the annals of the Platinum Glory. I had long believed this to be a fabricated legend, concocted by the Malfoy family to enhance their own prestige. Little did I know, it is a truth that exists in reality. Upon our initial encounter, Faislan referred to Draco and me as descendants of Legolas. Legolas, such a familiar name. Yet for a moment, I could not recall where I had heard it before. All of this, illuminated by the light of Aurora, as Narcissa's gentle palm caressed my cheek. Mother, you are so beautiful. If you were to transform into an elf, you would undoubtedly be unimaginably stunning. Flatterer, she playfully tapped my head. Only Draco trailed behind at a distance, silent as ever. Brother, what troubles you? Father, if Aurora embodies a unicorn, does that mean she cannot awaken as an elf? That is untrue. Narcissa's gaze was as gentle as water. An animagus is merely another form of a wizard, while an elf is an entirely different species. She specifically explained this to me. Thus, My Aurora, do not worry. Embracing the form of a unicorn is an intrinsic part of you. She took me from my father's arms that I was surprised by her strength. Seemingly delicate, yet incredibly capable. Mother, seeing father hold me, are you feeling jealous? I teased her softly in her ear. I believe this to be the case. My keen observation warranted an additional 5 points for Slytherin. Miss Malfoy. Lucius overheard. The result was that Narcissa's face flushed crimson, encircled by us. Mother, I wished to attempt walking to, as Narcissa had indicated. I needed to acknowledge my identity as a unicorn to freely transition between my animagus and human forms. The greatest challenge lay in overcoming the psychological barrier from bipedal movement to quadrupedal locomotion. Suddenly, a pristine, nine-tailed fox appeared in the place where she had just been. Its wine-red, upturned eyes exuded both allure and innocence, while 9 voluminous tails danced behind it, and a blood-red, enigmatic totem adorned its brow, all signaling its rare and precious nature. Mother, the 9-tailed fox also moved on 4 legs, demonstrating to me how to walk. Lucius also transformed. He became a snow leopard, devoid of any blemish. His substantial frame exuded an aura of dominance, and his powerful physique instilled a sense of dread in the small mammals that fled in terror at the sound of his approach. A terrifying intimidation loomed over us. Yet, I sensed that he wished to shield my mother from the gaze of any other species. Draco lifted me by my waist. I tentatively moved my limbs. Although mastering this new balance proved quite difficult, the patient companionship and gentle vigilance of my family bolstered my confidence immensely. I felt something dripping onto my fur. Draco. I turned to see the boy hastily turning away. Wiping his tears with his sleeve, a breeze just blew. Something got into my eye. He explained softly, "Would you like me to blow it out for you?" Draco always found the same excuses. He was simply overwhelmed with anxiety, fearing that I might be unable to revert and remain in this state forever. The 9-tailed fox is also a magical creature. Mother can transform freely as well. I reassured him that I know. His eyes glistened with unshed tears. I just hate myself for not possessing enough strength to resolve crises the moment they arise. I can only rely on father. He was so young, yet he placed such immense pressure upon himself. Lucius's excellence filled Draco with both pride and insecurity. He was caught in a web of contradictions, mirroring his father's tone and fashion choices, yet yearning for the attention of others. He is Draco Malfoy, an independent individual. I only remember that when I opened my eyes, you were right beside me. Furthermore, every generation of Malfoys is born as an animagus, the activation of my bloodline, allowing me to transform early, maybe a gift from Merlin. Draco's tears were replaced with a smile. You have always been good at comforting yourself. With his help, I slowly began to walk independently. He slowed his pace, matching my movements. Not far away, the 9-tailed fox lay upon the snow leopard, silently observing us. Brother Aurora and Draco resemble us from that time. Don't they? Of course. However, concerning the futures of the 2 children, there is no need for us to interfere. It is best to remain mere spectators. Lucius tenderly replied to his wife. You certainly did not set countless traps for your father back in the day, merely waiting for me to leap into them. The 9-tailed fox's tail flicked lightly a few times, clearly venting her anger, yet her expression was one of playful sulkiness. Those willing will take the bait. See. The 9-tailed fox leapt down from his back, and the snow leopard skillfully began to groom his wife's fur. The snow leopard's potent pheromones were left upon the 9-tailed fox's splendid coat through his gentle licks. He was signaling the surrounding males not to covet his female. Malfoy's possessiveness is indeed remarkable. Draco is the only member of the Malfoy family who has yet to become an animagus. Thus, for the time being, he cannot scent the emanations of animals or comprehend their implications. In the original story, he was transformed into a weasel by young Barty Crouch. I wonder if the weasel was indeed his animagus form? I once purchased a plush toy in the shape of a weasel. It was truly adorable. The leader of the unicorns walked ahead of us. Along the way, numerous magical creatures living in the Forbidden Forest paid their respects to him. Clearly, he holds a high status within the forest. Due to his father's aura of forbidding, my mother, in her rare form as a 9-tailed fox, was too intimidated by the snow leopard to gaze for long. As for myself, I attracted the majority of attention. Look, a newborn unicorn. Eric has taken her to the elves' sacred ground. Could she be his child bride? Don't be ridiculous. That little one is far too young. Unicorns have long lifespans. Eric certainly isn't one to wait. T turns out the leader of that unicorn is named Eric, which in English signifies a ruler or dictator. Fortunately, Draco has yet to awaken and can only communicate with me, unable to comprehend the languages of other animals. Otherwise, he might have ended up in a scuffle with Eric. We have arrived. Deep in the forbidden forest stands a towering giant tree. Without the unicorn's guidance, no one could uncover the truth. The young one we had rescued has since regained its health. It dashed out of the barrier. Circling around us, It seemed to recognize me and affectionately approached, rubbing against my neck. Hey, Draco interposed himself, creating distance between the young one and me. The young creature appeared quite timid, and after being scolded by Draco, it hurried back to Eric's side. That It did not understand why the one who had saved its life suddenly exhibited such a drastic change in demeanor. Apologies, he thought Miss Malfoy was one of our kind. Draco's fiercely protective stance appeared utterly endearing. That I nudged my head against his arm. He took the opportunity to stroke my mane and tail, whispering in my ear, the spot that just touched that fellow needs thorough disinfection. Aurora, your ears have turned pink. The ears were merely covered with a thin layer of fluff, their skin's color clearly visible, even revealing faint blue veins. Are you feeling shy? The corners of his mouth curled slightly. Lost in his thoughts, It seems that when one is an animagus, the expression of emotions becomes more direct. He mused aloud. Indeed, Lucius was once again helping Narcissa with her grooming. Aurora is the most important person in your heart, me. He gazed directly into my eyes. That I turned my head away, my ears flushing with warmth while my tail involuntarily flicked. Aurora, little deceiver, only at this moment are you the most honest. Perhaps to avoid suspicion, Eric departed after ensuring our comfort. The young one often came over to play with us. The mental development of unicorn foals is somewhat delayed. And after Draco sensed that the young one harbored no ulterior motives, he lowered his guard. Our wands were crafted from the hair of the same unicorn. This natural connection endeared him to this magical creature. I wonder how Lucius communicated during the Board of Governors meeting. Hogwarts has permitted Draco and me to take a temporary leave of absence from school. That Harry's Hedwig had also sent a message inquiring about her circumstances. He and Ron had encountered Aragog, the giant spider once saved by Hagrid. Ron is notorious for his fear of spiders. Harry caught a whiff of a foul odor, only to discover that Ron had been so frightened he wet his pants. The red-haired boy was so weak-kneed he plopped down on the ground. Trembling, he attempted to speak, but all that emerged was the sound of his chattering teeth. Harry closely observed Aragog's eyes, which were covered by a white membrane. He could ascertain that this elderly giant spider was likely unable to see anything at all. Fortunately, Aragog shared a deep bond with Hagrid and did not attack them. He not only vowed not to consume humans, but also imposed the same standard upon his offspring. Harry furrowed his brow, gazing at the throngs of giant spiders, gaining a deeper understanding of Hagrid's methods. Harmless, adorable, fluffy, a sardonic smile crept across his lips, bringing such a significant risk to Hogwarts. Dumbledore could not possibly be unaware. Just as he has been extraordinarily biased towards Gryffindor. As long as no major casualties occur, he would certainly handle matters with a light touch. The so-called Board of Governors, aside from Lucius, is fundamentally a one-man show dominated by Dumbledore. The pressing issues are never addressed. The sponsorship fees for the potion research conducted by the Malfoy family and Snape are subjected to layers of exploitation, resulting in a significant reduction in what actually reaches our hands. As for where it goes, need it be said, naturally, it ends up with the ragtag group known as the Order of the Phoenix. Aragog dispatched his sons to escort Harry and the others to Hagrid's hut. As Aragog aged day by day, his power of intimidation and dominion over the group steadily waned. Among lion prides and wolf packs, there exists only one king, an adult male, as the king ages and succumbs to illness. He is often replaced by a newcomer, and the outcome is invariably tragic. Will Aragog, now blind, also face a day of being usurped? At that time, will the giant spiders continue to uphold their promises? All remains uncertain. After concluding our journey in the Forbidden Forest, early the following morning, we received a message delivered by Dumbledore's pet phoenix, Fox, that he invited us to the headmaster's office to indulge in desserts together. Hidden beneath the playful guise of childlike costume and a gentle, harmless exterior lies a shrewd political leader. Professor Dumbledore, you summoned me? Upon Harry uttering the password, he witnessed Dumbledore hastily rearranging the desserts on the table, ensuring that they appeared untouched by prying hands. Did he employ the antics of a playful old man to make others underestimate him? After a series of mutual probes, Dumbledore finally broached the main topic. Harry, have you heard about Miss Malfoy's situation? Lucius has requested an extended leave for her, and Draco. I apologize, Professor Dumbledore. I was unaware. Harry gazed into Dumbledore's cerulean eyes. Despite the wrinkles surrounding them, remnants of his former handsomeness could still be discerned. His remarkable visage was largely obscured by a thick beard. Grindelwald often visited the Malfoy manor, bringing fresh curiosities for the younger generation. In most instances, this once mighty warlord would burst into hearty laughter. Harry discovered a damaged pocket watch nestled within the inner pocket of his robe, accompanied by a yellowed old photograph. Two strikingly handsome young men stood side by side. Noticing Harry's curiosity, Grindelwald pointed to the slightly shorter one, saying, "This is Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts." The man's somewhat weathered face appeared remarkably tranquil. "Perhaps in the future, you'll find yourself frequently interacting with him, Mr. Grindelwald. Is he your good friend? That is how I perceive it." The man mused, ruffling his tousled hair, though was uncertain how the other felt. His expression was subtle, and the young Harry failed to perceive the regret and melancholy lurking behind it. The elderly man before him, whose vitality had long since faded, was indeed difficult to reconcile with the spirited youth captured in the photograph. Dumbledore wore a slightly regretful expression. Apologizing, "I assumed you had been living together before your enrollment. Hence you would be quite familiar with one another." That moment, Harry felt a faint sting from the scar on his forehead. This lightning-shaped scar was regarded by the outside world as his badge of honor. Shielding him from Voldemort's Avada Kedavra curse, it was a remarkable scar, one that the Malfoys had attempted to remove through countless means, but neither the potions brewed by Snape nor the powerful healing spells cast by Lucius had succeeded. Aurora even suggested using a Muggle scar patch, only to be reprimanded by Lucius. Ultimately, it proved to be of little effect. He sensed a connection between the pain of his scar and the gaze of Dumbledore. Before entering Hogwarts, he had received home education alongside Aurora and Draco. He learned that exceptionally powerful wizards could release their magical prowess with precision, without the need for a wand or even incantation. For instance, the use of legilimency was common during interrogations to extract memories and valuable information. The countermeasure against legilimency was occlumency, a highly intricate discipline, of which Professor Snape was a master. Unfortunately, due to his youth, their tutor had not introduced them to this subject. Thus, before Dumbledore, he felt completely exposed, like a blank slate. "Professor Dumbledore, the Malfoy family shows me concern akin to that of a family member," he remarked, with a double entendre. In the wizarding world, who was unaware that he had been fostered by Aunt Petunia and subjected to 5 years of inhumane treatment, the instigator of which was the white-bearded old man standing right before him. Families harbor secrets among themselves, as long as their affection is genuine. These matters posed no issue till he again locked eyes with those deep blue orbs. This time, he felt that the spirited youth from the photograph had long since perished in Grindelwald's memories. Confined within an aging shell, clinging to his ideals, willing to sacrifice those around him, he proclaimed himself the embodiment of justice. Harry tentatively broached the subject. "Professor, I have discovered that the acromantulas in the Forbidden Forest possess a remarkable breeding capacity." A clever individual would certainly grasp the implication. Aragog and his offspring resided there. The Forbidden Forest had become their habitat. Did they not consider the safety of the young wizards? Harry wished to persuade further, but was interrupted by a sudden knock. Fawkes the Phoenix burst in, a letter tied to its leg. Upon glancing at the note on the envelope, the old man's gaze sharpened. "Harry, dear, I am afraid our conversation must conclude here for today." "Very well, Professor. I apologize for the intrusion. It was to be expected. How could the headmaster of Hogwarts, the chief wizard of Wisingamot, heed the counsel of a young wizard?" Harry's impenetrable demeanor left Dumbledore with no avenue of approach. The contents of the letter were likely beyond his grasp. The Slytherin table. The seats of the Platinum siblings lay empty. Zabini, Not Parkinson and Greengrass were all eager to occupy that position. It seemed the Malfoy family had collectively vanished. The head of the Malfoy family had not made any public appearances, only communicating through letters. Not quite. Abraxas is still around. He hosted our entire family last week. However, he doesn't seem overly concerned for his children. Perhaps the Malfoy patriarch has taken the family on vacation. Harry, why weren't you brought along? Suddenly, the focus of the conversation shifted to him. It was Zabini, whose words were sharp and incisive, showing no restraint even in the presence of the Malfoys. Someone must remain to study diligently. Harry raised the book in his hand. I will take charge of the notes. Indeed, Aurora is quite the little scholar, and she will undoubtedly pester you incessantly, Zabini quipped. Harry remained noncommittal, merely unconsciously curling the corners of his lips. For reasons unknown, the defense against the dark arts class had also been suspended for 2 weeks. The explanation given was that Professor Quirrell's mother had fallen ill, necessitating his temporary departure from Hogwarts. Yet, each night, as Harry donned the invisibility cloak and wandered before the mirror of Amidst, the figure of Professor Quirrell would invariably appear. He continued to stand before the mirror, loosening his garments. However, in addition to the myriad scars accumulated over the years, his body had taken on peculiar markings. Initially, there was but a faint trace, which later spread across his entire form. He screamed in agony, kneeling before the mirror, beseeching his master for forgiveness and mercy. Bowing before the empty air, he cried out, "Master, I am in such pain. I implore you, help me." He clawed at his own skin until it bled, his wails echoing relentlessly. Unable to bear it any longer, Harry fled towards the dungeon. Before Snape's office stood a portrait of Medusa. This time, surprisingly, Medusa did not mock him. "Little Harry, what troubles you? Is Professor Snape in? I urgently need to see him. While the master brews potions, you better have a serious matter." Medusa, though stern in tone, had a heart akin to her master. She promptly admitted Harry without even uttering the password. Peering through the mist rising from the cauldron, Snape regarded the visitor, managing to swallow the curse that almost escaped his lips. Harry was not the reckless Gryffindor he was often perceived to be. Rather, he exhibited remarkable restraint, never intruding upon Snape's office unless absolutely necessary. The look of sheer panic on his face was unprecedented. His striking green eyes were filled with confusion and turmoil. Snape tapped his fingers on the desk, and a cup of hot cocoa materialized before him. He crossed his arms, his gaze averted. Seeing this, Harry quickly took the cup into his hands. The frigid air of the dungeon tempered the scalding heat of the cocoa. "Professor Snape, Professor Quirrell has not left Hogwarts. I witnessed him kneeling naked before the mirror of Amidst, as though he were infected by some virus." Harry inhaled deeply, recounting his observations candidly. Snape's brow furrowed. "Be more specific." Snape succinctly demanded. Harry began to recall and describe. It was a bluish pattern, resembling traces flowing along veins. "You were out wandering again under the invisibility cloak." Snape appeared indifferent to Quirrell's predicament, his dark eyes fixed intently upon Harry. "Do not become ensnared by the visions of the mirror of Amidst. They represent dreams unattainable in your lifetime." But Snape's voice was calm, his expression impassive, as though merely stating a simple fact. Yet it struck deeply, piercing through the facade Harry had maintained all along. That he parted his lips, wishing to retort, but quickly relinquished the thought, for he understood that Snape was right. Whether it was the warm family portrait of the Potters or the image of his future bride, they remained distant phantoms. Like a desperate thirst, he dreamt nightly of the visions within the mirror. Each morning, he awoke, enveloped in emptiness. "I understand now. I am sorry, Professor Snape." Harry swiftly admitted his fault, as if struck gently by a fist against cotton. Snape himself was uncertain why he harbored a subtle desire to provoke the composed youth before him, yearning to witness his unraveling. Perhaps it was the striking resemblance to James Potter that stirred such sentiments within him. Though they were entirely different individuals, being Lily's son still led him to occasionally misplace his ire. He steadied his emotions and got to the point. Quirrell must have ingested some forbidden potion. Or, Snape pondered for a moment, he has fallen under some sort of curse. Professor Quirrell has been incessantly rambling about seeking forgiveness from his master. "Master!" Snape keenly seized upon the keyword. He sprang to his feet, leaving behind a command. Stay here, before dashing out of the office. Suddenly, he returned to retrieve a small brown vial. Harry understood that he was likely going to report this matter to Dumbledore. Snape prioritized his safety above all else, leaving no stone unturned. Unlike that old bee, he had nearly become prey to the acromantula, with a creature utterly indifferent to his plight. The hot cocoa in his hands not only warmed his palms, but also thawed his frozen heart. The potion office was sparsely furnished, mirroring the stern demeanor Snape projected, rigid and methodical. Countless ancient texts on potion-making were meticulously categorized and arranged. Various qualities of potion ingredients were securely stored in sealed vials, each labeled by Snape's own hand, noting their weight and acquisition date. Potion-making resembled a rigorous science. On the opposite side lay a stack of graded student assignments. Snape had just finished grading Harry's work. The paper was filled with annotations, a testament to the feedback Snape had provided. As Harry casually flipped through the assignments of others, he noted that they had not been scrutinized with such meticulousness. Unlike Draco and Aurora, who frequently visited the office of the Slytherin head, Harry always felt that Snape maintained a subtle distance from him. That it was an indescribable sensation. Though the other was evidently concerned for him, he refrained from displaying that side. The handle of one drawer on Snape's desk was particularly worn compared to the others, indicative of its frequent use, opened and closed repeatedly by its master. This was Snape's privacy, and Harry knew he should not be excessively curious. Yet, inexplicably, he found himself unable to restrain his hand from reaching out. Be more specific. Snape succinctly demanded again. Harry recalled and described. It was a bluish pattern, resembling traces flowing along veins. You were out wandering again under the invisibility cloak? Snape appeared indifferent to Quirrell's predicament, his dark eyes fixed intently upon Harry. Do not become ensnared by the visions of the Mirror of Amidst. They represent dreams unattainable in your lifetime. Snape's voice was calm, his expression impassive, as though merely stating a simple fact. Yet it struck deeply, piercing through the facade Harry had maintained all along. He parted his lips, wishing to retort, but quickly relinquished the thought, for he understood that Snape was right. Whether it was the warm family portrait of the Potters or the image of his future bride, they remained distant phantoms. Like a desperate thirst, he dreamt nightly of the visions within the mirror. Each morning, he awoke, enveloped in emptiness. I understand now. I am sorry, Professor Snape. Harry swiftly admitted his fault, as if struck gently by a fist against cotton. Snape himself was uncertain why he harbored a subtle desire to provoke the composed youth before him, yearning to witness his unraveling. Perhaps it was the striking resemblance to James Potter that stirred such sentiments within him. Though they were entirely different individuals, being Lily's son still led him to occasionally misplace his ire. He steadied his emotions and got to the point. Quirrell must have ingested some forbidden potion. Or, Snape pondered for a moment, he has fallen under some sort of curse. Professor Quirrell has been incessantly rambling about seeking forgiveness from his master. Master. Snape keenly seized upon the keyword. He sprang to his feet, leaving behind a command. Stay here, before dashing out of the office. Suddenly, he returned to retrieve a small brown vial. Harry understood that he was likely going to report this matter to Dumbledore. Snape prioritized his safety above all else, spare no detail in observing every subtle shift and movement. Unlike that old bee, he nearly became a meal for the eight-eyed giant spider, the other party remaining utterly indifferent. The hot cocoa in his hands not only warmed his fingers, but also thawed his frozen heart. The potion office's decor was remarkably minimalist, much like the impression severe Snape left on others, rigid and precise. Countless ancient texts on potions were meticulously categorized and arranged. Various qualities of potion ingredients were also securely stored in sealed vials, each adorned with Snape's handwritten labels noting their weight and acquisition date. Potions resembled a rigorous science more than anything else. That on the opposite side lay the graded assignments of students, with Snape having just finished reviewing Harry's. The densely packed annotations were the man's feedback for Harry. He casually flipped through the works of others, noting that they had not been scrutinized with such diligence. Unlike Draco and Aurora, who frequently visited the Slytherin head's office, Harry always sensed a subtle distance maintained by Snape. It was an inexplicable feeling, as though the other was deeply concerned, yet refused to reveal that side point one drawer handle on Snape's desk showed considerable where compared to the others, indicating that its owner often opened and closed it. This was Snape's private space, and Harry knew he should not be overly curious. Yet, inexplicably, he found himself reaching out to explore. Suddenly, he caught the sound of footsteps approaching from afar. Already feeling guilty for his intrusion, he instinctively returned to his previous position. When Snape entered, he beheld the sight of Harry dutifully sipping his hot cocoa. Hot cocoa had been Lily's favorite drink during her youth, something she would indulge in daily. During their study sessions in the Hogwarts library, the girl with red hair and green eyes would sip it in the same manner, her lips curled into a satisfied smile. Although Harry had never met his mother, these subtle habits and preferences had been passed down to him. Snape closed his eyes, suppressing the frustration within him. From this day forth, maintain a distance from Quirrell. What did that mean? Would Quirrell still remain on staff? Harry could hardly believe it was Dumbledore's decision. Albus had promised to investigate the matter discreetly. Snape rubbed his temples. Under the influence of a curse or some mysterious affliction, Quirrell stuttered. His teaching abilities were concerning, and he was riddled with peculiarities, yet Dumbledore was apparently unwilling to take action. Harry could hardly contain his exasperation. What was Dumbledore's intention? By the way, there's a letter addressed to you. Harry looked puzzled as he heard Snape explain. Hedwig is not safe. It was highly likely that Harry's own owl was under Dumbledore's surveillance as well. Therefore, this reply was sent using the Malfoy family's exclusive golden eagle owl. And oh wonder Hedwig had returned empty-handed. Visibly irate, Harry thanked Snape. The letter was filled with cryptic phrases. Harry felt utterly confused until he saw Snape gesture towards the first-year potions textbook, indicating the answers were there. Suddenly enlightened, Harry returned home and spent the night translating the strange symbols into coherent sentences. Upon learning of Aurora and the Malfoy family's safety, he finally exhaled a breath of relief. Since the Forbidden Forest incident, they had not crossed paths. Something must have happened to Aurora and Draco. It might have even alarmed the Malfoy couple. Coupled with the suspicious markings that had suddenly appeared on Professor Quirrell, there was undoubtedly a causal relationship. He appeared calm on the outside while being intensely agitated within. It was impossible for an 11-year-old boy to remain indifferent amidst the clamor of the outside world. Fortunately, he finally received a response. The notes indicated that Draco had written them. The boy's handwriting was vastly different from Aurora's. Did this imply that something had happened to Aurora? A foreboding sensation took root in Harry's heart, growing ever more intense. They had grown up together. Aurora was robust and had seldom fallen ill. There was a saying among Muggles: minor ailments prevent major ones. Could it be that due to her immune system rarely being engaged, a sudden viral invasion had led to a swift decline in her health? At Hogwarts, aside from Professor Snape, there was no other mentor he deemed trustworthy. All he could do was wait for the resolution of this matter. Nothing more. Crabbe and Goyle, who often trailed behind Draco, appeared equally sullen. That it was evident they too had received letters from home, indirectly inquiring about any recent developments regarding their affiliations. They understood deeply the adage that when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Other pureblood families were likewise stirring with anticipation. Countless possibilities loomed. This would alter the dynamics of Slytherin House and potentially the entire British wizarding community, after several days of effort and numerous failures. I still had not grasped the intricacies of becoming an animagus. The other three had settled in the elves' sacred ground to accompany me to a wondrous scene unfolded. Cece, do you feel it? Lucius murmured. Yes, there's a strange energy, transcending the flow of magic. Narcissa closed her eyes, attuning herself to the subtle changes within. Arrive here was already a significant step forward. Lucius joyfully patted the tree trunk, as if triggered by some mechanism. An entrance appeared, towering and dark, resembling an opening to a multidimensional space. Everything was shrouded in uncertainty. Father, I witnessed the entire process, my excitement palpable. According to the records of the Platinum Glory, this towering tree is the mother tree of the elves. Considered the progenitor of innate elves. Elves are classified into those born innate and those awakened through lineage. To be born from the mother tree is to be an innate elf. To awaken as an elf through bloodline is to be a postnatal elf. We have truly gained this opportunity. Lucius tentatively took a step forward, his other hand entwined with Narcissa's. Mr. Malfoy, the entrance will soon vanish. Please seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Eric's voice rang out from behind. It turned out he was also one of the witnesses. Aurora, Draco. Lucius gestured for us to follow his lead. However, for some reason, an invisible barrier kept me outside the door. A human in animagus form cannot enter the barrier set by the elves, Eric explained. Moreover, once a human enters the barrier, they cannot exit until they awaken as an elf. Narcissa frantically pounded on the barrier, calling my name loudly. She covered her mouth, weeping uncontrollably. Lucius held her tightly, softly comforting her. The entrance was continuously shrinking, with Draco still standing behind me. I could not let him lose this chance. Aurora, I want to be with you, he declared resolutely. You will surely regret this, and I will not allow it. As the entrance threatened to close, I kicked him in, propelling him inside, until the black void completely vanished. My heart finally settled. Miss Malfoy, Eric's azure eyes brimmed with concern. Are you all right? Absolutely. Couldn't be better. The Malfoy family finally has the chance to realize the dream of bloodline awakening. I did not understand why I emphasized this so loudly. It was as if I were convincing myself to accept it through this method. He wore a look of compassion, yet said nothing. I sensed he understood that any words of comfort would be inadequate. The unicorn foal had informed me that Eric had lived for a millennium. He had witnessed the rise and fall of countless races and the fortunes of the elven lineage. Though his eyes were the color of the sea, they seemed dull and lifeless, devoid of ripples. I felt a tinge of regret that I could not synchronize with them. I shared my first internal monologue with someone else. Yet being able to provide them with this opportunity was enough to satisfy me. I hope that years from now, you will still think this way. Eric, what do you mean? As the years pass, they, being elves, retain their youthful appearances, while you appear as if withered. He approaches me step by step, coaxingly suggesting, why not transform into a true unicorn, possessing a life close to eternity? I can assist you. Aurora, it is the first time he addresses me with such a title. What will you do? After several days of effort and countless failures, I still could not grasp the nuances of becoming an animagus. Meanwhile, the other three have settled in the sacred realm of the elves, choosing to accompany me. A remarkable scene unfolds. Cece, do you feel it? Lucius murmured. Yes, there's a strange energy that transcends the magical cycle. Narcissa closed her eyes, sensing the subtle changes within her. TOB here is already a significant step forward. Lucius joyfully tapped the tree trunk, as if triggered by some mechanism. An entrance appeared, towering before us. Inside, it was shrouded in darkness, resembling a portal to a multidimensional space. Everything was filled with uncertainties. Father, I witnessed the entire process. My excitement overwhelming. According to the records of the Platinum Glory, this towering tree is the mother tree of the elves, regarded as the progenitor of innate elves. There are distinctions between innate and acquired elves. Those born from the mother tree are innate elves, while those who awaken through bloodline are termed acquired elves. That we have truly gained this opportunity. Lucius tentatively stepped forward, intertwining his other hand with Narcissa's. Mr. Malfoy, the entrance will soon vanish. Please seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Eric's voice echoed from behind. It turns out he's also a witness. Aurora, Draco, Lucius signaled for us to follow his lead. However, for some inexplicable reason, an invisible barrier kept me outside the door. Humans in animagus form cannot enter the barrier set by the elves, Eric explained. Moreover, those who enter the barrier cannot exit until they awaken as elves. Narcissa frantically pounded on the barrier, calling out my name loudly. She covered her mouth, weeping uncontrollably. Lucius held her close, softly comforting her. The entrance was steadily shrinking, and Draco still stood behind me. I could not let him miss this chance. Aurora, I want to stay with you, he declared resolutely. You will surely regret this, and I will not allow it. As the entrance threatened to disappear, I kicked him inside with a swift motion, until the black void completely vanished. My heart finally settled. Miss Malfoy, Eric's azure eyes brimmed with concern. Are you all right? I'm splendid, better than ever. The Malfoy family finally had the opportunity to realize the dream of bloodline awakening. I did not understand why I emphasized this so loudly. It seemed as though I were convincing myself to accept this reality. He wore a look of compassionate sorrow, but uttered no words that I sensed that he understood. Any comforting words would be pale in comparison. The unicorn cub informed me that Eric had lived for a millennium, witnessing the rise and fall of countless races and the glory and disgrace of the elven lineage. His eyes, though the color of the sea, appeared heavy with the weight of his unperturbed heart. I felt a twinge of regret for not being able to synchronize with them. For the first time, I expressed my innermost thoughts, but to provide them this opportunity. I'm already content that I hope that many years from now, you will still think this way. Eric, what do you mean? As years pass, they being elves, retain their youthful appearances, while you appear as if withered. He approaches me step by step, coaxingly suggesting, why not transform into a true unicorn, possessing a life close to eternity? I can assist you. Aurora. It is the first time he addresses me with such a title. What will you do? Seeing my reluctance, Eric transformed into human form. He was exceptionally tall, with long silver hair and deep, crystal-clear blue eyes. He wore a robe of the same hue, and behind him were a pair of pristine white wings, reminiscent of an angel from Muggle mythology. The unicorn cub spun around him excitedly, winking at me. Eric, did you succeed in transforming because of Miss Malfoy? Noticing my gaze on his wings, Eric explained, adult unicorns grow a pair of wings, allowing us to soar through the skies. As you can see, even as unicorns, we can take on human forms, enabling us to exist in the human world. But why do you wish to help me? The Malfoys and Draco are all trapped within the barrier of the Mother Tree. In the days to come, I will be living with Eric and his kin. What exactly is his intention? There is no such thing as a free lunch. I do not believe he would invest so much without seeking some form of return. The pure-blood unicorns are on the brink of extinction. As their leader, I must ensure the continuation of the purest bloodline. Sensing my doubt, he elaborated, for the first time in a millennium, a human wizard has become an animagus in the form of a unicorn, which signifies your profound connection to them. Are you suggesting that the information is overwhelming? We both have our needs. Aurora, stay by my side and share in the endless life. What a jest! I am still but a child. I took 2 steps back, standing 10 meters away. This is the unfamiliar depths of the forbidden forest, where calling for help is futile. I can wait for you to grow up. I have waited 1,000 years. I do not mind waiting a little longer. You brought our family here for this purpose? I couldn't help but take a step back. He seemed to notice my reluctance and instinctively kept his distance. You resemble her, he murmured, with platinum hair and gray eyes. Even the color of your horn. The unicorn cub nudged Eric's hand with its head. Your wand is made from her horn. I recognized the familiar aura at first glance. Was that unicorn your beloved? I felt as though I were the executioner tearing them apart. Eric shook his head. Only in the case of mutual consent. Otherwise, using any part of a unicorn would bring about a curse. He gently stroked the cub's forehead. This little one was almost drained by a human wizard. Was it a foul-smelling human wizard? It must be Quirrell. Yes, he was cloaked, and his face was obscured. It certainly reeked. I previously thought all humans exuded that decayed smell. Until I met your family. They all smelled delightful. The cub scampered to my side, animatedly describing that I couldn't help but smile. Aside from Narcissa, who naturally exuded the fragrance of Chinese narcissus. The other family members had a penchant for perfume. However, I still prefer the scent that comes from you. The cub approached me. Eric stopped it, saying, sorry, unicorns are easily tempted by pure maidens. Seeing my reluctance, Eric transformed into human form once more. He was exceptionally tall, with long silver hair and deep, crystal-clear blue eyes. He wore a robe of the same hue, and behind him were a pair of pristine white wings, reminiscent of an angel from Muggle mythology. The unicorn cub spun around him excitedly, winking at me. Eric, did you succeed in transforming because of Miss Malfoy? Noticing my gaze on his wings, Eric explained, adult unicorns grow a pair of wings, allowing us to soar through the skies. As you can see, even as unicorns, we can take on human forms, enabling us to exist in the human world. But why do you wish to help me? The Malfoys and Draco are all trapped within the barrier of the Mother Tree. In the days to come, I would be living with Eric and his kin. What exactly is his intention? There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world, and I cannot believe that he has invested so much without expecting any return. The pure-blood unicorns are on the brink of extinction. As their leader, it is my duty to preserve the most untainted lineage. Sensing my hesitation, he elucidated. For the first time in a millennium, among human wizards, an animagus has emerged who is a unicorn, signifying that you have once held a deep connection with the unicorns. Are you suggesting that the information is overwhelming? Each seeks their own desires. Aurora, stay by my side and share in the endless life. What a jest! I am still but a child. I step back 2 paces, standing 10 meters away. This is the treacherous depths of the Forbidden Forest, a place where I am utterly unfamiliar, and my cries for help go unanswered. I can wait for you to mature. I've already waited a millennium, and do not mind waiting a little longer. I asked this why you brought our family here. I involuntarily retreated another 2 steps. He perceived my reluctance and instinctively maintained his distance. You bear a striking resemblance to her, he murmured, with platinum hair and gray eyes, even the color of the horn. The unicorn foal nuzzled Eric's hand. Your wand is made from her horn. I recognized the familiar pulse at first glance. That unicorn, was she your beloved? I cannot help but feel like a harbinger of their separation. Eric shook his head. Only with their willing consent. Otherwise, any use of a unicorn's part will incur a curse. He caressed the foal's forehead. This little one was almost drained by a human wizard. Was it a foul-smelling human wizard? It must be Kilo. Indeed, he was cloaked, rendering his face indistinct. The stench was unbearable. I had thought all humans carried such a decaying odor, until I encountered your family. They all smelled delightful. The foal scampered to my side, animatedly describing its impressions that I could not help but smile. Aside from Narcissa, who naturally exudes the scent of Chinese narcissus, the other family members have a penchant for perfume. However, I still prefer your scent. The foal approached. IT was halted by Eric. Apologies, but unicorns are easily tempted by pure maidens. Good heavens, how embarrassing. The only 2 human females. Narcissa is already married with 2 children, so it certainly cannot be her. No wonder the herd of unicorns gazes at me with such scrutiny. Fear not. They will not harm you. Eric seemed to sense my awkwardness and gently reassured me. You need not make an immediate decision. You are already aware of where we reside, and we have ample time. No, you do not. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared atop a towering tree. He leaped down. It is Draco. He is transformed into an elf. His features, ethereal and dreamlike, are a marvel of creation. His exquisite visage surpasses human imagination. His platinum hair, infinitely elongated, cascades to his waist. His characteristic elven ears immediately distinguish him from humans that a pair of brown wings now adorns his back. Before him, a sense of inferiority welled up within me. Aurora, it is I. He crouched down and embraced my neck. You have interrupted the lineage, Eric frowned. Yet it is you who has been pressuring her. Draco shielded me behind him, revealing that even the supposedly pure-hearted unicorns might take advantage of the vulnerable. Eric, will interrupting the lineage have any repercussions? I hastily inquired. The man shook his head. I'm not an elf, so I'm not entirely certain. Draco disregarded the man, turning to me. Aurora, I have come to help you revert to human form. I am now an elf, and elves govern all things, including human animagi. His hand reached for the top of my head. Aurora, close your eyes that I naturally place my complete trust in him. Soon, a wave of heat surged through my chest, and in a haze, it felt as though my consciousness was departing my body. Why is it not working? Draco gazed at me anxiously, murmuring to himself. Did it not succeed? I lowered my gaze and beheld my 4 hooves, quietly sighing within. Indeed, your eagerness to succeed has interrupted the elven lineage. Moreover, as Aurora's animagus is a magical creature, the difficulty of transformation is heightened. Eric shook his head in disappointment. Aurora, you must rely on your own strength. Should there be another failure, you may permanently retain the form of a unicorn. Although I yearn for that, Eric smirked. Draco clenched his fists. Enough, Draco. Do not be disrespectful to our benefactor. It is Lucius and Narcissa. They have succeeded too. I gazed adoringly at my mother until Lucius cleared his throat. Drawing my attention back, Cece, the confusion charm on your earrings is worn off, he quietly complained. Clearly, he did not wish for his wife's true appearance to be revealed. Narcissa possessed astonishing beauty as a human wizard. And as an elf, She seemed to exist in a realm apart, as if living in another dimension, and my heart and eyes were filled with her. It felt as though I could see nothing else. Her wine-red eyes held an enchanting allure, and her seaweed-like waves of hair shimmered like satin. Mother, the wine-red suits you even better. I realized I had unconsciously thrown myself into her embrace. She gazed at me, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes and falling to the ground. Her weeping moved the heavens and the earth. Do not be sad. Mother, my poor Aurora, it was you who brought this opportunity. Why must it fall upon you? Merlin, this is so unfair. Cece, Lucius stepped forward, enveloping Narcissa in his arms. The ancient tree will not open again for an unknown number of years. Point 1 can only say that it is a matter of fate. And I felt a sense of relief have come here, to grow up alongside the proud platinum prince in my heart, to enter Hogwarts and my beloved Slytherin, is already a blessing from Merlin. I reflected on all that I've gained. Lucius scrutinized my micro-expressions closely. Aurora, you have grown. I was raised in a warm and affluent family, with loving parents and siblings. What more could I possibly desire? Many people toil their entire lives and cannot compare to my starting point. Suddenly, I felt enveloped by a beam of light, warmth radiating through me, that a profound sense of comfort wrapped around me. Arms in a robe encased me. I have transformed back. Fortunately, I reacted swiftly. You almost exposed yourself, Draco chattered in my ear, pulling the covering tighter around me. He lifted me effortlessly, and I nearly gasped in surprise. When did he become so strong? I trained regularly. Even after becoming an elf, his complexion remained as fair as ever, that a slight blush would render him exceedingly charming.